Welcome to the New Era show, live on IFL TV in association with MTK Global. We've got a great night of boxing ahead for you, so let's not waste any more time. And let me throw you to our MC in the ring, Terry Gaucho.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Brentwood Centre here in Essex for a night of professional boxing, promoted by Mr. Lee Eaton in association and for MTK London and MTK Global, live on IFL TV and sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Brentwood Centre, this is the New Era! Our officials at ringside, our area representatives are Mr. Des Rees, Mr. Bill Edwards. Our inspectors at ringside, Mr. Alan Spelling, Mr. Chris Bartram, Mr. Terry Martin, and Mr. Ben Harmsworth. Our referees, ladies and gentlemen, we flip-flop in between Mr. Jeff Hines and Mr. Chaz Coakley. And our timekeepers at the bell are alternating between Mr. Bob Edgeworth and Mr. John Smith. That's the officials, and now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get on with the action. It's our first contest of the evening. It's a super welterweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. Please welcome to the ring from Harper, Slovakia, Rudolf Soldier Boy Gicha! And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring from Kent, Isle of Sheppey, Martin McDonagh! Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is our first contest of the evening. It's a super welterweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. Introducing first and boxing out of the red corner, wearing the black shorts, weighing in at 10 stone, 9.5 pounds. He comes to the ring for his 24th professional fight from Harper, Slovakia, Rudolf Soldier Boy Gicha! And his opponent, boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the red shorts, weighing in at 10 stone, 5 pounds. He comes to the ring with a 100% fight record, 2 wins from 2 professional fights. From Kent's Isle of Sheppey, Martin McDonagh! Your timekeeper of the bell is Mr. John Smith, and your referee in charge of the action is Mr. Chaz Coakley.
I've already spoke to you both. Keep them punches up. Don't want no waiting, yeah? Touch close, good luck.
Interference will be along later on as well. We'll get into that a little bit later on. Very smart he looks too. Suit and tie. He's a working man these days. But this is the first fight of the night. This slated as super welterweight. That's not the weight division that McDonagh will be in when he looks to try and challenge for titles, but Doritza is naturally that little bit heavier, and he's not bothered about giving away a bit of weight here, McDonagh. And we saw his debut, Rich, I think, not that long ago, and we knew about it from the amateurs, McDonagh, and he's a slick, skillful boxer who, when you look at his frame, has still got quite a lot of strength to come, you would say, physically.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a young man's body still, but he's got the skill, like we've seen him a couple of times now, and his amateur background, if he can turn that over into the pros, he could go far. Fights like this, he's really awkward, Dorica, he's really awkward. It's really hard to look good against him, so tonight, if he manages to look good tonight, he's done a good job of himself.
Well, the one stoppage he's had so far, Doritza, was against Louis Green, who went into Ultimate Boxer, I think. He was Southern Area welterweight champion. And as you say, he's one of those awkward kinds of customers. He's a bit herky-jerky, Doritza, comes in from distance there with a left hand and then took his feet back fairly effectively there, although McDonagh snapped off a couple of shots and it looked quite good from a few rows back. None of it really landed. Yeah,
Dorica's a bit of a regular visitor here nowadays. He's been on most of the MTK shows I've been to recently, so he probably feels more at home than McDonagh at this point.
Well, he was a fairly late recruit, I think, as well.
White looking good. You don't see many boys land clean shots. I don't know if it's the southpaw stance that's helping Martin here, but Dorica normally stays just outside of range from these shots. He's an ex-kickboxer, I believe, so he's got that awkward style, long leg out in front of him, and the boxers struggle to get around that foot. Martin's, I suppose, as a southpaw, that's half the battle being a southpaw, is getting around that lead leg to land your shot, so he's at an advantage.
Good left to the body there from McDonagh just as he stepped in. Dorica just kind of walking forward, letting go that right hand and stamping with the front foot, trying to draw something from McDonagh. He's definitely come to have a go here though, Doritza, which is always good. It's made for quite an entertaining first round so far. You
do find with these away fighters, some days they're different. It depends on how they wake up that day. Some days they really want to make a fight out of it, and I think if Dorica doesn't fight back tonight, Martin will beat him up. So sitting back and getting his rounds in is not really an option for him. You have to keep Martin off him tonight.
Just looking to peck with that southpaw jab again there, McDonagh. That backhand gets through. It's amazing how often that southpaw straight left just finds a target. Often it doesn't really seem to do anything particularly special, but orthodox fighters, right-handers, just seem mesmerised by it at times.
He's been pretty successful with it early on in this fight. Nice hook and backhand there. He's a smart kid, Martin. He'll be looking for these openings. I don't think much of what he does is random. You see some boys, they just swing and hope. I feel like he sets most of his up. You see he's taking his time, looking at what's in front of him, throwing feints, and especially for his age, you know, that's pretty impressive. It's hard. Yeah. It'd be easy for him to get reckless at this point.
No, I would have to agree. He's definitely got an old boxing head on young shoulders. Started boxing very, very young, and you can tell because the longer you've been in there, the less apprehensive you are, the more you've seen, and the more confident you are, quite simply. And I do expect him to do well. It's just, he's definitely one of those fighters, though, where there's no rush, because you said it at the start, and you're right, he does still have a kind of a boy's body, really. Be interested to see what weight he ends up at.
That'll make a big difference over the next 2 or 3 years. Some boys may go up 3 weight divisions. Sounds a lot right now, but it happens, and he may settle into that, and he wouldn't, if he does grow that way, the worst thing he could do is try and stay at the same weight division. He's in good shape now, eat well, stay in the gym, and if he naturally grows, he naturally grows. Even if he doesn't grow in size, his body will fill out internally, so he will get heavier as he gets older.
So into the second round, Doritza in the black, Martin McDonagh in the red with the green shamrock and the Union Jack on the side as well. MTK fighter. 2 fights, 2 wins so far. Both of them have gone the distance over 4 rounds. Debut was against Fons Alexander, who gave him a pretty good appraisal afterwards. He's been in with lots of fighters, Fons, and I think he was pretty impressed with McDonagh.
He likes a good fight. Fons. He likes to give boys a hard night's work.
He definitely does. He's one of my favourites, actually, I must admit, of the away corner fighters. And it's easy to have soft spots for all of them, because as a commentator, you're never allowed to be biased, but it's fine to be a bit of a fan of the Road Warriors, I think, because you see what they give every week.
I'm sure the Road Warriors will appreciate it as well. They don't have miles of fans queuing up to see them, so I'm sure they appreciate when they hear someone say they enjoy watching them fight.
Good left hand from McDonagh there as Doritza just fell in behind his right hand. Caught him nice and clean on the way in.
That hook, that is multiple times he's landed that lead hook now. Dorica seems to be taking them well, but if he decides to sit on his feet and lands one of them, you know, he may put a bit of a dent in Dorica. Most of the boys that box him, their biggest trouble is trying to land, and Martin seems to have no trouble landing these shots tonight.
No, you're right. He's had no trouble whatsoever in landing, particularly that right-hand side. He's always looking to step away to his right. just pull away to his right-hand side, looking for the left to the body. Did it again there, didn't really land the left to the body, but it still left him in a good position to throw another combination. Left to the body, right upstairs, and again.
Another combination on the way out. He always ends these exchanges landing his own shots. Even he hasn't been caught with much clean himself anyway, but even when he's rid off a shot or took one off the top of the head, he's landing clean shots to end these exchanges. Once again with that lead.
Well, Diritza just cannot stay out of the way of that lead right hook.
The basis of his defence is using them long legs and long arms to get in people's way, and tonight I feel like Martin's figured that out from the start, and without that, Dorica's not really got a plan B for defence.
Looking to try and unload a right hand to the body there. Diritza didn't really work. He's not looked in any trouble yet, the away fighter, but he's just getting peppered with punches. Again there, the left hand gets through off the back of another 1-2. It's good, crisp, accurate stuff from McDonagh. He's happy enough at that kind of three-quarter range. Throwing short, sharp shots most of the time. Well, halfway through this one, scheduled for 4, Martin McDonagh with 2 rounds in his pocket there is looking good.
Yeah, I mean, two clear rounds won for him tonight, and I think he's learning something for tonight as well. It is one-way traffic. He's winning the rounds comfortably, but Dorica is fighting back, and he's giving him something to think about.
Inside the Brentwood Centre already. Lots of tickets been sold for tonight. Top of the bill, we've got Adam Harper against Billy Bird for the vacant English Super Welterweight title, which should be a great fight. It's floated around a few different dates, this one, and delighted that we've got it here tonight. English title fight is always tremendous viewing. I saw Matt McCarthy actually a few minutes ago just sitting behind us, and he had a great scrap with Billy Bird, didn't he? He'll be sitting there tonight thinking, this could have been me.
He's sitting right behind us now. I'm sure he's sitting here thinking tonight when that fight's on, he's going to have his eye on it. I know he would like to chase a rematch there.
Well, he was originally supposed to be on this bill, but a few other things outside the ring just overtook that, so he thought the best thing to do would be to step back and make sure he got back involved when he was completely ready. And the level that he wants to go back in at, that's absolutely the right thing to do.
Yeah, when you're fighting around this English and Southern area title level, you don't want to go in there. It's not, these ain't journeymen. They're not there just to give you a move around. They're there to hurt you and win and move on with their careers. So I think making the right decision. This is getting a bit tasty here in this round now. Both from looking to go to work a little bit.
Well, more good work there again from McDonagh, landing that left hand that time, and has a good combination and just spins off to his right hand side.
I'm really impressed with Martin's work tonight. I mean, I've seen Dorica box many times here, and he looks, and all boxers that are boxing will tell you the same thing. It's not that he's great or fantastic, he's just so awkward to land shots on. And Martin's doing a great job tonight of not missing very much against an opponent that has a reputation for being awkward.
Referee just having a quick word with Diritza about holding around the back of the head, and maybe the head just coming in a little bit there too. Missed with the left hand that time, McDonagh, but he's always pulling away to that right hand side, and Diritza just doesn't really seem to be able to operate on that particular angle.
When he gets caught with a shot, he does that step back and stance. Not every time, but a lot of the time it seems to be his recomposure stance. Okay, I've been here now, don't do that again.
I wonder if in the final round, which isn't too far away now, the corner might ask McDonagh for just 2 phases of attack, just to put his punches together a little bit more. He's looked good here. He's done everything that you could really have asked of him.
Yeah, there's not really too much he could do different. Like you say, maybe if he doubled up on the attack, he might catch Dorica as he does that step off here, take a straight step back in again, straight away, and he landed a clean shot doing it there. I mean, he follows up with 2 and 3. That's being super critical, of course, because it's not like he's not really stepped foot wrong so far.
No, he really hasn't. It's been a good performance, snapping out that jab again. This, if it goes a distance, and you'd imagine it will be the third time in a row he's done the 4 full rounds, and that's never a bad thing early on. You see a lot of fighters get some quick blowouts, and it looks good on the record, but it often doesn't really tell you a great deal. It can be good for confidence, can't it? But with someone like McDonagh, who's obviously, as I say, been boxing a long time and is confident in what he's doing, I don't think he necessarily needs that.
No, he's confident enough. He knows his ability. He's got all the skill. A knockout, when he gets around 4 and 5, if he gets a stoppage here and there, that'll boost his confidence. But rounds are good for developing your skills, and he's got the amateur skills now. Turning them into the professional games a little bit different. These rounds will be so valuable to him. It wouldn't benefit him to get into his 10th fight boxing exactly the same as he was as an amateur, because if he's knocked everyone out early and then he gets into a 10-rounder, he's going to box with his amateur style. They can burn up a lot of energy early, so getting these rounds in will help him settle into the longer rounds over a longer fight.
That's exactly it. Very well put. As you move up through 4, 6, 8, 10 and take it through those steps, gives you that time to acclimatise. So 4th and final round between these two.
Mine's in good hands with the Rumbles team over there, though, so I'm sure they'll be guiding him along nicely. A lot of people in attendance tonight, a lot of familiar faces. I feel like it's going to be a busy night tonight. I believe I read it was all sold out as well.
It is. It's been sold out for a while, actually. There's some debuts tonight, which is always interesting. And some kind of bigger name fighters in the likes of Jake Ball, Danny Dignum, Lynn, who we've seen on some good stages in recent months, getting an outing. Left hand there from McDonagh was maybe a little bit low, just caught Duritz around about the hip. Sam McNess, he's back out tonight too.
Sam McNess is in a great fight tonight, I believe. Is that fight still on?
He's got Innocent Anyanwu, who we saw against Sear Osgour here a few months back, who's a tough fighter. He'll be a tough opponent.
Martin's corner there telling him not to show it. I think maybe it's getting to the last round. He's feeling ahead. He's probably feeling the pace a little bit now. He's making a couple of mistakes. No, he's not getting tagged for making mistakes, but his corner effectively would want him not to make mistakes just because a big puncher may catch him. It's a good learning time. When you're feeling this, you're in front of the crowd. Sparring, but when you're in there and you're feeling this way, rounds he'll get here tonight while he's feeling it are so much more valuable than any sparring rounds you'll get.
Good left to the body from McDonagh a few seconds ago. Has found that a number of times so far. As I said, Duritz has never looked in trouble, but he's just not ever been allowed into the fight. I can't really remember a single clean shot that he's landed on McDonagh worth mentioning anyway throughout the course of these 4 rounds.
Watching McDonagh from this fight to the last few fights we've seen him, I feel like he's come on, he's developed, he's settled down a little bit more. The first fights, he was very bouncy, moving around a lot. He's settled a little bit more now. He's still not getting hit, he's still using his footwork, but he's not bouncing around so much. I think there's been great improvement from him.
Well, he'll be wanting to get back out again as soon as he possibly can. Made his debut here at the end of April, has been out once since then, and I think he'll be hoping to probably fight a couple more times before the end of the year if he can. Nice jab. Didn't travel far at all there.
Again, successful that lead hook. That's been a shot for him all night, that really, hasn't it? All the other shots have landed cleanly, but when he lands that, I feel maybe it's the long hair of Dariki you see fly to the other side, and you think it makes the shot look like it's really impacted him.
It does. That's a good point.
From a judging or a tactical point of view, shave all your hair off, it looks like you're not getting hit as much.
So there goes the bell at the end of 4 rounds there between Martin McDonagh and Rudolf Duritz. A good 4 rounds again for McDonagh, who is improving every time we see him. He started from a good level, having achieved a lot really as an amateur, having reached a high level as an amateur, and he didn't hang around. He turned pro young, and as a result he has got time to take things at a steady kind of pace, but as you said, the improvement from the first time we saw him to the second time and now to this time has been quite noticeable on each occasion, so it will be interesting to see how quick he might be able to move, but the fundamentals are definitely there, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. He's made the right improvements and the correct changes. It's easy to make changes, it's making the right ones that count, and I think he's making the right changes at this point.
So Chaz Coakley calling the two to the centre of the ring. I'm pretty sure this is going to be 40 points for 36 in favour of McDonagh. I'll be astonished if it's anything else.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause, please, for both these young men starting us off tonight here at the Brentwood Centre in Essex. After 4 rounds of professional boxing, the scorecard is as follows. 40-36 in favour of your winner. And still, with a 100% record, now 3 from 3, Martin McDonagh!
Were you pleased with that performance?
Yeah, I was pleased. Took it as it come. It was awkward, but stuck to the game plan in the box well.
He's a tough, durable opponent, but that sort of lead right hook seemed to really serve you well in the fight.
Yeah. I was catching. That's my main shot. A southpaw and catching with a leader all the time. I was stuck to the game plan. He was awkward, but got the job done.
I have to say the commentators were very impressed with you. They thought it was a great learning fight for you, but they've seen a definite, obvious progression throughout the 3 fights.
Definitely. I'm just going to take every fight as it comes and show all the super lightweights out there I'm coming.
Right, well, listen, well done. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Back to you, Andy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our second contest of the evening. This is a middleweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. Please welcome, from Nicaragua, now fighting out of Catalonia, Spain, Michael Aguila!
Number of Barcelona-based Nicaraguans who we see at regular intervals over here, the likes of Ronaldo Mora, Jose Aguilar, Johnson Tellez, and they bring good value. They come to fight normally, and that's why we see them over here so often. He's tough, Michael Aguilar. I've seen him a few times, and he's stopped by the likes of Kerman Laharaga, who's now the European welterweight champion, but not by too many others.
From Chatham, Kent, France, go-getter,
So Grant Dennis has had a good career so far, won the Southern Area title against Nicky Gemman by a couple of points. That wasn't too long ago, back in November 2016. Then lost to Elliot Matthews by unanimous decision for the English title. That was in his last fight at York Hall last December, and it was close enough on the cards. 3 points separating them on a couple of judges' scorecards and one on the other. So he's operated at a good level, Grant Dennis.
Yeah, do you know Grant Dennis boxed David Price in the amateurs?
Well, David Price I saw weigh in a little bit earlier on. That seems absolutely incredible, though.
It seems incredible to think so, but these things happen. It's crazy how much these guys change over the years. He's been sparring people like Chris Eubank and Billy Joe Saunders, Grant, and I know that like in preparation for their fights, that they've had their most recent fights, and at the age of 34, I've had a little chat with him, and he says he doesn't feel he's reached his prime yet, and the fight that you spoke about, which he felt like he'd won the fight. I know that he'd love a return on that kind of fight. Doesn't feel he's reached his prime yet, so a lot more left in the tank, he says.
Introducing first and boxing out of the red corner, wearing the red and white, weighing in at 11 stone, 6.5 pounds. He comes to the ring for his 62nd professional fight. Originally from Nicaragua, now fighting out of Catalonia, Spain, Miguel Aguila! And his opponent, boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the red and gold shorts, weighing in at 11 stone, 8 pounds. He comes to the ring with a fight record of 10 wins from 11 professional fights, 1 inside the distance, 1 loss, no draws. From Chatham, Kent, Grant, go-getter, Dennis! Your referee in charge of the action for this one is Mr. Chaz Coakley. Your timekeeper of the bell is Mr. John Smith.
Lads, I've already spoke to you both. Keep them punches up. No eating, yeah? Touch gloves.
And it was on the back foot trying to box and be smart, and it's easy, if you see the fight you can understand how he thought he won it. He did a lot of work that night, and I imagine what's on his mind now is building himself straight back into that position.
Well, he's moved on from that title, Elliot Matthews. It's actually vacant at the moment, but Rhys Cartwright and Tyler Denny fight for the English middleweight title tomorrow at Walsall Town Hall on the Black Country Boxing Promotions bill, one of Errol Johnson's bills, so I'm sure he'll be awaiting the outcome of that with a lot of interest. He's in terrific shape. You can see that, and he started pretty purposefully here. And Aguilar, with just a look at his corner there, and that's a kind of knowing glance you sometimes see the away corner fighter and his trainer just share. He realises he's in with somebody here who, for this, it's not just any other night. He wants to get back into contention quickly, Dennis, and he catches him with a right hand and then an uppercut too. And I think this could be quite painful for Aguilar, to be honest.
Well, the early signs are there. He's landing some clean shots, especially with that right hand. That left hand not so much, but he set the right hands up so well. That right hook and then that uppercut was beautiful, and I feel like he's noticed them straight away. It's easy to land them shots and not realise that you've landed such a clean shot. And I think he's recognised that them shots are working. In round 1 of the fight as well is pretty good start.
Saw a brilliant British title fight from ringside at middleweight 2 weeks ago between Jason Wellborn and Tommy Langford. It was the second fight in a row between those two. The first one was nominated for Fight of the Year, and the second one, I think in this new season, will be as well. It was absolutely sensational. It's a division that generally does give good value because as you go up in the weights, the strength to power ratio becomes more dangerous, is probably the only word for it, really. And for me, it kind of starts at middleweight. Yeah,
it's a great division. There's a Southern Area title fight just been made between Taylin Jones and Linus Udofia as well, which will be a fantastic fight. I think Linus is 10-0 with 7 knockouts. Taylin Jones is 11 wins, 1 loss. Only got a couple of stoppages, but he's got a crazy engine on him. That'll be something that Dennis, even though he's past it now and he's looking around higher things, he will keep his eye on them sort of things because they're the boys that will be chasing up behind here. He's looking well tonight. He looks fresh for a 34-year-old as well. You know, half look clean and fresh and cut and in shape.
Good combination of punches there. Aguilar was made to miss with the left hand, and then Dennis didn't quite land the right uppercut clean.
He's put that head in a couple of times now. It's the second time Chaz pulled him up on that. I think towards the end of one of these rounds, Chaz will want to tell the corner to start pulling him up on that. If he does it again, he leans straight in with that head. It's not really good for any fight. Hopefully Dennis can recognise that and walk him into an uppercut more.
That would be the shot, wouldn't it? Because he is quite crouched over as he comes in there, as you say. He's just trying to get onto the shoulder. Close is safe, as the saying goes, and he doesn't want to be where he is now particularly, because that kind of 3/4 longish range is very much where Dennis will want to keep him. End of the first round. Good busy first round there from Grant Dennis, and Aguilar just sticks out his tongue and has a bit of a grimace as he goes back towards the corner. But as I said, these crew of Catalonian Nicaraguans now, as you might call them, they are tough.
He looks more than happy walking around the ring like he's walking through the park with his dog.
Well, he's been the distance with the likes of Tommy Langford, Troy Williamson, Johnny Coyle, Stephen Donnelly. That was just a couple of weeks ago in his last fight. Fighters who stopped him: Leharaga, who I mentioned, is the European welterweight champion; Seferino Rodriguez, who was, before he lost it to Sam Eggington; Roman Andreev, who beat Craig Evans for the WBO European not that long ago. So it's only really good fighters who have managed to put him away.
That head going straight forward right at the start of the round.
I think that's what the referee's just having a quick word of them both about. You were right, he's taken the opportunity to do that sooner rather than later, which is a good thing.
It doesn't help anyone in the fight. I get that some people do it, they feel like it can put their opponent off, they do it for tactical reasons, but no one would gain anything out of this. You potentially give Grant a cut, and the fight may get stopped, and he's not even going to get the win for it, so it's not really anyone's achieving anything out of it.
Nice right hand there from Dennis. Just snapped the head back of Aguilar. Looking to attack the body.
I like seeing boys double up on the uppercut like that. Straight he went from body to head, but I appreciate that as a shot, double up to the head or double up to the body. You don't see it very often. I think it's quite a successful shot. When your hand fits through that glove and you've connected, if you're up close like that, just keep digging away and tapping away. It might not hurt, but their head's bouncing up and down and it's distracting them.
Well, the referee just having a quick word with Dennis there about holding with his left hand and hitting with his right, and he's done that a couple of times now, so I'm not surprised that Chaz Coakley spoke up on it, but he's looking nice and busy. He's just kind of growing into the round here, Dennis. The jab looks decent. Left hand there from Aguilar. That's the shot he looks for. Hasn't really managed to land it yet. There was the uppercut.
Again, he goes with that double uppercut there. It's not really landing very clean. Maybe if he followed up with a third one as a hook or on either hand, I feel like he'd have a bit of success with that, finishing that shot.
He's falling slightly short with the right hand and then moving in behind it. There's that right again. I think the problem with the uppercut for him is that he just steps out to the right a little bit and then has to throw it at a slight angle, and it's not quite connecting.
Always seems to glide off the hand, off the forearm and the glove. Maybe if he stepped the other way, he'd put himself in the perfect position for it. Or maybe throw the other uppercut from the other hand.
Nice right hand there.
That was clean.
Straight through the guard. Aguilar's having a go though, and this is what I mean about that troop of fighters we see so often over here now, as they do come to have a scrap. Very rarely just cover up. They generally tend to feel if they're under fire that the best way to try and get through it is to give some back.
Then he's not wanting to hang around though. He's straight back on him as soon as action is broke. He wants to get back to work. The ref steps in, he steps back forward, and he wants to be busy. He looks like a kind of come forward, keep working, keep grafting, grind them down kind of fighter. And with the longer rounds now where he's getting to his championships, that will suit him. He'll manage to grind opponents down, providing he's got the tank to follow it through.
Well, that's it. In the two title fights he's had, they've both gone 10 rounds, and he got it against Jenman, didn't quite get it against Matthews. So midway through this one, scheduled for 4. Aguilar staying on his feet. One of his laces, I think, is a little bit loose there. Aguilar's right lace. So slight delay to the start of round 3. Halfway through this one, scheduled for 4. Grant Dennis is in the red and gold. Miguel Aguilar is in the red and white. Aguilar coming over from Barcelona, born in Nicaragua. Had most of his early fights over there. Dennis, Chatham in Kent. Former Southern Area champion, English title challenger.
He's looking well tonight. He is looking well. He's ref not too happy with that, interrupting me there with his clash of heads. That's been going on since the start, and it's not always something you want to see in a fight like this. The fight's warmed up nicely. They're both going nicely at each other, and it would be a shame to see a cut spoil something like this.
Just poking with the right hand there, Dennis. Looking for the combination, but again Aguilar looks to try and come back himself. Good right hand there from Aguilar, just got through.
Nice and clean there. Smile on his face there as he steps back.
Landed the uppercut again there up the middle, Dennis. It's not really hurt Aguilar.
I mean, his record doesn't suggest he's a big puncher. He hasn't got many stoppages on there, but if he lands clean shots like this repetitively over the longer fights, they will take their toll and it'll drain the opponents. If nothing, the ref might start looking at the guys. If he's landing these shots over and over again, it doesn't have to knock them out. The ref can look and think, well, this is too much.
Another good right hand up the middle again. As he steps forward with that uppercut and just throws it straight, then it lands. Either it lands high up on the chest or on the chin. Right hand lead there, then just moved onto the shoulder from Dennis. Slips underneath the left hook and tries to counter with the right hand. Didn't quite find a spot for that one.
Nice combination there. His opponent calls him on there. Come on, he says to him. Dennis confident and comfortable in there now, has his hands down. I think he's enjoying himself a little bit. At this point, there isn't actually that much coming back in this round. So at this mid-range, long-range section that he's found himself in now, he seems to be actually a lot tidier and getting hit back a lot less. When he gets up close, he gets caught with them heads, and then they get tangled up and the ref breaks them up again.
Well, when he throws that right hand, whichever way he throws it, whether it's an uppercut or that kind of screw shot almost that he throws with it, he moves in behind it. His feet just come in behind it, and that's why he ends up on the shoulder. And it's a bit of a shame because it then just smothers any other work that he might be able to do.
It puts a full stop on the end of the end of the combination, really.
That goes about the end of the third round. Good stuff from Grant Dennis. This was your weight division, of course, middleweight. So how are things?
It was
Richie
tough
Gray
at first.
had to hang up the gloves in case anybody's unaware through to hand injuries, so it's been a bit of a transformation for you over the last few weeks.
Yeah, it was tough at first, like any boxer will understand. It is difficult at first, but I found my way now and I'm staying in and around the media side, which I do enjoy with Fight Talk, and one of my sponsors that sponsored me during my career, Advanced Facility Management, are looking after me as well now. I'm doing bits with MTK and Fight Talk and started doing interviews and really enjoying the media side of things. It's a lot safer and I haven't been hit once.
It's a lot safer.
Nobody's punched me yet, so...
Well, I've often thought, though, that maybe the standard of commentary would improve if I got punched in the face every time I made a mistake. No, it's a lot safer this side. A lot safer.
Well, maybe we'll put that in for the future. If we're no good, people can come and punch us. We'll test run it on you first.
Right.
I've been punched enough.
So into the fourth and final round here, Grant Dennis looking to try and turn up the heat a bit against Miguel Aguilar.
Both happy to exchange here. I'm not a big fan of Grant when he's right in close, he drops them hands and he's willing to take a shot. I get it, I understand it. You're not hurting me. You're trying to make a statement. You can't hurt me. Everyone else, you can see that he can't hurt me. I get that. But if it was a competitive, close fight, it can only take one shot. He might have the chin for it, but it doesn't look good on the scorecard sometimes. Even if he wins the round, for the ref, the judges, at some point in the fight, it might not reflect well.
He's got a decent jab, Dennis, when he chooses to throw it, but often he kind of pecks with that right hand, that lead right hand. He likes to throw that.
I can't help but to think, and I'm not a matchmaker, I can't help but to think how good of a fight him and Taylor Jones would be. Because Taylor Jones is a similar sort of style. He comes forward, work. Again, not a massive puncher. Imagine these two in front of each other, just let him fist go. They'd go for 10 rounds.
Some really good upper body movement there from Dennis. Just slipping a couple of punches, spinning away to his left-hand side. Fitness is obviously not an issue with him. We've mentioned the fact that he's been a distance in every fight he's had, actually, apart from one. Done 8 a couple of times, done 10 twice, and the engine hasn't been the problem.
I think because he's not stopped these people, it serves him well. He doesn't waste energy trying to knock people out because perhaps he feels, well, I'm not going to knock him out, so I'm not going to try. So he doesn't burn up unnecessary energy. So as the rounds go on, he hasn't tried to knock these opponents out, whereas some boys, when they believe in their power, they try to knock people out and burn up unnecessary energy.
But Aguilar's going to manage to negotiate his way through these rounds, as he generally does.
Again, I'd like to see Dennis take a step back and just keep it at mid to long range. He's at his best there. He's at his best. Perhaps it's not all his own doing. His opponent, he's probably happier, as you can see there, to lean straight onto him. But if Grant could sort of suss that out, keep him on the end of a jab as he steps forward, land a shot as he comes at him, and then step away.
Just shut down his own space a little bit there, Dennis, but then took a step back and landed a good-looking right hand. He's definitely looking to try and raise the tempo a bit here, and Aguilar, as is his way, is looking to try and swing back himself. That was decent from Aguilar, just pivoted round the front foot and managed to turn his man just when he really needed to find a bit of space too.
He's rolled under quite a few shots quite nicely as well. I don't know it's on purpose, but he's done it. See there, he charges in with that head again.
Well, there goes the bell, the end of the 4 rounds, and it was a good 4 rounds, an entertaining 4 rounds to watch. Grant Dennis was very much in control of it, but Aguilar came to fight. He came to have his say, and for the most part he did that, and Dennis will be pleased to get back out. It's a long time now since he fought Elliot Matthews. It's back last December. It was a defeat, it was a narrow defeat, as you say. He wasn't particularly happy with the decision, and once you've been in at that title level, you need back in at that level, don't you? You don't want to fight endless 4-6 rounders. He's had one tonight because he needed one, but his next fight he'll want to be back in where
100%.
Somewhere meaningful.
He wouldn't have want to go backwards. You come and fight like that, the problem is you need to not blow some dust off because you've come off a loss, but there's no point going hard fights every single time. He's off the back of one. He's had a bit of time to fix some problems that he may have felt he had. Done that, he can test him out tonight, and now he's back in there now. He's back in the mix. He's had a fight. He can take another 50-50.
And after 4 rounds of professional boxing, we go over to the point score of 40-36 in favour of your winner. In the blue corner, Grant, go get it, Dennis!
Watching him beat Joe Hughes up in Sheffield a good 5-6 years ago, and that was a big win for him that night, Elfie. But he's doing good things managing fighters, and we're just trying to get Grant Dennis back actually for a quick post-fight interview. It'll be interesting to hear what he feels he can try and get his hands on next. And he's down ringside now with Sophia.
Well, congratulations. That's your 12th fight. Obviously, you're off the back of a loss to Elliot Matthews, the only defeat of your career, but it was for the English title.
Yeah.
Pleased to get out there, get the rounds under your belt?
Yeah, it's been a frustrating year because I haven't been able to get out like I wanted to. I wanted to get out a lot more than I have done. But now I'm back in there. I've got a good few rounds in there. He's a tough opponent.
61 fights, he's very durable. I can tell you were looking for that knockout.
Yeah, I thought I nearly had him at the end there, you know what I mean? But my main goal now is to go for the English again.
Yeah.
And because I don't feel like the result last time was fair, I think I should be standing here as the English champion now. And everyone knows that I want to get that back on with Elliot Matthews and set this record straight, because, like I say, I believe that I won that fight that night, and it's a thorn in my side, so that's the one I want.
Well, it was a great fight, so fingers crossed that happens for you.
Hopefully, I can just pray.
Well done, congratulations. Back to you, Andy.
So here comes another of our Nicaraguans, now based over in Barcelona, and he's had plenty of fights too. And again, just like the previous fighter, his namesake Aguila, he doesn't get stopped very often. I saw him stopped by Gamal Yafai back at the start of August in Cardiff in 3, but Yafai is a high quality fighter.
To the ring, from Boston, Surrey, Lynn!
But then again, so I think it's Louis Lynn, or at least he certainly will be. I've seen both of his fights so far, and I've been impressed. Turned over with a good amateur pedigree, a good amateur reputation. Got a GB assessment after beating the GB seeded fighter Jack Hillier, the England elite champion, but he didn't get a place on the squad, so he decided to turn pro. And 2 stoppages so far against Mikey Horrobin, and then last time out against Ricky Starkey, and he's looked good. Kevin Mitchell in his corner.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is a featherweight contest for 6 3-minute rounds. Introducing first and boxing out of the red corner, wearing the black shorts, weighing in at 8 stone 13 pounds. He comes to the ring for his 72nd professional fight from Barcelona, Spain, Jose El Polo Aguila. And his opponent, boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the white shorts, weighing in at 8 stone 13 pounds. He comes to the ring with a 100% fight record, 2 wins from 2 professional fights, both inside the distance. From Bastard, Surrey, Louis Lynn! In charge of the action for this one is Mr. Jeff Hines. Your timekeeper at the bell is Mr. John Smith.
Okay, gentlemen, 6 rounds or less. 7 at all times.
I like that. That feels like a bit of a warning at the start of the fight. Gentlemen, 6 rounds or less.
He always says that, Jeff. I like it too. Just making it clear that
just
it
so
is
you
perfectly
know,
acceptable not to take 6 rounds.
Just so you know, it's very possible that this ain't going 6.
Well, Lynn again looks in good shape here. He's going to be campaigning at featherweight. Aguilar has been with some good fighters, but as mentioned, I saw him stopped by Yafai in 3. Yafai is super bantamweight, so size could be an issue here, I think, for Aguilar. Signed a 7-fight deal with
Louis Lynn landing a nice right hand at the start there.
With Matchroom Louis Lynn, and he started in fairly good aggressive fashion here. Trains down at 12-3s with Kevin Mitchell, Darren Barker's place in Paddington. There's one in Aldgate as well.
A bit wild there with that right hand. I think he's a little bit excited. It is early days, but he's definitely needing that. I've seen him box before, and he's definitely needing that. I feel like at the moment he wants to impress, and with his opponent doing things like that, that will only egg him on and spur him on a bit more.
Well, in his debut against Mikey Horrobin was a Manchester fighter that Kieran Farrell had brought down, and he really gave it a good crack, but Lynn was just too big for him. That was on the Dillian White, Lucas Brown undercard back at the end of March, and then we saw him on the Watkins-Okoli bill at the start of June at York Hall. He was in with Ricky Starkey, who's a Liverpool fighter who always comes to give it a shot, and he stopped him, and it was a good, fairly clinical performance.
Got caught clean there.
right hand from Aguilar as he was opening up to have a go himself.
Louis has come in a little bit wild sometimes. We know he's a good boxer. He's achieved high things in the amateurs. I feel like perhaps at this minute he needs to settle down a little bit. It's easy to be critical because you're not in there and you don't know how he's feeling, but I feel like he could be calmer and neater at this point. He's rushed in a couple of times with wild shots, and that's how he got caught there. He wasn't hurt, but it didn't look nice. It wasn't pretty on the eye.
Looking for the combination.
That was a lot cleaner there, a lot better. Landed his combination, still had a little bit of space between them.
Looking to the
that
body
shot would have felt.
And then switches upstairs.
He seems a bit more settled now. He's a bit calmer. Throwing a few singles to set things up and then throwing his combination.
Aguilar will look to get as low as he can, make himself into as awkward a target as he can. He's got time here, Lynn, too. This scheduled for 6 rounds.
Or less.
Or less.
As a referee.
And they've
so
both been inside the
them.
distance the first 2 times he's boxed so far. That was good, though. Good use of the feet to cut off the ring and then crash the right hand through the guard. Bell goes to the end of the first round, and Aguilar just trying to front up a bit at the conclusion of that 3 minutes.
Aguilar not happy at the end there. It's nice to see a bit of fire coming out of the away corner, though. It is nice to see that.
Always.
They're emotionally invested at least a little bit into the fight.
Well, he won a GB championship as an amateur, a 3 Nations silver medal. Lost to Lee McGregor in the final, who's turned over as a pro as well. He's doing well. 4-0 last time I looked, under Cyclone Promotions, trained by Shane McGuigan. And they sparred actually before Lynn's last fight. McGregor had a fight coming up too. He was in with Reece Bellotti as well actually before his last fight, so he's getting some good work. Trying to use the jab there, Lynn, just to track Aguilar down. Aguilar bangs his gloves together.
He seems to be emotionally invested. He did that banging the gloves earlier on in the first round, and then seems to put a bit of a look to Louis at the end of the first as well. Maybe Louis is frustrating him with these. Them combinations sort of bamboozle him and blind him for a second. I don't know if they're hurting him, but they're definitely bothering him. Lee, and tonight, I bet he must be happy with the show this evening. Sold out, busy, good boxing on tonight, good bit of entertainment and a good crowd.
It is a good crowd. It generally is down here.
And it's early days as well. I mean, through the night there's more fights, there'll be more people arriving. It's Friday, so some people won't be able to get here so early. This is really just the start of the evening.
Well, it's just teeing up a big boxing weekend, isn't it? I'm lucky enough to be at Wembley tomorrow night, and there will be plenty of us there, of course, but there'll be plenty who won't, and they'll sit at home and watch that one and come to some live boxing tonight, watch it on the TV tomorrow. Lynn just trying to let his hands go there as Aguilar was moving in.
I'd like to see Aguilar sort of fire back a little bit now, see what happens. What's Louis like when the pressure's back on him a little bit? I know it's easier said than done, but and Louis is on his case, but it would be nice to see how he responds to that. Took them nicely on the gloves, that was neat.
Just shutting down his own space slightly there as he moved forward, Lynn, trying to tee up that right hand. He just pushes his opponent off. The referee might not like that too much. The head's coming quite close. Feet just followed his hands a bit there for Louis Lynn as he was coming in. Just walked after his punches a bit.
I sense that Louis is starting to get to him a little bit now. I see him glaze over his shoulder a second ago, and that's not usually a good sign. If you're wildly in control, it's okay, but if you're usually behind, it's never a good sign.
Well, it's a good left hand there as he pinned Aguilar back in the corner. Aguilar did well though, managed to turn him and just tie his man up. It was quite strange when he looked out of the ring, because he looked out of our corner and there's nobody here. If it was over to his own corner, you would have understood it a little bit more, so it was slightly odd, and I think you're definitely right. He's shaky on his feet here, and Lynn, I think, looking to get the finish.
Relax.
Aguilar doing the right thing, just grabbing on for dear life there.
Louis needs to relax here, take his time.
Crunching right hand round the back of the glove, and the bell came at a very good time there for Jose Aguilar.
The bell. Brilliant end to the round for Louis Lynn there, brilliant end to the round. He should be smart at the start of this next round. Just as I said, I thought he was getting to him, landed that clean shot, and he sort of did a bit of a dance back to the centre of the ring. We don't know how he's going to recover in the corner from that. So the first 30 seconds or so will tell how the next round's going to go, I believe.
Well, the advice in the Lynn corner coming in from Kevin Mitchell, former world title challenger, came so close to that WBC title against Jorge Linares. I don't think a lot of people at the time realised just how good Linares was when he came over the first time, but we've seen plenty from him since, and it was an unbelievable effort from Mitchell that night, but it wasn't quite to be in the end. But now he's adapting to life as a trainer, very much enjoying it from what I can tell, and he's got a good one on his hands here in Louis Lynn.
Louis switched there for a second.
Left hand from Aguilar again, he bangs those gloves together. That's been more for show than anything else, because every time he's done it, it kind of suggests that he's going to come out firing, and well, he's not really been allowed to.
I can see if Louis can land one of these clean shots at the start of a round, I can't see the round getting through, because at the end of that round he looked bothered right in the middle, and then Lou landed that shot. It was only happened to be at the end of the round. If Lou can catch one in the first minute, give himself 2 minutes to try and find another shot, he could
good
have
left hand, big left hand there from Lynn, good combination, and this is the third good combination he's landed in this round so far. After he found the target with the first one, Aguilar was immediately looking to hold on.
Sorry look on his face at the moment.
And I think he's got a long way to go in this round here, Aguilar, if he's going to see the end of it.
I feel like the ref's having a little look at him now. He's getting caught with some clean shots, punches in bunches, and they're all clean as well.
Just snapping the head back with the right hand there, and Aguilar just getting him in a headlock almost there, Lynn. Doing everything he can just to buy himself a bit of time. Just has a dab at his right eye. I don't think there's any blood coming from it. Maybe a bit of swelling he can feel.
I think Louis is probably enjoying himself now. He's having great success. Wasn't like this at the very first round, so he seems to have ground him down a little bit, and now he's got his man in a position where the stoppage could be on the cards.
There is a slight nick on that right eyebrow of Aguilar, but he's taking some punishment in this round, and if I were his corner, I wouldn't be thinking about pulling him out at the end of this one maybe, but I would be beginning to think about how much of this he really needs to take.
As we know, and not everyone will know, but he may have many fights booked up. The fact that he's got a cut now, so if he's got work coming up in the next 2 weeks, there's likely to get cancelled anyway because of the cut. So there's no point in putting your man through too much of a beating now, taking too many shots, because he can't box for another month now anyway, he's cut.
Good point. Exactly, and that's what it's about when you're on the road. You want to box as often as you can. A stoppage will cause a 28-day suspension.
This very may well get stopped.
At least 28 to 45 days it is with the British Boxing Board of Control, and Lynn is just teeing off now, and the corner man to our right is having a good look through the ropes. He's got the Q-tip out, just ready to try and do something with that cut between rounds. Bell goes, and he'll get in there as quick as he can. A deep breath there from Aguilar as he goes back to the corner. And Lynn staying on his feet. He's put his punches together well. Not saying a great deal in the Aguilar corner at the minute, just giving his man a chance to get some air in. But a compassionate corner, I think. One more of them and then that'll do.
Yeah, like I say, it's just not necessary. If he had, even if he's got work booked up for next week, the week after, the week after, he will have to miss next week's one anyway with that cut. I mean, they by all means put him out there. I doubt the doctor would let him fight with a cut like that. We can't really see how severe it is for here, but the more punches he takes, the more likely it's going to get worse, and you're going to put him out for longer and longer. Give him another round, show us something. If not, we're going to pull you out.
Lynn just stalking his man across the ring. Makes
sure
contact with the right hand.
I'm sure Kevin, the other corner, would have sensed a similar sort of thing. Lou, if you can catch him enough times tonight, you've got him going. You may get yourself an early night here.
Featherweight's an interesting division at the minute. Got a great fight between Reece Bellotti and between Jordan Gill and Ryan Doyle coming up on the 27th at the Copper Box on what is a terrific bill. The idea being that the winner of that's for the Commonwealth title, for Doyle's Commonwealth title, will box the winner of Ryan Walsh against Isaac Lowe for the British. Walsh being the defending champion. That was originally going to be on the same night, but it'll be a little bit later on now, not too much later, I don't think. It's an interesting division. He's a way off that yet, Lynn, of course, but he definitely has some ability.
I feel like that cut's coming out a bit now. There's a bit more blood running down his face. Maybe the way he patched it up, but
it's been knocked into the ropes. And there's some people at ringside here, I think, just wanting to see an end to this.
Yeah, and I wouldn't disagree with that, because he's not firing much back, and it's not like Louis isn't hit when Louis landing these combinations. Some of them are a little bit messy, but these tidy combinations that he's landing are hurting, and it's not necessary anymore. It's unnecessary.
Jeff Hines, to be fair, hasn't really had an opportunity here to jump in, because he's not looked massively distressed, Aguilar, and they are quick to get in, Southern area referees. It's something alike Jeff and Bob Williams and the rest of the referees we see regularly. As soon as they feel it's no longer competitive, they'll stop it.
Louis seems to stop just at the right time to give his opponent the few seconds he needs for the ref to think, you know what, he's actually all right. Maybe if Louis doubled up the attack, tripled up the attack.
And maybe a little bit of pop has just gone off these for Lynn.
He's put some hard rounds in, hasn't he?
Left hand there from Aguilar, comes back, didn't really land clean, but it was a decent punch. Knees just seemed to buckle slightly there from Aguilar as Lynn threw a right hand. Switching southpaw very briefly there, Lynn. And again. And that cut is getting worse, more blood coming from it.
The cut has really come open now. I feel like he's saying that was a head.
Bell goes. So 4 down, the schedule for 6 at featherweight. Louis Lynn in the white, Jose Aguilar in the black. Lynn really just needs to keep doing what he's doing. It's working and it's having an impact. I don't see if he suddenly started looking to pot shot and go for one big shot to get him out of there, that would be more successful than the way he's going about it.
Yeah, I don't think one big shot is the answer to this, because he's stunned him a few times, but it's never been he's had to throw the combination to set the single shot up. It doesn't come by luck, it comes by throwing the combinations and then finding the opening. He needs to distract him with some body shots. He's got the hand speed, so he can land 2 and 3 or 3 and 4 to the head, and then the last one seems to knock him off his stride. If he can catch one of them at the start of the round, that I believe will be the round he takes him out, if that comes.
So into the 5th.
Stoppage definitely on the cards for Louis, though.
Good left hand there, lead left uppercut almost from close range there from Lynn.
This is a nice start.
Time out here called by referee Jeff Hines, who is going to get that cut looked at by the ringside doctor.
It's bleeding quite a lot, and it seems.
And the referee's decided that this one is over, and Jeff Hines, I think, has taken the compassionate view there that he doesn't really need to see any more. And we're just into the 5th round, so if that was caused by a head clash, then this would go to the cards anyway. We'll see which way he's decided on it here, Jeff Hines. If he decided it was caused by a punch and he stops the fight, then obviously referee stops contest. It's a TKO for Lynn. If he decides that it was a clash of heads, then this being a 6th round, and once we completed 3 rounds, then we have a legal contest anyway. So either way, Louis Lynn has won, is what I'm saying. But the referee, he found a way to stop the fight there, didn't he? Because he knew the corner wasn't going to.
A couple of rounds ago, I feel like he felt like he didn't have to do it, but there was a potential there. I can see a reason why to stop this fight, but let's see how it goes. Maybe Louis will slow down. He's seen that, and he thought, you know what? I don't need to see no more. The corner are not going to stop it. Maybe this is it. And like you say, he took the opportunity to stop it.
It's good refereeing. He's a very experienced referee. He's seen a lot, and he looked to the fighter there and he thought, you don't need any more of this.
Can I ask you please to show your appreciation for both these boxers inside the ring? And after 29 seconds of round 5, our referee stopped the contest with a cut above the right eye of Jose Aguila. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, still with a 100% record, Bastard's very own Louis Lynn!
So Louis Lynn gets the win, and I didn't hear any scorecard read out there, so I think the verdict would be that that cut was caused by a punch, and for that reason it's a TKO win. And he's a fighter going places, Louis Lynn, certainly 3-0 now. I've seen all 3 of his fights and I've been impressed with all of them.
He's definitely got a lot of talent. Clearly he's got talent because of what he's done in the amateurs. Let's see how he develops in the pros. Like we said, we've seen Martin progress over his last few fights, and his style has changed quite a lot, but all in positive ways. As we watch Louis over his next few fights, let's see what happens.
Louis, congratulations, you remain unbeaten. That was your 3rd professional fight. He's a tough opponent, 71 fights, so it was good to get the rounds under your belt.
Yeah, it was very tough, and I got a bit excited in the first round.
Yeah.
I ended up getting caught with a good shot, and I felt it, but...
You put together some very good combinations as well.
Thank you. I felt I was just a little bit rushed at times, but other times I thought I'd done all right.
I've got a familiar name next to me, Kevin Mitchell. He's your trainer. Kevin, you pleased with that?
Yeah, very pleased, you know. I want to slow him down early, but he's learning as he's going on. He's only a baby. His 3rd fight, it'll take his time. He's getting better and better. That kid don't get stopped there. I want him to take him points. You got him out there, and I think it's only going to get worse and worse for the kid. Showed his class. He's coming on bundles and bundles.
Well, 2nd stoppage, 3rd fight. You've got to be very pleased with that. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Andy.
Good to hear from Kevin Mitchell, as well as his fighter there. And our next fight is on its way to the ring. Chris Jenkinson against Lenny Fuller. Chris Jenkinson in the ring, and he's another experienced campaigner.
Please welcome his opponent to the ring. From Maidstone, Kent, Lenny the Bangman Fuller!
Lenny Fuller's shifted a few tickets for this one. He's had 1 fight so far, that was a win. He's from Maidstone, making his debut back in May 2018, and he features on the back page of Boxing News today too, the world's oldest fight magazine. And there is Fuller with a quick Q&A, the 60 seconds Q&A.
He has got a good bit of support here. I was talking to some people earlier that have specifically come here to watch him tonight, so he's done a good ticket, I think, and he's got a good few sponsors. I had a little chat with him, and I know he really appreciates his sponsors.
The is a middleweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. Introducing first from Boxing Alley, red corner, wearing black shorts, weighing in at 11 stone 6 pounds. He comes to the ring for his 71st professional fight from Bolton, Lancashire, Chris Chaos Jenkinson!
Okay, gentlemen, 4 rounds or less.
Lenny Fuller is 24, he boxed out of the West Street Amateur Boxing Club, and he was telling me recently how he'd been sparring with Luke Campbell. So he's got some good sparring in. That'll put him in good stead for fights like this, because he ain't going to get fights like Luke Campbell anytime soon. So he'll be in a good position from now.
Well, that's great work, getting down to the McGuigan gym to work with Luke Campbell and Shane McGuigan. Luke Campbell, I saw him weigh in earlier on, had a quick chat with him yesterday, and he looks in good nick ahead of his WBC final eliminator against Ivan Mendy tomorrow night. Mendy handed him his first professional defeat back in December 2015, so he's looking to avenge that and get another world title shot. He's won an Olympic gold medal, and that is some company to be mixing in for Lenny Fuller, looking for a right hand there to the body. I've seen Jenkinson fight a lot though, and he always comes in the kind of shape we see him in here. He wins fewer than he loses, but he comes in great nick always. Boxed for the Central Area Super Welterweight title last October, and was stopped in 5 by Evaldas Korsakis. But he knows what he's doing, definitely, and he's dedicated. You can see that from the condition he's in.
For the first time tonight, I'm going to shout out people's sponsors, because you know how much I appreciate people's sponsors, and anyone listening to this, if you get time between the breaks, check out their sponsors. Lenny Fuller, sponsored by AC Installations, Clarity Clearance, Mark Davis Accountancy and Citywide Electricals. I know I spoke to Lenny about this, and he really does appreciate the help he gets, as any boxer does. So if anyone out there considering helping boxers, find your most local boxer to yourself, help them out. Tickets, bit of finance, anything. Let's go, Len!
Fuller just turning southpaw there. That's a fairly decent haul of sponsors he's got on his side. As you say, it does help massively, even if maybe you can't go full-time, but maybe they can help you go full-time in camp. Go back to the job outside of it. It just takes the pressure off and
I think
allows for recovery more than anything else.
Yeah, of course. The smallest of things can sometimes, some guys can appreciate just a bit of new kit, sometimes some meal prep, some, supplements, anything these guys may need, the little input you put can help. That some of these guys are doing part-time jobs, and that can cut a few hours out of their day where they can be resting and recovering.
Just looking for the uppercut there, Fuller. Didn't quite land it. Jenkinson tucking up. Good right hand there from Jenkinson, but nice stuff this here from Fuller.
I think Fuller comes from a bit of an unlicensed boxing background as well. Didn't do too much in the amateurs, I believe. But he's looking well here tonight. I'd like to see him with a little bit more head movement there. He's got a little bit of a smile on his face. I think he's enjoying himself. Looking a bit slick there, smiling to himself with his work.
Looking to finish with a left upstairs there, then falling short with the right and left.
I'd like to see him get out of that habit again. Grant Dennis, another Kent boy earlier, did the similar sort of thing, did a bit of work, put his hands down and a smile. There are boys in that division, and there are only 7 or 8 fights in front of them that will wait for opportunities like that.
This at middleweight tonight, he's going to be at super welterweight as he goes forward. Switching back to southpaw there, he's done that a few times.
Also a fantastic division, super welterweight. As we know, like we say, we've got Billy Bird, Matt McCarthy, all boys like that. There's a lot of other boys as well coming up through the ranks at the minute that are looking to get in the mix with these boys.
Oh, there is. I mean, well, I think I was going to say Sam McNess there, but I think he's coming down to welterweight by the look of him. You see the way his weights are going.
There's a boy, Dino Richards. I think he's something like 9-0 with something silly like 8 stoppages. Slick southpaw. He'll be in the mix. There's other local boys. Davis is only over the water from people like Lenny. They might like fights like that at that weight. And if they fight each other, they can always be eliminators for boys like Matt and Billy Bird, who should really still be keeping their eyes on these boys.
That's it. Aaron Morgan's another one. I keep wondering what's happened to Joe Pigford. He seems to have disappeared completely. We've got Ted Cheeseman against Asinia Byfield for the vacant British title on October the 27th.
That's an exciting fight.
That's a great fight, isn't it?
That's an exciting fight. Asinia Byfield choosing not to turn up to a recent press conference.
I was there. I was sitting next to Mickey Elliott, his manager, and we were wondering where he was, and the start was delayed, and Mickey was just shrugging his shoulders. Eddie Hearn was looking at him. Everybody was looking at him, and Mickey was just said, I don't know where he is. You know?
Mickey's saying, I have no control over what Byfield does. He will do what Byfield wants to do.
He's a handful of Asinia Byfield, no doubt about that. That should be an interesting fight. Another one I heard rumoured recently when we were in Cardiff for the last MTK show was Liam Williams against James Metcalf. Metcalf's the WBC international champion, so that would make sense for both of them because Williams would be a brilliant scout for him to get if he could get it, whereas for Williams there's something in it for him too.
Originally I feel like there was a fight between Byfield and Metcalf a long time ago. It was about a year or so ago now, but obviously plans got changed and they both went different directions with it.
Well, there was all sorts of carry on because Williams got stripped basically of his British title for fighting Liam Smith but not putting it on the line, and then Cheeseman and Metcalf were put together in the final eliminator. Metcalf wanted that to be for the full title, so he withdrew. Then Metcalf and Byfield were put together, then Metcalf withdrew. Then Byfield and Williams were put together, then Williams withdrew, and now we've got Byfield against Cheeseman. So it's all come full circle, but they're all good fights and at least one of them's happening. Good jab there from Fuller as he comes forward and knocks Jenkinson back, but Jenkinson's not looked in.
I feel like Jenkins has been playing games with him a little bit this round. He is very comfortable in there right now, Jenkins. I'd like to see Fuller try and do something, take him out. It wouldn't surprise me. Jenkins is not far off nicking or, being in a shout for this round at this point in time.
Well, he's been in with some good fights. He's been a distance for the likes of Denton Vassell, Macaulay McGowan, Craig Morris, who I saw a couple of weeks ago very nearly beat Scott Fitzgerald.
Fuller's not putting a dent in him here tonight, is he, with these shots?
No. No, he's not. He did put a lot into the first round, Fuller, too.
Physically, Jenkins just looks a lot bigger and a lot more thick set, and you wonder if he decided to flick the switch, how would the rounds be going?
Well, he may decide to do that in the second half of the fight. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Fuller started really fast, but he seemed to have quite slowed his pace down at this point. Maybe he's waiting for a round or so to go by, but he's doing a little bit of posing here, but he's not scoring too much with it. It's not a good game to play with someone this experienced.
Jenkinson just tucking up, looking for a left hand, couldn't land it.
I had this discussion with someone the other day. These away fighters, they're here to do a job, and everyone knows what their job is to do. And if sometimes you start to try and play a fool with them, you can upset them and they can think, well, I don't have to do this. I'm doing this because I'm choosing to do this. And I feel like if I want to give you a hard night's work, I will give you a hard night's work. So sometimes you kind of have to be sensible with your showboating and you're playing to the crowd, because if he decides not to like it anymore and flick the switch.
Oh, it can happen. We've all seen it happen plenty of times, and you have to just you have to earn the respect.
It was Willie Warburton I watched the other day, and someone tried, I can't remember who it was now, he's a little bit of showboat, and I thought, of all the boys you want to showboat, Willie Warburton is not one of the ones you want to get in his bad books, because if he decides to, do you know what, I'm going to win tonight, and he wants to win, there's every chance he could. Willie Warburton is the biggest upsetter that there is that comes from the away corner.
He's probably the away corner fighter who wins the most, and as you say, it's not quite as simple as he wins when he wants, but often he'll decide that he's going to give it a crack that night. Maybe he'll go in with that frame of mind, or maybe after a couple of rounds he'll think, okay, you're not up to much.
I've seen him before go in there and not try much from the start, and then I've seen him other times where right from round one he's firing all cylinders. So I think it depends on the attitude you show them.
Well, he beat Jason Wellborn, and that was the reason why people thought that Jason Wellborn was on the slide, and that really was what prompted Marcus Morrison and his team to take a fight with Wellborn. They felt that he was fading probably, and he'd be a good name to get on the record, and then it just wasn't the case. Wellborn gave Marcus an absolute hiding that night, to be honest, and that turned Wellborn's career around. So never read too much into a defeat at the hands of William Warburton or any of the travelling fighters is the moral of the story. You just don't know what happened on the night, and one thing you can be sure of when you look at a lot of these records, that they are not a fair reflection. Jenkinson's a good example. He's fought for an area title. Got a draw with Matt Wigglesworth actually a couple of years ago. Wigglesworth now the Central Area Middleweight champion after a terrific fight on IFL TV. MTK Bill up in Bolton in July.
He's giving Fuller a nice messy move around tonight, giving him a hard night's work. I mean, Lenny's winning the rounds, he's nicking the rounds. I mean, the last round I wouldn't argue if it was a tied round. Giving Lenny perhaps what he needs. He needs to be pushed and shown that it's not always going to go your way.
Left hand there from Jenkinson. Missed though. Right hand on the inside from Jenkinson did land.
I'd like to see Lenny give himself a little bit more room. He backs him up onto the ropes and it's like he's choosing to lean in with him when he could. He's got that half a step. He's got all the room in the world, all the time in the world. He doesn't need to get so close.
Let's go, Lynn. Keep them hands up.
I feel like Jenkins looking for that hook.
Be first, Lynn. Be first.
He's flicking out the jab there, Jenkinson. Fuller caught him with a jab though as he was looking to move forward. He's aimed that right hand quite a few times, Jenkinson, and he's never quite managed to land it.
Let's go. Move the head. Hands up. Come off to the side.
I'd like to see Lenny use the jab a bit more effectively. It's more Jenkins is getting that jab out and he's not really doing it. He's moving around, throwing his head from side to side and not really using the jab quite enough. I don't know if he's feeling the pace, but the way he opened this fight in the first round, he hasn't continued with that pace throughout the whole fight.
No, he hasn't. After round number one, he's in control of this still, Fuller, but he's not caused Jenkinson any real problems. He was stopped in 5 by Ted Cheeseman, Fuller. But generally it's been good fighters who've managed to stop him inside the distance.
Seconds out, fourth and final round.
So into the final round, Lenny Fuller in the red and Chris Jenkinson in the black.
That was a nicer start from Lenny. Come out throwing a solid jab, and that's what I would have liked to have seen from him 2 rounds ago. Doesn't need to do this work right up close. Do it when it's there, but if he could ping the jab at moments like this, I feel like it would give himself easier night's work.
Looking to move in and throw the left to the body and then move it up to the head there. Good left hand there from Fuller as Jenkinson was moving in. Fuller just trying to turn Jenkinson. Jenkinson does exactly the same thing.
Having a little bit of a wrestling match in there. Both got a smile on their face from that.
Not going to be dictated to physically, either one of them. Back in the southpaw stance here, Fuller. I'm not a massive fan of this, I must admit. Not just from him, but just generally. Not this early in your career. Just figure things out a bit first.
I agree with you, I agree. Some people can naturally do it and they're really, really good at it. When you're still in your learning process, it's unnecessary. That low blow there clearly affected him and it was very low.
It was really low. And he's going to be given some time here, Chris Jenkinson, just down on his haunches. By the letter of the law, you can take as much as 5 minutes here. Nobody ever does, but you can. And Jeff Hines just making sure that he gets enough time so that he's not at any kind of an unfair disadvantage. Apologies there from Fuller.
That's nice long jab. This is what I'd have liked to have seen him 2 rounds ago. Fuller will do himself in good stead if he can start using that jab to set things up a bit more. He has nice variety. He goes to the body, to the head, the uppercuts, the hooks. It's great. A few more jabs and I think it will bring him on a bit more.
Let's go, Lynn, and again, let's go. Freeze and pause. Keep them hands up.
Good left to the body there from Fuller, right up above us. Went for a big, wide left hook to the head there as well. Lenny Fuller didn't quite land it. Jenkinson, as we've been saying, hasn't been hurt at any point, but he's never really managed to land anything particularly clean himself. Good quick hands there from Fuller, mostly taken on the gloves, but it's eye-catching stuff.
Keep your hands up, Lynn. Hands up, Lynn, let's go. Freeze and pause. Last minute, Lynn, let's go.
Referee calling timeout. He's going to warn him about the head there. He did come in with the head a little bit low. I don't think it was a deliberate kind of forward motion of the head, but it looked quite clumsy.
Yeah, I don't think it was intentional, but it was very clumsy. When you do things like that, the refs don't take it lightly. He will know he's been told there.
Good movement there from Fuller as Jenkinson looked to try and move forward with a right hand. He just stepped away to the side. That was a good backhand, a good southpaw backhand from that left-handed stance.
Jenkins with a nice hook there, that was class.
Well, there goes the battle at the end of the 4 rounds, and Fuller claiming victory. I'm pretty sure he will get this one on the cards, but it was a good outing for him. Chris Jenkinson's, you know, a pretty good opponent to take in your second professional fight because he is very, very capable.
I wouldn't argue with a couple of tied rounds there. He could have maybe 3, maybe 4. He had a share of 2, but I don't think he'll get it. A share of 3 and a share of 4 for Jenkins, if you ask me. Not winning the round, but just a share of them.
Fuller telling us in boxing news that his favourite song is Girls Just Want to Have Fun by Cyndi Lauper, which...
I'm sure he's so happy that you just told the whole world.
Well, he's only got himself to blame because it's in the back of the magazine. I always enjoy the 60 seconds, it's quite interesting. Brad Pitt, he says, would play him in a film of his life due to his performance as Mickey in Snatch. It's generally Tom Hardy.
Show your appreciation for both these young men inside the ring. After 4 rounds of professional boxing, the contest has been scored 39-38 in favour of your winner, and now making it 2 wins from 2 professional fights, Lenny the main man Fuller.
There you go, to share of 2 of the rounds. I don't think that's an unfair scorecard.
No, I don't. 1 point win there for Fuller, and he goes to 2-0. Jenkinson, I think, when the score was announced, just thought for a second there that maybe he'd get it, but he's experienced, he knows what life on the road is like, and I think he was pretty confident that he was going to go the other way.
There was a split second there where everyone thought, what's going to happen here?
Okay, well, Lenny Fuller is down at ringside, just getting ready to have a chat with Sophia.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our 5th contest of the evening. This is a middleweight contest scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. Please welcome to the ring from Bicester, Oxfordshire, Scott Bricktop James.
A righteous infliction of retribution
manifested by the appropriate agent.
Personified in this case by our honourable count. Me. Go and put the camera. No thank you, service. I'm sweet enough. You're so fucking nice, my Kennedy.
Scott James on the way to the ring. They're scheduled for 4 rounds in the middleweight division.
You remain in the second fight. Very close contest though. Yeah. Good learning fight.
Yeah, good learning curve. I think for my second bout, that was a tough opponent. He's been around the block. He's fought some good boys, and he's got a lot of experience.
Yeah, 71 fights to be precise, so good to get those rounds under your belt.
Definitely. I knew it wasn't going to be an easy contest. I've been sparring our boys, and I had it in my head that I was going to have to do the 4 because he's not been stopped that many times in that amount of contests. So went in there and got the win, and I think I've done well to get the job done.
Listen, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Andy.
So Liam Wells on his way to the ring. I'm hearing good things about him. Making his professional debut tonight. He was a kickboxing champion, junior and senior. a K1 professional. He's had a couple of bouts in the boxing ring, but not as a pro. And you're nodding your head there, Rich. I think you've heard a few whispers about him too, that he could be one to watch.
Yeah, I know Liam Wells. I've spoke to him. I've sparred rounds with Liam Wells as it happens. I do believe he was a world champion kickboxer as well at some point, at some stage. He's a very tough kid, very raw, come forward, strong hands, good chin, very determined. He won't be put off. I would actually like to see him get hit tonight, see how he responds, because I've sparred him myself. I know it won't faze him, so I'd like everyone to see that not faze him. I think it will. People should be excited because he's going to be entertaining. He'll be with the Legends boys tonight. They all stick together. You see Will Jones over there, a Legends gym legend.
The following is
Jamie in the corner.
Contest scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. Introducing first and boxing out of the red corner, wearing the camouflage shorts, weighing in at 11 stone 5 pounds. He comes to the ring for his 6th professional fight from Bicester, Oxfordshire, Scott Bricktop James. And his opponent, boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the all-black shorts, weighing in at 11 stone 7.5 pounds. He comes to the ring for his professional debut from Raynham, Essex, Liam Wells. Your referee in charge of the action is Mr. Jeff Hines. Your timekeeper of the bell is Mr. Bob Edgar.
So 6 rounds is scheduled for, and that's a statement in itself when you're making a debut. Not too many fighters kick off with a 6-rounder. It is generally the preserve of top international amateurs, to be honest.
He is a fit young lad. I've actually got a matching tattoo to the one that he's got on the side of him there.
So you have. He's got a tall, lean kind of look to him, Wells. This schedule for middleweight, I think, as he progresses, he might look to box at super welter. He'll have to find out, basically, what is going to suit him.
The thing is, he's durable enough for middleweight, but I do think he'd be better off at light middleweight. There's no reason why. He's got a little bit on him to come off, so if he leans up a little bit more.
He's got long arms as well. You can tell that. Just trying to shoot out that left hand. James though going to the body with the right hand.
I remember sparring him and thinking, he's only a kickboxer, I don't want to be much to him. But he really impressed me that day. I was hitting him, he'd fire him back. We did the rounds, and he wouldn't stop. You know, he's a boy. You can catch him for a shot. He won't be fazed by it. He's got a clear head, and he'd be nice and calm. And this is what I'd like to see him. This guy's here to fight, and Liam will enjoy this, and he'll appreciate this.
2 wins, 3 defeats so far for Scott James. One against Kevin McCauley last time out. Kevin McCauley, one of those road warriors we were talking about earlier on, got a win against another fighter of similar kind of ilk, and defeats against Lewis Crocker-Carnhorse and Jack Povey. So they're all good fighters, those three.
Carnhorse usually boxes here at Brentwood on these MTK shows as well. Potentially a fight down the line for either of them.
Just off the back foot there, throwing the jab.
He's nice and calm. He's nice and calm. Do you think this is his debut? It's a 6-round fight. Look how calm he looks. When you have boys come out, usually they come out reckless. They're all guns blazing. They want to put on a statement and impress their friends. Liam's nice and calm here. He looks composed, not getting carried away. Look, landing clean shots like that. This is a great start. He's not putting too much on it in him. He's not getting too excited.
Just swapping southpaw there. 8 right-handers he tried to come forward. But it's all that time he spent in another ring. He's used to combat sports. He's used to being in there. So he's fought that fear away, if you like. He's been under the lights in a different code, but still very valuable kind of experience. Does carry those hands quite low. Wouldn't mind seeing him just pick those hands up a bit. Does shoot that jab and bring it back quite low at times as well.
Got hit with one low there from the right hand. Didn't seem to faze him. He's the kind of kid you can hit him with a shovel and he will not budge. Just because you can doesn't mean you should though. So I agree with you. Maybe get his hands up. He's not slick. He's not dancing, slipping, rocking and rolling. So perhaps it might benefit him to practice keeping high hands.
Good first round for him. No bell goes at the end of it.
I'm sure he'll be happy with that. For the very first round of his career. You know, the boys in the corner will be happy with him.
"27 years old. I think he'll want to find out quite quickly how good he can become.
Corners, 10 seconds. Taking out, round 2.
Jeff Hines just ushering Wells back at the start of the second round. Liam Wells making his debut in the black. Scott James in his 6th professional fight in the camouflage. Like to see him use that jab. He's got long levers. He's got obvious natural advantages like that, Wells. Good to see him just establish that jab, just build off the back of that. Switch his southpaw.
He's good with them straight shots. You can see his opponent tensing up, preparing to take those shots as he throws his own. Which means he obviously has some sort of respect for Liam's power.
I think the weight with him will be quite interesting because, as you say, he could probably slim down a bit and make super welter. But when you look at that frame, he could also fill out quite a lot if he wanted to go the other way.
Yeah, he's got the height for it and he has got the legs for it. He's not got skinny legs, but I mean, he might stay as a middle, but there is a lot of very big middles out there. I think this 6-round fight's going to suit him nicely. He's not getting too carried away. And he will do this same pace with the same strength for the whole 6 rounds. I can tell that from experience.
Another one who likes to switch. Good right hand there, though, as he went back into the orthodox stance. I do think he's better from an orthodox stance by the look of him so far.
I feel like he's bothering his opponent slightly here now. It's not like he's not a big one-punch knockout power. He hasn't got that. Very few people have. But he does have enough to, every time he hits you, you know you've been hit. And you get hit with another, and another, and another. And eventually you don't want to get hit no more. It grinds you down. It catches up with you. And especially with these little 10-ounce gloves. And I don't think people listening to this that watch boxing and enjoy boxing appreciate how much them gloves actually hurt when you get hit with them.
Interesting point you just made there, actually, about power, and people like to see it, of course. People like to talk about it, and people like to be known as big punches, but you do hardly ever see someone spark someone with a single shot. It seems to be the kind of holy grail that everybody wants to be able to do it, everybody wants to see it, but it hardly ever happens.
Very few fighters have that one-punch parry. We spoke earlier about sometimes looking out of the ring can be a negative thing. I just see Liam do that then, and this is the difference. The guy we see look out the ring earlier looked in a completely random direction at absolutely nothing. Liam looked at his corner who gave him information, and then he responded with a smile on his face, but you could see he was registering what he'd been told. So it wasn't a negative look to the corner, it was any new information you can share with me look at the corner, which shows he's calm and he's composed. It wasn't a panic look. He looks like he's thinking, he looks like he's still calm, he looks like he's still composed. I would like to see him jab a bit more, like you said. I would like to see him use a bit more defence, but he's in a 6th round in his first fight. He's not doing too much wrong, and his opponent's coming to win as well, so you can't really ask much more from him.
No, and the mistake would be to blow a gasket in the opening couple of rounds, pouring too much out of the tank, and he's definitely not doing that.
seconds. Hangers out. Round 3.
So into the third, they're scheduled for 6. Liam Wells in the black, Scott James in the camouflage. Wells has made a good start here. This is his debut. Good experience behind him in the kickboxing world. Has achieved great things there, but now turning professional as a boxer, just turning his man into the ropes. Nice right to the body there. Then went to the other side with the left hand as well. And he's just beginning to find some chinks here. You mentioned it in the previous round. He was having a bit of joy. He's had more success at the start of the third too.
I haven't seen Liam throw too many hooks, and now I just see, as I've looked at him, he's thrown 2 and landed both as well. So perhaps if he starts, I mean, going away from this fight, for me, he's got the long arms, he's good with the straights, he's strong, he's fit. Maybe work on keeping them hands up and getting a few hooks in there. A bit of variety wouldn't do him wrong. Like you say, he's starting to tee off a little bit now. He's enjoying himself in there. I think the opponent can sense. I feel like James feels like he needs to pick up the pace, so he's putting the pressure on. Whereas Liam, I still think is more composed.
And he's just dialed it up slightly in this third round as well.
Again, a few rounds could give you can give both boys a share of either round, but I do feel like Liam is ahead by at least a round. You could say a round and then 2 drawn rounds. Obviously, we don't like to do drawn rounds, but you could give a share to both the boys in 2 of the rounds. I do think Liam's ahead, but Liam staying nice and composed on the inside there, just looking for his opening. He's not panicking. I think this is difficult. I think people are going to forget watching this boy. This is his first ever fight. He's done other stuff, but technically this is his first ever boxing match.
Good right hand, nice left hand there as well from Wells. He's finding a nice bit of distance every now and again too, because he does move in, but he's not getting too close. When he does get too close, he just takes that half step back. Just did it there just to find a bit of space, and he's beginning to feel a few of these, I think, James. Who, as you say, has been in this. He's given him an argument, certainly, but Wells he's kind of growing into the fight a bit here, I think.
I feel like Wells is starting to bother him a little bit. He caught him a shot there, and I kind of thought he caught his attention. Look how he's watch him grit his teeth as he gets close. Looking to set up that backhand.
Just walking forward behind that right hand a little bit there, James, and he was stuck. Not in the greatest position there as well. Just took a step to the side and looked to find him. Then turns him in the corner. That's a nice combination. And now he needs just to push him off and find a bit of room as the bell goes. Just increasing the pressure here, Liam Wells, as we hit the midway point of this one, scheduled for 6. Could maybe put his foot on the gas in the second half here and get a stoppage.
Yeah, I think a stoppage is in the cards. I would say still James is still in the fight. He's still not out of the fight, but you can sense that Liam may have the opportunity within the next 2 rounds to finish the fight if he keeps landing clean shots.
2 of our A-star referees just away to our left-hand side, Terry O'Connor and Ian John Lewis. Ian John Lewis is on duty at Wembley Stadium tomorrow night.
Ian John Lewis is a former fighter as well. I read his autobiography a few months ago. He did enjoy the fighting, but I think he enjoys reffing a bit more.
I bought some boxing photos this week off an old boy who was just down the road from me in East London. Loads of them. And I was going through them, and there's a couple of absolute belters of Ian John Lewis when he's fighting. So I'm going to take one to Wembley tomorrow, and unbeknownst to him, going to show it to him and see what he makes of it. It's a really good picture. He's got hair. He's a great
He had a big afro back in his boxing days, I believe.
No, it's great. It was brilliant just looking through all these things, you know. Early pictures of Lennox Lewis, early pictures of Nigel Benn and all the rest of it. Wells just looking for a right hand there, doesn't quite manage to land it. Ooh, good left hand there from Wells. Dismissive with the right hand there, Wells. James, still just coming forward. He's always coming forward, trying to make something happen.
Yeah, as much as we've sat here and said that our great Liam Wells has done, just think James hasn't stopped coming. He's kept firing back, and at times he has looked in distress. But when he's weathered the storms, he has always come firing back. So you can't take it away from him tonight. He's made a real good fight out of this, and I still think it's competitive. Liam with a nice little smile on his face there as he looks over to us in the commentary box here.
Definitely still competitive. Good work there from Wells.
I must admit, we did speak earlier about not siding the boxer, but I am a fan of Wells. Knowing that this is his first fight and having shared some rounds with him, I believe that he's got something there that he can go forward with. Obviously, sparring's different to actually boxing. There is a million miles between the two of them, but this is his first test tonight as a professional in a 6-round competitive fight, and he seems to be coming through. You'll see boys go 10 fights before they have a fight like this. 6 fights before they try a 6-rounder. So fair play to him tonight.
And he's just beginning to get marked up a bit. James as well, a bit of blood coming from the end of the nose. Just trying to keep him close there. Wrap up those long arms of Wells and dig to the body if he can. That's good variety there from Wells. That's some quality boxing. Found some angles and then took a step away to his left.
Massive combination he landed there. It almost looked from this angle as if Liam was going to drop. Nice touch with a jab there. He can set things up from that.
Went back to southpaw, missed with the left hand.
Oh, Liam starting to land. That was a nice uppercut to end the round.
It was a good combination. Landed the right hand and then just pushed this man off. Shouldered him off. The referee just having a quick word about that. They found the uppercut on the inside and he's just getting busted up a little bit. Scott James, as we look over to his corner away to our right hand side. He's still in this though. He's still throwing back. But it's getting progressively harder for him.
Yeah, he's not winning the rounds, but it is competitive. Like you say, it feels like it's Liam's getting more comfortable as there's more discomfort coming for Scott. I wouldn't mind seeing Liam throw a few bombs now every now and then, try and think, you know what, I'll get, not reckless, but commit a bit more to a few shots. Later on in the fight, his opponent's looking tired, take a chance.
10 seconds. Second out. Round 5.
So into the 5th.
Wellsy with them long arms.
James still coming forward, looking aggressive at the start of round 5.
He's not looking to be bullied, is he? James is not looking to be bullied tonight. He is here for a fight, and he will not let Wellsy push him around and bully him. He's not having it. Like I say, the same as the end of last round. Yes, he's looked times of distress at some times, but as soon as he weathers the storm, he's back on the case, like now.
Looking to lead with a left hook there. James didn't quite land it. Wells making a touch of space for himself. That was a good left hand, straight left hand from the southpaw stance. Which stance suits him best, do you think? I'm not really sure watching this.
I do think he's more of a natural orthodox, but when he does that southpaw, I think if he's 100% confident with his orthodox stance, I think he's about 75% with his southpaw stance. And because he's that confident at it, he's good enough to land the shots. He never makes massive mistakes with it. So, to be honest, so far what we've seen tonight, a lot of them doing it, he's been the best at it. He's the most basic out of them, but he does the basics very well.
Again, just using his shoulder to make a bit of space there.
And for me, so far, this has been the best fight of the night. It's the most competitive. They both look like they're here to win tonight.
It has been. James deserves a lot of credit for that because he's taken quite a few good crisp punches, but he's always been looking to get on the front foot and answer back and try and make something happen. He's in good shape, you can see that. Good right hand there from him with his back to the ropes.
Made Wellesley take a step back with that one as well. But I feel like Liam doesn't actually get drawn into that ego match, you know, where you hit me, I hit you. When he gets hit, he sets off and he gets on his toes and resets. A low one there. So far, this seems to be a James round at the moment.
Could well be, just leaning on Wells there. Good left hand there, though, from Wells, but he took it well. Took it very well there, James. That landed clean.
Nice bit of work there from Liam. I mean, I wouldn't be upset if that was a James round. He did a lot of work there. Liam maybe took a round off, took a bit of time. Started with a few straight shots, but I felt like the better work did come from Scott James in that round.
So just one to go in this one, scheduled for 6. Liam Wells making his debut. Strong background in the kickboxing world. He's stepping between the ropes as a boxer for the first time tonight. And there's been plenty in the tank because this has been fought at a good pace, this fight, and he's going into the 6th round and he looks nice and fresh.
He does. Again, I would like to remind everyone that this is Liam Wells' professional debut. This is his first fight in front of people like this in a boxing ring. So I think he deserves a hell of a lot of credit for what he's done tonight. Also credit to Scott James for what he's done tonight. He's kept it competitive all the way through.
So 6th and final round.
I do think after this fight, as you can see, they're not looking to hang him around. He's in a 6-round fight and in a competitive fight in his debut. They're not going to hang around. If you're in the middleweight or light middleweight division, you want to keep your eye on him because they're only going to want him to have 3 or 4 fights before they're going to chase Billy Bird or Matt McCarthy for one of them titles. Maybe Taylor Jones or Linus, whoever wins that, needs to watch this guy because they're not going to hang him around for too long. I'm not by any stretch of imagination saying he's going to beat him at this stage, but they're certainly going to be looking to put him in their position soon.
Then they go with a big left hand there, Wells.
He's good with his feet when he needs to move.
That was some good work there, wasn't it?
Switching direction there.
A little in and out and then found a couple of right hands.
I'll be interested to see the scores at the end of this one because it has been very competitive and there's a couple of rounds where you can't deny that Liam's won the round, but then there's other rounds where you can give a case for a close round again, and then like the last round would have gone to James. So I'll be interested to see what scores come out at the end of this.
That was a good left hand there, landed by Wells. As James moved forward, he just stepped away to his right and really caught him as he moved towards the ropes, but he just grits his teeth there, bites down James, and again looks to try and come forward. He'll definitely know tomorrow when he looks in the mirror that he's been in a fight tonight.
I mean, I don't know if Liam's backpedaling because he's feeling the pace or because James is putting the pressure on, but it's definitely been a well-fought contest at a fantastic pace.
He's happy enough on the back foot, I think, isn't he, when he just has that little bit more room. Odd step to the side. He's found some good shots from that kind of position. He's landed more and he's landed cleaner. It's as simple as that overall.
Most certainly cleaner. Most certainly cleaner. I can't stress enough that this is the boy's debut, and look at the fight he's been in. Fantastic work for him. He'll learn tonight from this fight here what some boys don't learn in 5 fights.
Good left hand from James there as he was coming forward, but just setting his feet there. Wells looking to dig to the body, tries the uppercut, didn't land.
It seems like the punches that Wells is landing at the minute are just strong enough to not stun his opponent. Just strong enough to not stun him. They land clean, they bother him, but they're just not good enough to stun him.
Landed a couple clean there, and then a follow-up with a right hand just slid over the shoulder of James. who I think will be relatively keen to hear the final bell now, because Wells is just beginning to turn the screw a bit here, put his foot on the gas, and there is the final bell.
And a fantastic contest it was.
Was a good fight. And Wells said, well, you wouldn't exactly describe him as even breathing heavily, so the engine is definitely there. The engine is definitely there. There's plenty of room for improvement, of course, but I think you're right. I don't think they will hang around too much. They'll figure out what's the best weight for him and then make him in proper matches.
There's plenty of room for improvement. It's clear to see he's got a lot to work on, but he's also got a lot more than a lot of boys have in a debut. He's got things that other boys haven't got, but he is lagging in things that other boys do have. I also believe that he's going to be one of them boys that won't mind losing. So he'll be happy to take, in 10 fights, he'd have boxed 7 50-50s. And he won't care if he's lost 2 or 3, because out of his 10 he might have boxed for a Southern Air or an English. He's not going to be bothered about a loss. Liam looks like he's a fighter. He'll fight anyone, he'll win, he'll lose, he'll fight again. And he's a smart young man as well. I've spoken to him myself, smart, and he wants to learn.
And after 6 rounds of professional boxing, the contest has been scored 60-54 in favour of your winner and marking his professional debut with a victory, Liam Wellesley Wells!
So Liam Wells gets it, and he gets all 6 rounds.
I have to say that's a bit harsh. I don't really agree with that. That's a bit unfair, and the boys in the red corner weren't too happy about that. I agree Liam won the fight, but red corner should have had a share or 2 of them at least.
Well, he put plenty into it, James.
And I'm a fan of Liam Wells, and I'm happy to say that score was a little bit harsh.
But it was a good performance. 6 rounds under his belt, 6 good rounds under the lights. First time he's done that, and he's stepped through the ropes plenty of times in another code of combat sports, but not in boxing. So this was something a little bit new for him, and I'm sure that we will be seeing him again before very long. He's just making his way down to the ringside. Well, he'll be having a chat with Sophia.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to a super lightweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. Please welcome to the ring from Nicaragua, now based in
Congratulations, that was your debut, and what a great performance. You got thrown in the deep end with 6 rounds. You must be delighted with that win.
Yeah, no, they do believe in me, and I trust them, everything what they say to me. Yeah, a bit gutted, I didn't get to work as hard as I could. They know I work really hard, and that was probably like 70%. I didn't work hard, and I just missed quite a lot of my punches. I felt like, I don't know, I just expected myself to do a lot better,
But you started off, you seemed very confident, you didn't seem in awe of the lights, you know, being your first professional, and he was a very tough opponent.
I've done this so many times now, so like the occasion doesn't bother me. I've got like the best team and trainer like in the world now. Yeah, I just got to listen to what they say and go back and review.
I know these 2 were a little bit nervous. Adam, you must be pleased with that performance.
Yeah, really pleased with the performance. To go straight in at 6 rounds is hard. I think Liam would be better over longer distances as well, so when we get to it, a few more fights down the road, we'll be going for longer rounds.
Well, I'm sure you take a lot of confidence out of that. Congratulations on the win, that was great.
Thank you.
Back to you, Andy.
So our next fight of the night is in the ring. Ronaldo Kajina has made his way in. He's come over from Barcelona again, another fighter who hails from Nicaragua, and another tough fighter.
They brought a fair team over this evening. All the boys put on good performances.
Looking forward to seeing DP Carr though. He can definitely fight. I've seen him not from ringside but on TV on Box Nation a few times, and with Eddie Lamb in the corner, Alan Smith helping out there too.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is a super lightweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. Introducing first and boxing out of the red corner, wearing the white and blue, weighing in bang on at 10 stone. Coming to the ring for his 70th professional fight. Originally from Nicaragua, now based in Barcelona, Spain, Ronaldo Kajina! And his opponent, boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the black and white, weighing in at 9 stone, 13 pounds. He comes to the ring with a 100% fight record. 9 wins from 9. 4 inside the distance. From Sidcup, Kent, he is the cannon, Danny Carr! Your referee in charge of the action is Mr. Chance Coakley. Your timekeeper of the bell is Mr. Bob Edgeworth.
Okay, lads, I've already spoke to you both. Keep them punches up.
So touch of gloves between the two. This is 4 3-minute rounds in the super lightweight division. Carr up until this point has been a lightweight. I'm pretty sure that's the weight that he's going to continue to campaign at when it comes to titles, when he reaches that kind of level.
Second round.
Teammate Johnny Coyle in the crowd there, I think, supporting him, come to watch his boy.
He's a quality fighter, Johnny Coyle. He's
Very
just
class.
struggled to get the opportunities.
Yeah, he's been on some great shows, he's put on some fantastic performance, and I think he's beaten some good boys along the way, and I think opponents are reluctant to fight him for that reason. It'd be nice to see one of the champions take a chance on Johnny, wouldn't it?
Why would you, though? If you were one of them, why would you? He's definitely in that category and just needs something, as you say, to happen for him, the board to mandate him for something, and together get a really good, big, meaningful fight. But Carr here just looking to try and step onto the front foot. Big overhand right there, just windmilled in by Kajina, which didn't land. Then tries the same on the left-hand side. No joy with that one either.
A very solid start from Carr. He looks very solid with his shots. Every shot he's landed so far seems to be, not put a dent in his opponent, but you can see it's a solid shot.
Well, he's got 4 stoppages in his 9 wins.
Doesn't sound a lot, I think, to people, but that, if he gets one tonight, that's a 50-50, which means half the people that have got in ain't got back out at the end. So bear in mind that's a good stoppage ratio.
It's been a bit stop-start for him. He made his debut just over 3 years ago now. So this will be fight number 10 in pretty much bang on 3 years. He probably would have liked to have been a bit more active than that, I would have thought. Boxing down at the I box with Eddie Lamb and Alan Smith, as mentioned. Always had a good stable down there. Johnny Gartland, another one of them actually. He's going to box for the British welterweight title against Gary Corcoran because his teammate Bradley Skeet has given it up.
Very kindly of him giving it up so his teammate can have a shot.
He's won it outright, Skeet, and then of course went over to Bilbao to have a crack at Kerman Leharaga for the vacant title, the title that Sam Eggington gave up, and that didn't go according to plan at all. But Leharaga looks...
He shocked the life out of everyone that night, I think. I don't think anyone expected that to happen that evening.
He looks an exciting fighter. He's got Frankie Gavin, actually, his next defence. That's not until October, November time. So a lot of experience, a lot of good fighters in that gym, and rubbing shoulders with each other, all able to learn from each other.
And I think that'll help bring the boys on. When you see other people that are not better than you, but doing things you feel like you want to chase, you want to chase, you want to chase. He's doing that, I want to do that, and it makes the boys work just a little bit harder.
But again, Kajina's another one here. He's come to have a bit of a go, definitely. He's a bit wild, he's a bit reckless and open at times, but you've really got to keep your eye on him.
Carr's staying nice and calm and relaxed and compact for all this, though. He doesn't seem to be, making too many mistakes or getting too reckless, has he?
No, kept it nice and tight there. Had a good look.
That's an interesting choice of uniform in the corner, with his camouflage vest top.
Both Eddie Lamb and Alan Smith just having their say in the corner. Quickly off his stool there, Kajina. Went the distance against Gary Colley in Belfast in June. That was over 4 rounds. Gary Colley, another good Irish young pro. successful amateur. He was stopped by David Oliver Joyce, Joe Murray and Zelfa Barrett. Good fighters, all of them, but there's been a distance with the likes of Ryan Walsh, Martin J. Ward and Declan Geraghty. So Kajina knows exactly what he's about in there.
He doesn't look upset with his work so far. He saluted one of his friends and the audience between them rounds. So he's not uncomfortable in there. He's got a very awkward style when he's tucking up. He doesn't look too much like he's enjoying it, but I can imagine being in front of him trying to fight him, that would only make you feel awkward, because he's doing these awkward positions and it's an unorthodox defence. You'd be hesitant to throw anything, because usually they're square on when they're tucked up. He's sort of turning and leaning at the same time.
Just kind of stoops over away to his right-hand side every now and again, doesn't he, with the weight kind of quite heavily on that side. And I think he's beginning to look for a half overhand right, kind of right hook Carr, to try and catch him over the top with it, because he knows that he can't really, once he's transferred his weight that way, he can't really get it back. But I'd imagine he's been doing it for a long time, Kajina, and it does seem to work okay for him, but he's looking for the left uppercut there, Carr, which, given that kind of stance, would also be another one which would potentially work for him.
Missed by a whisker with that right hand.
Well, he definitely can whack a bit. It's not just a nickname, it's well deserved.
Gesture from his opponent, appreciating that he got caught there. He says in his shorts he likes racing cars.
Kajina's just finding it hard here, really, to throw anything.
Carr with plenty of sponsors on his kit this evening. Is that Blink? They're hard to read from here. Blink, is it Whites? He's got another one on the back. Can't read that one. But again, if you get a moment, check out the guy's sponsors. I'm sure he'll appreciate it, and the sponsor will appreciate a bit of a return on the help they give to these boys. Got to remember, careers like this can't happen without people like sponsors and even people buying tickets to support these people. It all adds up to making these careers happen. If you enjoy your boxing, you want to see boxing progress, helping these boys out is only going to serve well towards that.
Well, I was talking to Dan Azaxo the other day. He's one of the float fights at Wembley tomorrow night. He's 2-0, a light heavyweight from Hammersmith, and he's got a date coming up in a couple of weeks. And we were talking about it, and he said it was so much more important for him to sell tickets for that than it was for Wembley. He didn't really bother trying to sell any tickets for Wembley because Anthony Joshua sells those by himself. So he saved he kept his powder dry for 2 weeks' time, when I think he's at Tottenham Green Pools, just up the road in North London.
This is the thing, what local supporters need to remember. They say they would like to see their local boy on a big show, with an Anthony Joshua show. But if you want your friend, your local fighter to get to that point, you need to support them to get there. Otherwise they won't get there. The problem is you can't just strike. If you haven't won an Olympics or an amateur world title, you don't get put straight on them shows. So if you're a boxing fan and you're supporting your local fighter or your friends, even if you can't make it, buy a ticket just to support him, to back him up. Because if he keeps winning, he will get to that point, but he needs your support to get to that position first.
Round 3.
So into the third, they're scheduled for 4. And super lightweight, Danny Carr in the black and white, Ronaldo Kajina in the blue and white. And it's a case for Kajina of just getting through this. He hasn't really been able to throw too much back. He's winged off a few wide hooks every now and again, but Carr has caught him a good few times. Nothing too clean and heavy, but he does have that habit, as we picked up, of just stooping away to his right-hand side, Kajina, and it leaves him in an awkward place. It leaves him immobile and really unable to avoid that overhand right or a left to the body, a left hook to the body.
Carr getting caught with what could possibly be the first shot that's landed clean on him in the fight. feel like Carr would probably appreciate his opponent throwing a bit more back at him. I feel like I sense him he's not showing his work, but a little bit of frustration where he's kind of not chasing him around the ring. That sounds like he's doing something wrong. And looking at his opponent here, taking that knee there unnecessarily, he was getting the time, he was giving the rest. I feel like perhaps he's starting to feel the pace. Carr's getting a little bit frustrated. If he can stay calm, seeing an opponent do something like that is clearly bothering him. Keep doing what you're doing, maybe up it if you can land a few more clean shots. He's looked at the corner a couple of times now. Perhaps he feels like he doesn't fancy too much more of this. But I do sense that Carr may be getting slightly frustrated. His opponent is making it awkward. It's not that he's hard to hit because he's moving. He's hard to hit because he does these awkward positions.
He's hard to hit clean, isn't he? He's not hard to hit, he's hard to hit clean. That's the problem. And I think you're right. I do think he is beginning to get slightly frustrated with it. But there are signs that Kajina's just going to use every trick that he can to get through this, although he'll need to.
He wants to be awkward now. He wants to get in the way. He wants to nick time. I can feel it for Carr from here. I can see that he wants to engage a little bit. He's taking a turn there and having a little walk. Nicks a couple of seconds. It's one of the oldest tricks in the book to nick a few seconds there. His gums will come out in a minute.
Good jab, good chopping down right hand from Carr again, who throws that right hand. I'd just like to see him just throw 1-2s, which is that kind of right hand over the top followed by left hook to the body, because he really cannot miss with either of those two shots. The left hook to the body doesn't necessarily get through because he kind of collapses onto it, just as he did there, Kajina, but they just make it really uncomfortable for him. But this is a difficult mission. To get a stoppage against this kind of fighter is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, I feel a little bit for Carr. I feel like he would have probably preferred a different kind of opponent. He's awkward, but he's not awkward in a I can think my way through it kind of way. He's awkward in a way that he looks easy to hit, but he's clearly not. He's hitting him on the top of the head, on the back of the arms, and even if you see a target and land it, he's turning and he's making it just horrible.
So one more to go in this one, scheduled for 4. Danny Carr completely in control of this one. They've won all 3 rounds up to this point. Kajina just looking to try and navigate his way towards the final bell, which will be a kind of moral victory for him if he can do that. All the tables full around ringside. Great top of the bill tonight. Adam Harper against Billy Bird for the vacant English super welterweight title, a title that was held by Ted Cheeseman, that he was going to defend against James Metcalf in a fight that would also have been a final British title eliminator, but Cheeseman decided to move on rather than take that fight, but does fight for the British title anyway next month. So as we've been outlining, it's a really interesting division, super welter, just bursting with good young fighters.
Such a great division.
Final round here, Danny Carr on top, bossing it. Can he really get through to Ronaldo Kajina in this final round? There's a good left hand, but he responded well to it, Kajina. He caught one there, Kajina, as he was just doubled over to that right-hand side again. But as soon as it landed, he threw something back. Decent right hand there from Carr. He turned southpaw here. Chops down with the right hand. He's kind of standing square on at times. Kajina not throwing a lot back.
It's kind of a continuance from the last round. He just wants to nick some time, turn his back, make it awkward and make it weird for him.
I think the southpaw idea is not a bad one, actually, when you consider what Kajina's doing, because he can just lead with that right hook and then throw the left hand straight or to the body, which is really what he was doing before anyway, but it just made it slightly easier to do, possibly. Hasn't boxed since March. Carr, he was up against Paul Holt, who's a capable fighter, beat him on points over 6. And that was his first outing since last June, so it's been a bit frustrating. Only boxed twice last year, actually, which won't have been what he wanted. I mentioned the inactivity will have been irritating for him. He boxed 6 times in his first calendar year as a pro, and this is just his 4th fight since then.
Again, Kajina looking more like he's feeling sorry for himself now. He's making it very messy, doing really unorthodox head turns and tilts with his body, and I think Carr will appreciate hearing the end of the bell to this one and look forward to the next one.
Well, he's got 4 rounds under his belt, and
He'll get the win tonight. He's got 4 rounds under the belt. There's no gap there now. He can come straight off of it and hopefully get another one out before the end of the year.
referee just having a quick chat there with Kajina, who's just trying to get through to the final bell here. And there it is. So that'll be 4-0 for Danny Carr. And win number 10 in his career.
Can't see it going any other way than 4-0. Teammate Bradley skating ringside as well, watching the action.
It'll be interesting to see what's next for him, actually, because as we say, no one thought that would happen to him against Leharaga. I'll admit, I didn't know that much about the Spanish fighter before he went over there. I'd read some reports and knew that he drew big crowds, but it was difficult to tell exactly how good he was. He'll probably push on to try and challenge for a world title sooner rather than later, so maybe Skeet will get another crack at that. He's a boxer I really like. He's just got such good polished skills.
He's very smart, very tidy, very technical, and you have to appreciate his boxing ability.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you please to show your appreciation for both these men inside the ring? And after 4 rounds of professional boxing, the contest has been scored 40-36 in favour of your winner, and still with a 100% record, the Cannon, Danny Carr!
So 40 points to 36, that was all it could ever have been, and Carr goes to 10-0, and he'll be glad to have got out and had some meaningful action. It's been a frustrating couple of years, and he needs to get back on track in this new season. He's had an outing early on, and he wants to get another one in, I'd have thought, before Christmas if he can. He and Eddie Lamb just making their way down to ringside. The fight's coming thick and fast here this evening, and Danny Carr will be ready to speak to Sophia pretty shortly.
3-minute rounds. Introducing first, please welcome to the ring from Chatham, Kent.
10th pro fight, you remain unbeaten. Pleased with that?
Yeah, blinding. I just wanted to get out. I haven't boxed for about 6 months, something like that, so it's nice to get back in there.
Shake a bit of ring rust.
Huh?
Shake a bit of ring rust.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I felt good. Started getting into the last round. I started getting in my stride a bit. But great stuff. I'm more than fit to do much more than 4 rounds, and looking to push on now. Hopefully, Southern Area title.
I was going to say, that's what you're reaching for, Southern Area.
Been speaking to my manager and Lee and that, and we've asked for the Southern Area. So hopefully something comes of that. Nothing yet, but hopefully I want that in my next fight or next 2 fights at least.
Well done in the win, and you must be pleased to get the rounds.
Yeah. Cheers. Thank you.
No worries. Back to you, Andy.
So onwards, next fight on its way into the ring. Danny Shannon has just made his way in. 3 wins in his pro career so far, and a draw from his 10 contests.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring. From Burns, Gifford, Essex, Danny Dignum!
Well, Danny Dignum has shifted a few tickets. He's a fighter I've seen a lot of his 7 professional fights. I've seen pretty much all of them from ringside. He was up in Sheffield on the GB squad. Kind of moved away from boxing really after finding himself behind Anthony Fowler at middleweight. Took a bit of time out, then was invited to spar Boazzi and Fowler over in Rio before the Olympics in 2016. He hadn't boxed for about 18 months. He wasn't in great nick, I remember him telling me, but he did it. It went pretty well, all things considered, and after that they decided that he wanted back in, and he's now 7-0. Had a real test against Anthony Fox a couple of fights ago, was down a couple of times, but recovered to win.
Let's see, this fight's down to super middleweight at the moment. I know that Danny would like to move down to middleweight at some point. He feels like he'll be bigger and stronger, and if he thinks he can make it, it would be a good move if he can do it and feel comfortable.
From Chatham, Kent, he's the real deal, Danny Shannon. And his opponent, boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the red and gold, weighing in at 12 stone, 3.5 pounds. He comes to the ring with a 100% record. 7 wins from 7 professional fights. 3 inside the distance. From Bowers Gifford, Essex, Danny Dignum. Your referee in charge of the action is Mr. Jeffrey Hines. Your timekeeper to bell, Mr. Bob Edgeworth.
Okay, gentlemen, 6 rounds or less. Protect yourselves at all times. Obey my commands at all times. That's good.
Bit of a size difference between these two, possibly. It doesn't really look like it too much in the ring, but when you look at their records, Shannon has fought quite a few super welters. He lasted into the 6th round with James Metcalf, for example, which is no mean feat. Stopped in a couple by Jimmy Kelly. He was in Australia fighting not that long ago for the WBO Intercontinental. Has had a world title fight against Liam Smith. Ben Hall as well. So mainly he's been fighting at around 154 to 160. Dignum, as you said, might want to come down or think about it, but he's been at super middleweight so far. He's got skill, Dignum, definitely, and he showed us quite a lot against Anthony Fox. Fox was a live opponent for him. Not a great record, but they've come into the fight on a good
Fox coming off the back of that fight was coming off a good streak, like you say. I think he had 4 or 5 wins straight in a row. Maybe he said, you know what, I feel like turning things around, or just, you know, like they say, these away fighters, you don't really know what they're going to want to do some days.
Well, they'd had 4 on the bounce, as you say, and they'd all been away from home, and they'd all been against fighters he was supposed to lose to. That was the idea. So he really fancied it against Dignum. I remember talking to him during fight week. I commentated on the fight, and you could tell by the look about him that he thought this was a big chance on an undercard of a good show. Watkins against Okoli at York Hall to really make a mark, and he very nearly did it. He put Dignum out boxing for 3 rounds, and he put him down twice, and he wasn't quite gone, Danny, but he was nearly gone, wasn't he?
Yeah, he went down heavily, but and he struggled through the round as well. And he not saved by the bell, but an extra 30 seconds wouldn't have done well for him. But like you say, he got through it. He got the win. He come back with an impressive stoppage win after that as well at York Hall. So he's back now, and he'll be looking to impress again tonight.
He doesn't want to hang around. I remember him telling me that about a year ago, that he's keen to get back.
I don't mean to give away Danny's secrets here, but watch his backhand. He throws it like a screw shot, but to the body, and he's very good with that shot. He throws the jab, and from the southpaw stance, he'll throw that left hand like a screw shot, and it lands in the solar plexus. And I can imagine most boxers have been hit on the solar plexus knows how that feels.
Well, interestingly, in the southern area, Cello Renda was the champion, and he's retired. Retired recently. So we'll see what happens with that one. That title vacant. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people forming an orderly queue. Dignum would fancy it, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think Dignum's perfectly capable of winning a Southern Area title as well at this stage. I mean, he's had enough fights now. He's experienced. He had the amateur pedigree as well. So someone like Danny would be perfect to step in right now to take on a super middleweight title. But now it's vacant. Cello Renda was way above the level that he was always way above. Like, who would want to fight him for the Southern Area when there's all the other weight divisions have got such, not weaker champions, that's not fair, but Cello Renda's way above Southern Area, and no one would want that. So now it's opened up the door for a lot of fighters, I think.
Goes to battle at the end of the first round. Another interesting scenario is Darryl Williams is stepping up to fight. Darryl Williams is stepping up to fight for the British title, the British super middleweight title, so his English title may become available. A London super middleweight I see around quite a bit, Umar Sadiq. He's a good fighter. He's not had too many fights yet under Frank Warren, but you know, he's a confident guy, definitely, and he wants challenges.
He's getting his name out there. He's doing all the right things in the media. He's actually got like a video diary thing he does. And
his vlog thing, yeah, it's very good. It's very entertaining. He was with us one night, wasn't he? A few months ago.
So he's doing all the right things. And I think it's important for fighters to do things like that. Sometimes I think a lot of the small hall boxers miss a trick with not working hard enough on their social medias. And I on the podcast which I do on Fight Talk, I've had a couple of rants about boys where I feel they should do more advertising themselves, and what Umar does is sort of what everyone should be doing. Danny Dignum, he started the first round very nice with some straight shots, and like I say, that left screw shot to the body, and he's come out now with a nice lead jab, landing clean straight away from the first shot.
Shannon's in good nick though. Really good shape for this.
He looks like he's up for it as well tonight. He's not here to just move about. That was the shot I'm talking about, and regardless whether he reacts to it or not, he will be feeling them shots.
Good left to the body, really whipped it in.
Such a hard shot to block as well, because it depends. You can only bring your elbows in so tight to block a shot, and it's going to come from the angle just between. Because he's a southpaw, it's the same as, well, it's like a left uppercut to the body. It's so hard to block that shot, and Danny can put a lot of power in it because it's his backhand. I remember in the amateurs I see him fold up a number of boys with that shot in the championships. In the ABAs one year he had to box twice in one night. I think both boys ended up folding up like deck chairs.
Just looking for the left hand there, Dignum, straight down the middle, didn't quite land it. Fell in behind it a touch and ended up in a clinch with Shannon.
Danny's so textbook and neat and tidy. He seems like he's what you would expect to get from a boy of his sort of schooling. Everything is neat, he's tidy, he's clean. His hands are up when they need to be. He throws all these good straight shots and he's got good angles on him. He's got quite a lot of the package, hasn't he, Danny? Questions were asked, of course, when he got hit and dropped by Fox. Questions are going to be asked of Fox. He weathered the storm and come back and got the win. So, you know, he's not perfect, but he's got a hell of a lot there already.
He'll have learned more from that fight than any of the others he's had, because he was getting, not impatient exactly, but he wanted to step up to 6 rounds, and now they're taking a little while just to the dynamics of boxing shows and the amount of fights you need to get on sometimes. And he was really relishing that fight against Fox because he knew that Fox had come to win, that it would be a proper fight, and it was over 6 rounds, and he certainly got a proper fight, but it was what he wanted. And you know, it's a box ticked when you come through something like that. It doesn't mean you're going to go on and win a British title or any kind of title necessarily, but you learn something about yourself, I guess.
I think that would have done his reputation a world of good as well, because it's sort of like we've spoke about before. It's easy to go out there and sort of move around with journeymen and away fighters, but when you get one like Fox, who's come off the back of a load of wins, who comes and gives you a hard night's work, and you show that just because it isn't going to the script that you wanted, you're still there to fight. Danny can show that he can come through that stuff. I actually believe that Danny's legs sort of went a little bit there. I know he was manhandled into it, but there was a reaction from his legs.
Kevin Lilly training Danny Dignum, also trains Danny Egbenike, Danny Darko as he's known. He's just been signed to MTK. He looks a good fighter.
Danny giving us a little smile over from the corner there. I think he's enjoying himself tonight.
It's a good atmosphere to box in. Pretty much a full house by now, I would say. Still people coming in through the doors, the tables round ringside. And
this has been a fantastic venue that they've had here. Danny is a Brentwood boy himself. I'm sure his brother's here. They've got a lot of supporters, a lot of followers around here. From the amateurs, they were always pretty well known.
So John, his twin brother, won an ABA title in 2011 and just kind of drifted away from boxing really to concentrate on work and other things, but he's still involved behind the scenes. And
yeah, he did have a brief pro career, I believe, as well. I think it may have been 3 fights. I think it was 2 wins, 1 loss. And then I think he got the loss and he sort of thought, well, you know, he dipped out of it. That could potentially have been a sort of time where Danny may have sort of not took over, but, you know, there was both of them in and around the championship level, and then it was Danny just on his own to shine. And it wasn't long after that when Danny turned pro.
Nice straight left hand there from Dignum, but Shannon is shaping aggressively himself at the start of this round, as he has done in the previous 2. He's definitely come to try and have a go here. Also, just feinting with that front foot there, Dignum, then takes the feet back nicely.
I feel like Shannon's coming in with their big wild swings. I think he's hoping to catch Danny with one, and then if Dan takes a second to regroup, that's when Shannon's going to look to explode all over him. Because he stays back, stays calm, then has outbursts. I think, like you say, he's looking for one shot, I think.
Straight right hand there from Shannon, and that brought some encouragement from the corner. And I think he's realised in the 3rd round here, Shannon, that there's no way in a million years he's going to get near Dignum if he tries to box him. He's got to try and roughhouse him and just do something weird almost to try and get to him.
Yeah, he's not going to outbox Danny. He's never going to outbox Danny. Danny's too good, too smart and too slick. His best chance is to get rough, try and throw a wild one, catch Danny. If he catches Danny, you never know. You only need a second, he can unload. A few moments in a round can win you a round. Danny can outbox him, but a few moments of recklessness can win you a round. But equally, Danny's a big puncher, so Shannon could run into one and take an effect.
We're just getting onto the inside there, just try to put it on Dignum physically a bit.
Big shot landed there from Danny. Both men taking some big shots in this round here. Been an entertaining round.
It's been a good round, yeah. Best round of the fight, definitely. Nice long backhand there from Dignum. Crowd getting into this one too.
Another great fight this. There have been a few good fights this evening where you think sometimes you can look at the card and you can think, right, there's a lot of away fighters here this evening, but some of the fights tonight, they've had some real good opponents come out of the away corner. They've come to fight, and Danny's got a great opponent here tonight. I see Danny's been in the rounds at this stage, but his opponent Shannon is definitely here for a fight.
Nice jab there from Dignum. Didn't quite land the backhand that came after it. Bell goes to the end of the round. Good round. And as you say, decent fight. Just a good, slightly different approach in that round, Shannon. So halfway through this one, scheduled with 6 at super middleweight.
It's another one of them fights where at the end of the fight, if it continues like this, Dan's likely to get the score, but you can see an argument to give Shannon a share of some of the rounds. He's doing just enough not to win the rounds at the moment, but if he got a drawed round or he nicked a round, you wouldn't be upset. You'd almost feel sorry for him if he did lose every round.
It's very harsh the way boxing's scored, isn't it, sometimes, because you can be really in a round, but say you lose 2 minutes of every round, then you've won a third of the fight, technically, but you'll lose every round. You'll lose 6-0.
Yeah, and you can look at a fight sometimes and you hear it a lot where the score can be, they've won every single round, but when you watch the fight, you think the rounds are close, but he's just nicked every round. So yes, it's not an unfair score to give him the rounds. He did win them, but by the look on both of their faces, it doesn't always look that way.
Looking for the right hand there, Shannon. Just a little bit too far away. Dignum with a good bit of foot movement there.
Danny too slick for him there, too smart and slick. But I think Shannon's doing the right things, but Danny's equally doing the right things, just a little bit better at this stage.
Aiming that right hand again there, Shannon. Dignum just
swinging a miss.
Moved out of the way of it.
Lovely backhand from Danny there. Lovely backhand. Certainly got a response out of Shannon from that. One of them body shots and then a hook to the head.
Good left hand again there. Couple of good shots, the best of the fight so far, and he's looking accurate here. Dignum goes with a jab. Shannon just falling in, takes another one flush. And Jeff Hyde just having a really good look here. Dignum just shifting his feet nicely. He's trying to move that head there, Shannon, and didn't do a bad job of it because he was catching a few there. He was trapped in the corner. He's still stunned a bit. There's another big left hand, and in comes Jeff Hines. And that's a good stoppage. Shannon won't like it enormously, but it's a good stoppage by the referee. And that was some quality there from Dignum. Some real quality. Long backhand that went straight through the guard, just got him going. And then he never really let him off the hook. Just moved his feet to the right, to the left, made a different angle, found an opening. And we had a great view of it, perfect view of it really. And he was just hitting him clean, flush, again and again and again.
Danny going all the right things in the corner there. What we've seen all night, we've seen a lot of boys rush their work and smother their own work tonight. And this is where you can see quality. Someone like Danny there did not smother his work one little bit. Sort of teed off on his opponent. Every shot seemed to be crisp. Shannon, yeah, he was still there. He wasn't out on his feet. He was buzzed. He was definitely hurt. And I do think it was the right call from the referee. He should have fired back or tried to hold on.
It was quality. It was some quality boxing. He managed to fall in and wrap him up at one point, and Jeff Hines allowed to continue. But then immediately just nailed him with another left hand, and you could see his knees dip, and he sagged into the corner post a little bit, and it was the right thing to do. It was the right thing to do. He's still on his stool over in the corner there. They're just checking him out to make sure he's absolutely fine. A bit of swelling had come up around the right eye as a result of the accuracy of that work. And they'll just take their time with him here as they're checking him out.
Like we say, after a win like that and a super middleweight Southern Area title being vacant, it'd be nice to see what Danny wants to do from here. I'm sure his managers and the people around him will start talking about that now that they know that's vacant.
Well, it's a good performance from Danny Dignum. He'll go 8-0, and he's a fighter that I've seen a lot of, and one that, due to his GB background, you do expect to go on to titles of some description at some point. And I think after that fight against Fox, which it was still the win, but maybe the confidence would have taken a slight dent from it. The last fight, which was an easy fight, and then this, which was a good performance, will get him back in the groove.
Yeah, he's had two stoppage wins on the bounce now. The Southern Area title is vacant. Maybe they can partner him up with another guy doing a similar sort of level as him at this stage, and put him back on a matchroom show for a big super middleweight clash.
Myself, Andy Clark, and Richie Gray on commentary for you tonight. It's been a good show so far. Good atmosphere.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause, please, for both these men inside the ring. It's a cracking old contest, that one, wasn't it? And after 1 minute and 25 seconds of round 4, the contest was stopped with Danny Shannon in no position to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, and now 8 wins from 8 professional fights, still 100%, it's Danny Dignum!
Good win for Dignum. And Lee Eaton, the promoter, just looking to get things rolling, get things moving nice and quick. So Dignum will be ushered through the ropes. Pretty sharpish to get down to ringside and have a chat with Sophia. Just stepping onto the apron now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is a super lightweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. Please welcome to the ring from Reading, Georgia, Ibra Smoking Riaz!
Danny, congratulations, your unbeaten record stays intact. What a knockout, you must be delighted with that performance.
Yeah, I'm very pleased with that performance. I was pleased to do the 4 rounds and get him out of there. Danny Shannon's a good fighter. He's in great shape, so he obviously trains hard. He don't come here just to take part. He comes here to win. And
oh, he was upset by that stoppage as well.
I think that plays into my hands a little bit, because when people come to win against me, I think that's when I box the best. Anthony Fox, my 2 fights ago, he come to win and he put up a very good fight.
And I'm assuming time titles, so you're wanting to be Southern area maybe?
I want a title by the end of the year, so whoever's got it, I'm coming from.
Well, listen, well done again tonight.
Thank you.
Back to you, Andy.
Sponsors.
How you doing, mate?
So the next fight of the night, on its way to the ring, Bradley Haxel up against Ibrahim Riaz, and this is a debut for Bradley Haxel. Ibrahim Riaz is somebody we know plenty about. He's been around the block a good few times. And now joining us on commentary, as well as me and Richie Gray, we've got Spencer Fearon, who's just made his way into the arena. How are you today, Spence?
I'm blessed, highly favoured, even better for seeing you, Andy. So yeah, it's we're going to see for something with this here, because like sometimes when you get debutants, they over-try, they over-exert themselves, but if you can look over here now, he's got a good corner, so he holds his head and let's see what's going to happen, man.
You see a lot of debuts on these shows, and we've seen an impressive one earlier in Liam Wells when he straight into a 6-rounder with a guy who had 2 wins, 3 losses, and he looked very well in 6 rounds. Didn't rush any of his work. To be honest, probably one of the best debuts I've seen. So yeah, I'll be keen. Not the best boxer I've seen, but one of the most best debuts in staying calm and being smart about what he's doing. It's very rare you see that.
He comes to the ring for his 156th professional fight from Reading, Berkshire, Ibra Smokin Riaz. And his opponents, Hossein Ali, blue corner, wearing the red, black and gold, weighing in at 9 stone, 12 pounds. He comes to the ring for his professional debut from
Lads, I already spoke to you both. Keep them punches up. No using the edge. Touch gloves. Good luck.
So Chaz Coakley, the referee for this one. Debut for Bradley Haxel. Ibrahim Riaz has had a load of fights. This is his 156th. 145 defeats, but he's only been stopped 3 times. Last time was nearly 5 years ago. It's Atif Shafiq, who's now a really good lightweight on the rise in the Ingle Gym up in Sheffield. The other 2 against Dale Miles and Liam Walsh, who of course fought Javante Davis for a world title.
Bradley's 23. He only actually had about 15 amateur fights. He won about 10 of them. He boxed I think, of Rumbles as an amateur as well. So they've taken him all the way through, and let's see how he's changed from amateurs to pros tonight in his debut.
See, how many times, like when you're fighting for your first time and you're up against an old wily pro, and there's a guy who's had 100 odd fights, sometimes you can get overruled by the occasion. You want to go and try and bang him out. Do you know what I mean? I know you tried to do that in your first pro fight. Yes, you did. Tell the truth. You
always do it in your first pro fight.
Right.
I was pretty lucky. My opponent only had 7 fights, so I did bang him out in the first round.
Well done, my son. So, you see, overhand right. You remember, if a guy who's had 150 odd fights, what they've got so much ring generalship and experience, and sometimes they could just want to fancy it. So, and if they do fancy it, it makes for a good fight.
This is the thing I mentioned earlier. What you can do sometimes, you'll see a young boy come out against a seasoned journeyman, and they just want to get their rounds in. And I think sometimes these journeymen think, if you try and take liberties,
100%,
I'm going to give you a hard night.
Right.
So you've seen them in the past where they give the home fighter a look, and the look is calm down. And it's not calm down because I can't handle it. It's calm down before I give you a harder night's work than you want.
Yeah, exactly. And like, you know what? You got to take this as what it is, and it is a pro debut, right? But the major thing is to be relaxed, not bait to the crowd or anything else here, and stick to boxing. The most important thing, when you first walked to the gym, was the first punch that you got taught. You got taught how to throw the jab. Yeah. The jab is the most imperative thing inside of boxing, because that's the first thing that you'll learn to do. So these little young fighters, when they're coming through, especially like on the debutants, master the jab. And it's going to master the jab, or have it in your head that you've mastered the jab, because the biggest room is a room for improvement.
With that said, one thing I have to say, I started off my career with the saying, no one pays to see me jab. Yeah. That was literally what I used to tell, and I used to say it to people because...
Who used to say that?
I used to tell myself that.
Okay.
Because I wanted to do that. So it goes to show at the start of my career, like you say, I just wanted to rip people's heads off. That's all I wanted to do. And it takes 4 or 5 fights to realise that...
It doesn't work like that.
You'll put yourself in better stead if you use the jab to set things up.
Oh, good right hand.
Well, that was a good right hand from Haxel. And Riaz, I was just going to say, has looked in this opening round as though he's come to have a bit of a go tonight, as though he fancies it. And it looks like he does there too, as he just beats his chest. But he was certainly wobbled by that right hand. And this could make for an interesting fight, I think, actually, because all the things you've been outlining just there look like they might be coming to pass. And Riaz plants his feet wide and just looks to let his hands go. And Haxel's going to have a battle on his hands here as the bell goes at the end of the first. And this is what you want to see from someone on their first outing.
Yeah, this is what you do want to see. You don't want to see somebody getting like an easy walkover job. You want the fight to be competitive. Not only that, but it's owed to the fans. People are coming out, and like right now, people are very, very clued up on this game, right? Because we've got we're embedded with so much information. Like everyone's got their phones on, right? You can't escape knowledge. So therefore, we know like if a fight's going to be like, what kind of fight it's going to be, and no one's not really coming out to see that. And there was a very, very entertaining first round. And now, what I'll say that was Hanson's got to do now is just to up it a little bit. Throw out those double jabs and come in with those right hands, because he threw a very, very good arcing right hand that made him know what time of day it was.
He ended that round perfectly, the way he should have started the round. So just about 4 seconds before the bell went, he stuck a triple jab in his face and went for a right hand. If he opened the round like that, I feel like he'll give his opponent more to think about and stop him running at him.
So it started the second round, and both of them just trading jabs in the centre of the ring. Riaz, as we know, hasn't picked up too many wins in his career so far. His last one was in July 2017 against Darren Townley. He was 6-1 at the time. He retired, but Riaz, I think from the beginning here, has fancied the job tonight. Jab then followed by right hand from Riaz, did find the target.
Haxel took that right hand fairly well. It didn't seem to bother him. It looked clean and solid from here, but he seems to have calmed down a little bit now. His shape's nice. I'd like to see him throw that jab a little bit more, like we said in the last round. But
well, he should be doubling it. You know what I mean? He's got that right hand cocked really nice as he's moving in. He's moving side to side, but he should be doubling up that jab. He needs to open up his opponent. Then he could drop the right hand.
As you said that, he threw a right hand on its own and missed. So then he set up again, he threw a double jab and landed both of them.
Right, and he's trying to do it again, brother. Look at this. This is like, it's neat work. Good right hand again.
He needs to learn from these jabs. He's having success with these jabs. Singles, doubles, throw the right hand when you've landed a jab. If he was an enormous one-punch knockout artist, you'd understand. He might catch him. But like me and Andy discussed earlier, they're very few and far between. It is a bit of a myth. Everyone wants to be, but they are not all them punchers.
Just falling in a little bit behind his right hand there, Haxel, as he kind of pursued Riaz across the ring. I don't think Riaz has tasted too much from Haxel so far that has made him think that he can't walk forward and get something done here.
But if you look at Riaz is fancying it because he's walking forward, but there's no head movement, right? So, like,
he's not worried about defending.
No, he's not. So Haxel could go a quick shot, 1-2 down the middle, and it would score.
What's Haxel? I think he needs to stick them jabs out and get on his toes. A 1-2, get on his toes. A 1-2-3, get on your toes. A 1-2, get on your toes. 2s and 3s, get on your toes.
Oh, he just got caught with a left hook there, Haxel. Look.
Nice right hand up the middle there as well from Riaz.
Riaz is fancying it.
Where are you going with this round so far?
Well,
I'm saying Riaz is the one that's pressing it, so I'll be giving this round to Riaz.
I agree. I'll give Riaz a round. I'd like to see Haxel jab, and I'd like to think this corner is seeing this. He's got an experienced corner in there. Matt Marsh, wasn't he in it? And he's a former British champion.
A very
he's
good
got
fighter.
one of the Rumbles in there, you know. The Rumble boys know their stuff. I'm sure they're seeing what they're seeing, and they'd like to see more jabs from their boy.
Riaz again just rolling forward there. There wasn't very much on that right hand that he threw, but he's always looking for the opening. Haxel trying to throw right hand over the top himself, then just moves away to his left hand side. Good right hand there from Riaz. That hit the target certainly, and we could have a very interesting fight in the second half as we head up towards the end of the second round.
You can see that Riaz has had over 100 odd fights, because look how he just mixed it up there, head and body.
He knows how to switch, he knows how to mix it.
He's done that really neat.
And I can imagine he's not been stopped very many times here, so he knows how to survive. So even if Haxel catches him with a clean one, he can't. I feel like he's looking to land a big shot. but he doesn't get stopped often, so that's not going to help you. Even if you do catch him with that shot and you do rock him, he knows how to survive.
It's not going to do anything.
It's not going to end the fight.
This guy fights so regular that him getting hit with hard shots, he's going to get hit with hard shots every now and then.
That's his job.
Right, exactly. Thank you very much.
Hacksaw, I'd like to see a jab, a double jab, a 1-2-3 on your bike. 1-2 on your bike, 1-2-3 on your bike. Couple of shots, have a move. He can't stand there and trade. I fear that if he don't win, I fear that he's in a little bit of a catch-up now. He's not behind, but he's certainly not in front.
If you see in Haslam's corner, Matthew Marsh is kind of pointing on him a little bit like, listen, this is real now. This is not, you know what I mean? This is real.
What you did last round wasn't working.
Most definitely. And he's gonna have to up it a little bit. And as you were saying before, like to throw those 3 shots, because it's so important. Like
he lands again. The jab landed again.
Right, he does it again. But it's like, as he gets the success from throwing that, it's like he gets a little bit carried away. He could have stick with this, just popping at the jab, keeping the hands nice and high and moving side to side.
So the thing is, it's so easy for us to sit here and say that. And when you've had fights, you think, I'll stick to the jab. Oh, if I'm going to knock him out, I'll do it later on.
No,
it's easy to do that. It is his debut, and he don't want to jab
no
one.
And that's why I'm saying it, because it is easy.
He don't want to jab no one. He wants to hit someone with right hand and watch him fall on the floor. That's what he wants.
Riaz was quickly off his stool at the start of the 3rd round, just in the clinch there, and Hacksaw trying to whack to the body with his right. But this is pretty much in the balance in the second half of this fight. This is a tough pro debut for Hacksaw against Riaz, who doesn't win very often, but seemed to fancy it right from the beginning tonight. Nice high guard there from Riaz, as Hacksaw just tries to find a way through with a left.
Hacksaw putting both hands forward like that in a defensive manner is not a good sign for me. I feel like
just been warned by the referee for slapping. I don't really think that was a slap. I think he was trying to go over the overhand right, but it just cuffed him. See, the problem here is like Hacksaw's overexerting himself. Like, he can see in his head what he wants to try and do. You can actually see the artistry which he's trying to demonstrate, but it's not coming out because it's like a split second or half a second out when he's trying to throw those shots.
Taking a little bit too long to make a decision.
Exactly.
Just missing with the right hand there, Hacksaw, and then Riaz coming back with his own right hand.
That's what I'm seeing Riaz. As soon as they stop, Riaz throws a shot. He doesn't really think, he just throws a shot. And that's what's putting Hacksaw off. Hacksaw needs to just throw something. Just with the first second, throw anything. Don't throw a windmill, throw anything you want. Just something to stop him making the first move. Because that's where he's losing the exchange, just from not making the first move.
It's not only that, but you see, with Riaz is like, he's throwing shots. It's all muscle memory. Because like, you cannot say like, oh, you got fighting now. I'm in the gym training. You know what I mean? He's effectively a journeyman. But what he does bring to the table is that ring experience and that ring guard.
He's got knowledge.
He's got a lot of knowledge, and he's not afraid here. He's actually fancying this fight.
Again, quickly to the centre of the ring there, Riaz looks to jab to the body, then let the right hand go up top. Didn't land it that time. Hacksaw on the inside, unable really to make any space for himself, looking to try and lean on Riaz and pose himself a bit. But physically, it's Riaz who's the stronger of these two, you would say.
Beautiful. Do you see that? He does through 3 jabs there, beautiful. And he needs to do way more, much more of that.
Right to the body there from Riaz. Bell goes to the end of the round. That's another fairly tight round, I would say. Not an easy one, this, for referee Chance Coakley. Been a good fight, though. We're saying it all night. A good atmosphere inside the Brentwood Centre. Pretty much every seat is filled now.
No, seriously, every seat is filled. I walked in there, I was amazed. Seriously, I was amazed.
This is a brilliant venue as well, I think. You can't go wrong with this place. It looks classy. The first time I boxed here, I'd gone from Youghal to the Brentwood Centre. I felt like I was in an arena here. With all this, you sell a good ticket. I'd have 250, 300 people of my own come here, around with a load of other local fighters. It feels brilliant in here when it's packed. It is a good place to be.
Big boxing weekend. Small matter of proceedings going on at Wembley tomorrow night. You were down at the weigh-in today, Spencer. You were at the press conference and workout with me during the week as well. What have you made of that so far?
No, man, we should be looking for something special from Anthony Joshua tomorrow night. And if we don't, we're going to be complaining. And that's the God's honest truth. I think there's a lot of pressure on the head of Anthony Joshua after having two fights that have been good wins, but to what we've been spoilt by seeing when how we fought Klitschko, we could deemingly say they've been lackluster. So I think he needs to go out with a really, really good win, or to make a statement, a comprehensive points win, or a brutal knockout.
Am I the only one here? I feel like not many people are giving Povetkin a massive chance here.
No,
I think
Povetkin's got a wicked chance.
He's got a massive punch on him, and if he lands on Anthony, you never know.
Well, you're right, you do never know.
Yeah,
knocking on in age a little bit at the moment, but back to this one and into this third and final round, which could be pivotal. Hard to know how the referee is scoring this one at the minute, but they're both looking to come and try and win this final round. Riaz is looking for a rare win here. There's absolutely no doubt about that. He has been right from the very start, and that's made it hard for Haxel. Long left hand there from
very
Riaz lands.
sneaky there. He went left hook to the body, left hook to the head.
Haxel needs to go for broke now for me. He just needs to swing it out and try and get this round a win, because a lot of these middle rounds are very tight rounds, and if he's lost a couple of them, he needs this round to get a draw.
He does need, but I wouldn't want him to swing it out, because
he needs to work
that's,
hard.
That's what Riaz wants. Yeah, I know.
Enough.
If I was him, the simple instruction was just go 1-2 down the middle, like to throw like just little burst, piston burst and move off, piston burst and move off. I like to steal the round, but not just steal the round, but to make it look comprehensive that he's taking a round.
Straight away, 1-2 in his face, straight away. And again, 1-2, he should throw a straight shot straight away.
Just sets his feet there, Haskell, and looks to go to the body.
Yeah, it's amazing that he's in punching range, and while he's in punching range, he's winging around to the body where he should be coming through the middle.
Referee gets in and separates these two, just bouncing on the balls of his feet there. Riaz, who is always in good shape. It's why he's able to take fights at short notice. It's why he's had so many fights. He fulfills that kind of role. Left hand did land there from Riaz, but there was nothing really on it. Just dips his head there, Haskell, on the way in. The referee has a quick chat with him about that.
At this stage, I wouldn't be surprised if we see our first red corner win for this evening.
You know, I don't want to be bad luck, because I've just joined the commentary team, and like, I wouldn't want to be bad luck for the young man. But you know what, it could happen, but let's hope not, it doesn't. But you know what?
A draw, no, listen, a draw wouldn't be unjustified.
No, most definitely a draw wouldn't be. But
good left hand there from Haxel, but they're both beginning to look a little bit tired here. A few seconds before that, Riaz landed a nice right on the inside, followed by a left, and a big finish for either one of them here could really make a difference.
Though. What a tough debut to start with.
Yeah, listen, this is a waking up to the pro game. Right, no more romanticising about this game. Now you're in it now.
Well, there goes the bell. Round of applause from the referee, round of applause for us, and that was a really good fight. Riaz roars over the ringside, and I think he feels like he's done enough there. Haxel rather, in his corner, maybe slightly more subdued, but I think they'll be relatively confident that they could have done enough also. Some very close rounds in there. He'll be upset if he doesn't get it, Riaz, but he's used to not getting it.
Riaz even touching gloves with the cameraman. He's well happy in there right now.
He's well happy. He's been in this game long enough to know.
To want to touch gloves with the cameraman, he must be in a good mood.
Yeah, he's buzzing, he's buzzing.
Well, Chaz Coakley, the referee, just compiling his score.
Let's see if he touched gloves with Chaz if he doesn't get the result.
Haxel looks a little bit concerned as he comes over to our side of the ring.
He does. He looks very, very apprehensive. You can see like the fear in his face.
Well, let's find out which way it's gone.
It's gone to the red corner. I'm telling you. Let's see. We don't really want. It's gone to the red corner.
Both men think they've got it.
40 points to 37 in favour of Haxel there, which means that he's won 3 and the other one has been drawn. Riaz, with a rueful look on his face, I think feels that he deserved more than that. We felt that he deserved more than that, and
no, listen, I'm just gonna be real. Right?
Why couldn't Chaz have done that for me in my last fight?
I mean, the young man's got a lot to learn, right? But it's his first pro debut.
He didn't have a big amateur career either. He had 15 fights, so he's only had 16 fights in his whole life.
Right.
But it's certainly a very valuable experience for him to get that kind of fight under his belt as a professional debut. He'll have learned a lot from those 4 rounds. He's making his way down to ringside. to have a chat with Sophia as meanwhile we get our next fight in the ring. All of this new for Bradley Haxel at the moment, and we can hand over to Sophia now.
Well, Bradley, welcome to the pro ranks. That was your debut. That was quite an effort you put in there. What a fight.
I learned so much from it. I've had a long time at the gym. I come back with Billy, a good coach, and I said let's get it on, and I thought turning over to the pro would suit me better. There's still more there. I come down from 88 kilo to 64. So, you know, I'm happy with that performance.
He was a very durable opponent, 155.
Yeah, jumping in with him, I'll chuck myself in the deep end yet again. But, you know, that's what I want to do to be the best.
And such great support for you here tonight.
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you to all the Team Axeman people who come out here. They love it as much as I love it. It makes it so much more better getting in there. And when I had to push it, they helped me push it. I love them all. Thank you very much.
Well, you must be very hungry to get out for the next one then.
Yeah, hopefully. I'll just go back. We'll have a week off with my family, because it's been a long time cutting all the weight. Back in the gym with Billy and see what he's got planned for me.
It's a great performance. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thanks to MTK as well. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Back to you, Andy.
So on with our next fight, Philip Cote in the ring. This is a light heavyweight. Cote, 36 years old, a very experienced fighter. He's gone the distance with some good fighters, Luke Blackledge being one. And in general has faced some good opponents. Isaac Ekpo in his last fight. Ekpo, who either side of that fight challenged Tyrone Zoiga for the Germans' WBA regular super middleweight title. Also boxed the likes of Liam Cameron, former Commonwealth champion Jared Fletcher, who challenged for the WBA middleweight title against Daniel Jacobs. So that gives you an idea of the kind of opposition he's been in with. He's never really been close to beating any of them. There's a point that should be made. His wins, 32 of them, have come in Ghana against limited opposition. Jake Ball has made some changes in recent times. He's now training up in Sheffield at the Ingle gym. Dominic Ingle in charge of him day to day now after leaving Jim McDonagh, who he'd been with for almost all of his professional career. 12 fights, 11 wins and 1 defeat for Ball. And his last 2 fights have been the big ones for him, beating Joe Sheriff and then Miles Shinkwin to claim a really good title in the WBA Intercontinental. 1 defeat on the record against JJ McDonagh, where he was blitzed in 90 seconds or so.
6 3-minute rounds. Introducing first and boxing out of the red corner, wearing the purple and white shorts, weighing in at 13 stone. Coming to the ring for his 47th professional fight from Accra, Ghana, Philip Sweepy Cote. And his opponent, boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the white and gold, weighing in at 12 stone, 13 pounds. He comes to the ring with 11 wins from 12 professional fights, 8 inside the distance, 1 loss, no draws. From Lightwater, Surrey, Jake the Blade Ball. Your referee in charge of the action is Mr. Jeff Hines. Your timekeeper in the bell, Mr. John Smith.
Okay, gentlemen, 6 rounds or less. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. That's enough. Goodbye.
6 rounds or less.
Well, Jake Ball, as I say, now up at the Ingle gym in Sheffield. He's not been up there long. He's up there Monday to Saturday, then back for weekends. He's got a young family down in the south of England, but he's got a big fight on the horizon, October the 27th.
Well, it's a massive
the
fight.
Copper Box against Craig Richards. It's a cracking fight between those two. So nothing could go wrong tonight. That's the plan anyway. Cote, as I mentioned, has boxed some really good opponents, but he's never come close to beating any of them, but he is tough. It's the kind of match that promoters are making more and more now, putting their own young fighters in against each other. We saw Okoli against Chamberlain, for example. We saw Okoli against Luke Watkins. That was another good one. And Jake Ball up against Craig Richards. 2 fighters who both really want to stake a claim. Richards having challenged for the British title at very short notice against Frank Buglioni last October, wanted back in with a big fight, and is perfect for both of them. Really good left hand there from Ball, just seemed to stun him slightly, just punching down. He's awkward, Coty.
Yeah, I've always liked the look of Ball, because of the simple fact, like, he's very relaxed, and now that he's under, like, the move from the transitional move from him leaving from Jim McDonagh now working in the Ingle gym. I don't know if the Ingle gym, like, he'll be suited to their style, but what it will be, because he's a southpaw, it will be suited to their style, because they've worked with so many southpaws right throughout. If you look at their histories, like, they are very good shot there, right? They are so used to working with southpaws.
They've got Billy Joe Saunders up there at the minute, and Coty is a little bit difficult to work out. Sometimes he looks like he's off balance, sometimes he looks like he's been stunned. You're never quite sure whether he might be playing possum to an extent, but Ball has found him pretty solidly a few times already.
Yeah, he's got a kind of Emmanuel Augustus style of fighting. You know,
I know. I thought
the
that
drunken master kind of style. He's got that kind of man, yeah.
Straight away, I thought, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He has that kind of drunken master style, and it's whether he's got enough.
Left hand there, straight to the chest, puts Coty down just as he was trying to backpedal. I think that was more of a loss of balance, or his feet just moving backwards as he was caught there. It was a strange kind of a knockdown, really,
absurd,
but
really,
he is a strange kind of a fighter, as we've seen.
It was, but it was also a shot to the solar plexus, and it was from the good shots there. It was from a straight, hard left hand to the body, so it's actually a knockdown.
Oh, legitimate knockdown, 100%.
Yeah.
Well, Ball's had a mishap in his career. I was ringside when he was wiped out, there's no other way to say it, by JJ McDonagh in just over 90 seconds. That was late 2016 at Wembley Arena. He was hit pretty much out of the ring. He was leaning over the ropes, almost onto the apron, when the referee jumped in and took up the count, because the ropes had kept him up, and then he was flattened shortly after that, and it was a bad one, but he's managed to make his way back from it.
Yeah, well, you see, like, when you're a young fighter and you get knocked out early in a fight, you get knocked out badly, sometimes that could be a great thing. Reason being, because it wasn't a hard 10 rounds, and you get to the batter in, and it can have, like, more psychological damage on you.
Oh, I agree.
What could happen is, like, it could knock your confidence or dent your confidence a little bit, but then it's how you come back from it. And the major thing is, like, he's come back to play under Matchroom, as he's come back and he's been in competitive fights. It's not like he's come back and he's like, okay, we're going to get you a Latvian and we're going to get you, and we're going to try and play it safe with you. He hasn't done that. And for the mere fact that he's fighting Craig Richards up next, shows you the desire of this young man, and also shows you the desire of Craig Richards.
I'd appreciate and like to see a lot of these young fighters doing this. There's a lot of boys that get stuck around these small halls, and they end up having 15, 16, 17 journeyman and away fighters, when they could have really boxed each other on their 8th and 9th fight, and one of them could have moved on.
Can I get an amen there, brother? You know what I mean? That is, seriously, that is the truth.
This is the problem. Even in my career, after my 4th and 5th fight, I was asking for contenders. And in 3 fights, we'd asked 7, 8 and 9 of them. We never would say yes.
Good left hand there from Ball, and again Coty was just caught slightly off balance. He is a tricky customer to kind of work out, but Ball hasn't been sucked into any of it. He's just landed good, clean, accurate punches and knocked him back there with a right hand, but again isn't in too much of a hurry to try and follow up. He's got good sharp hands, Jake Ball. And he's just looking for openings here, taking his time. That bill on the 27th is Luke Watkins, Ryan Doyle.
That's another great fight
against Byfield. There's just it's a
no.
If you see with Coty, there's so much Brynell's right hooks into him. He does turn, he's and he should be doubling up downstairs, because
he needs to. Is there though? I mean, like you said, he's got that option, but there's not loads of options there, is there?
There isn't.
So you've pulled one from sitting back here. It's easy being in there in the action. Yeah. How many options is he really seeing there right now? So people listening and watching at home can watch this and think, why doesn't he do this? Why don't he do that?
Oh, good combination there from Ball, and knocks Coty back into the corner. He just allowed himself to fall like a rag doll almost into that red corner. He knew what he was doing, but he does need to be a little bit careful with that kind of thing sometimes. Referees can misinterpret that on occasions.
It doesn't half make the referee's job difficult when he does the fake the fake stunned.
Yeah, he does, but I think because 10 rounds or less, Jeff Hines is is there. He's pretty up close and he can see what's going on because, you know, Kofi's he's playing about, but right now, Jake Paul should be throwing that left hand straight to the chest. Good shots.
Look at him lining up that backhand throw.
Well, down goes Coty. I'm not sure if this is going to be scored as a knockdown. The referee is going to take up the count here. He was all over the place balance-wise, but something landed, and that sent him over, and so that is legitimately a knockdown. He's a bizarre customer, Coty, in terms of his style.
Brilliant.
And the thing about it is this, I'd like to know, like, if he was to like train or to fancy it, yeah, I mean, he'd be pretty decent. He could rack up a couple wins because his style is very, very unorthodox and very, very awkward.
Brilliant, that, brilliant. I like the way he does that. He gets it, he falls back, he could draw him in.
Yeah.
Every now and then, if he wanted to, he could respond and throw a big right hand, and if that landed...
There was like Emmanuel Augustus, whose style does remind me of a lot, fought someone from the Ingle gym, Jonathan Faxon, and I think that was in '98, and he just went out there and he fancied it, and he beat Jonathan Faxon. So you're wondering if someone like himself now, if he could get himself in condition, what he could do. But he's like enjoying the fact on the role of being a journeyman. Okay, I hear that, but fight. I mean, just fight.
How many people do you think these guys with these kind of styles like accidentally knock people out? Like they don't even mean to do it. They want to land a shot to back them up, but sometimes he pulls
Richie, I totally agree with you, my friend.
He pulls that right hand back sometimes, and I'm looking at it from here. It's coming from outside in the car park. If he lands that.
Ball though, just nice and measured, nice and composed. Balance has been good, range has been pretty good. That jab is pretty good. If you've got those three things, then you're in business really, and he's not looked to be too gung-ho here.
Well, he's not, because, like...
No knockdown there.
No. But Jake Paul's using this as like, you know, a ticking fight in preparation to get onto the big fight that's going to have with Craig Richards.
He still looks fresh, Jake Paul. Look, even his hair still looks fresh. His hair ain't even a mess yet.
The Joe hasn't even moved yet.
He's staying calm, he's staying smart, and he ain't doing anything reckless, is he?
But the thing is, I really do rate Jake Paul.
That shot was the one I was on about.
Right. Good combination there from Paul. Nice quick hands, just knocking Coty back into the ropes, but again, he doesn't look particularly hurt.
Right, this is his first fight with Dominic Ingle, right? I can see a different Jake Paul here. I mean, seriously, I can see a more relaxed fighter now. I think before he used to rush a lot.
He's been there about 2 weeks. He's been there since I think the Monday before last. It's a fairly recent development. About March time, he started to think about maybe making a change, but he had problems with his hands, and the fight that was scheduled for May got put back to July and got put back to now, and he's putting the punches together here, and Jeff Hines steps in the end, and that was always going to be one route to victory if nothing was really coming back from Coty, and he really did just pile on the pressure. Right. He's not really hurt, is he, at all?
He's not, but you know what? Defend yourself at all times, but then also you got to answer back. That if you're being attacked like that was the right thing to do, because this could have been drawn out for another how many more rounds it could have run, right? Another 2 more rounds. Me personally, I wouldn't want to see that. Jake Paul did the right thing. He got you in the corner. Okay, you're not going to move from now. I've got a lot of options. I'm just going to pummel away at you, and Jeff Hines did the right thing by stopping it.
Agreed. And that was always the most likely method for Ball to enjoy an early night. He's still got Terry Stewart over in the corner there, still involved from his earlier days. There was no acrimony in the split with Jim McDonagh. It was just time for a change. It happens often enough in a fighter's career. Moving away from home, maybe away from those home comforts, is something that fighters feel they need to do sometimes to get really serious. And of course he's surrounded by the likes of Billy Joe Saunders, Kell Brook, Atish Shafiq, Liam Williams now as well, Jason Quigley. There's loads of them up there.
There's so many guys.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after 1 minute and 42 seconds of round 3, the contest was stopped with Philip Sweet Pea Coty in no position to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner from Lightwater Surrey, Jake "The Blade" Paul!
So Ball gets a win under his belt, and no bumps in the road en route to that fight with Craig Richards at the Copper Box on October the 27th, one that we're all very much looking forward to. They get on well, those two. When they arrived at the press conference last week, they joked about how they couldn't really talk to each other, but it's a big fight that they both need and they both want. Jake's down ringside, where he's ready to talk to Sophia.
Congratulations on the win. You've been out for 9 months, so you must be pleased just to sort of get back out there. He was a tricky, awkward opponent.
Yeah, well, he was a last-minute opponent. So fair to credit, he's had a lot of fights. He had a good winning record. I think he was 32-12 when I come in there, so he's got a lot of good names. And I sort of knew I could have probably got him out there earlier, but I needed a few rounds.
Did you feel you were holding back to get more rounds? Holding back?
Well, my corner said, like, get a couple of rounds out of him, and then we'll see where he is, and then we'll step up a little bit. And after the second round, Dom said, this is round 8, so just pick up a bit, and get him out of there, so that's what I've done.
The guys over in the corner, the commentators were saying they seen a different Jake Ball. Is that to do with your new Dominic Ingles?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, like now, I'm based up in Sheffield in Ingles gym with Dominic Ingles. I've got a fantastic team up there, and I'm looking forward to what's coming.
Now you're out next month, right? Against Craig Richards for a title fight.
That's right, yeah. I'm defending my WBA belt against Craig Richards, October 27th at the Copper Box, so that's going to be the big one. It's going to be a very good fight, and I'm looking forward to showing everyone how much improved I have got.
Well, look forward to that. It'll be a great fight. Congratulations, well done.
Okay, thank you.
Back to you, Andy.
So next time we see Jake Ball will be in a different part of London in a really big fight towards the back end of October. So next fight into the ring now. This is 4 rounds at super welterweight. Dan West is making his way through the ropes from Sheffield. 4 wins, 3 defeats and 1 draw for him so far. Mainly has fought against journeymen and novices. Not a fighter I've seen before myself. He's, for the most part, has fought in Yorkshire, but has hit the road on a couple of occasions as well. His last fight was a second round stoppage defeat against a fighter called Tom Hill in March. That was at Rainton Meadows Arena. And now on his way to the ring, the Black Mexican, Shaquille Day from Eltham in South London. 8-0 he has gone so far.
Shaq Day says he boxes like a Mexican. I've done plenty of rounds with Shaq. Likes to keep busy, moves his head fast, throws fast hands and likes his combinations.
Well, you look at his record and he's had learning fights so far. Every single opponent's had a losing record, some of them heavily losing records. A 6-round points win over William Warburton is nothing to be sniffed at. We were talking about WW earlier on and how he can really make it very difficult for you indeed if he's in the mood, but he's got some backing, he's got some support, he's sold some tickets, he's got some swagger, so I'm looking forward to seeing him.
He's a lovely lad, Shaq. He has got some swagger, he's a nice lad. People should get behind him, and he has got a bit of skill, so.
Introducing first and boxing out of the red corner. We're in the black shorts, weighing in at 10 stone, 12.5 pounds. He comes to the ring with a fight record of 8 professional fights, 4 wins, 2 inside the distance, 3 losses and 1 draw. From Sheffield, Yorkshire, Dan West. And his opponent, boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the white and blue, weighing in at 10 stone, 11 pounds. He comes to the ring with a 100% fight record, 8 wins from 8 professional fights. From Bexley, London, Shaq, the Black Mexican.
The Black Mexican, there you go.
Charging the action on this one is Mr. Chaz Buckley, your timekeeper of the battle, Mr. John Smith.
Don't want your heads in, touch gloves, good luck.
So here we go, 4 rounds between Shaquille Day and Dan West. Shaquille Day in the blue and white, West in the black and Gray. He's been taking a distance in all of his fights so far, Dave, but that really is down to the kind of fighters he's been in with. He's been in against opponents who have come to go the distance.
Yeah, he's a good boxer, Shaq. I must have done 1,000,000 rounds with Shaq in the gym. He's got fast hands, he likes to move his head, and when he gets going, like I say, the Black Mexican, he will let them combinations go.
Good straight right hand. You know what I've noticed about this kid Day already? He's got really good balance, you know. Look at his balance. He's got really, really good balance. And he's got Eddie Lamb in the corner there, my old mate from back in the day when he was at Fitzroy Lodge and out the Lynn, and Alan Smith, who properly knows the game.
Yeah, I think they all share a gym together. I think Mickey's his head coach. Shout out Mickey in the corner tonight. Shaq is a good boxer. He's got all the skill. Not a massive puncher. He's not a devastating puncher. You can see on his record he hasn't got any stoppages, but he has got skill. And as he gets into longer fights with more rounds, that skill will serve him well, and he might start to get stoppages then because he can wear boys down. As he has got a good tank. He's got a good tank and a good engine in him.
How many rounds would you think that you've sparred with him, Richie?
Honestly, probably over 70.
Okay.
Sometimes he'd come down, we'd do 8 rounds together, he'd come back at the end of the week, we'd do another 8, and we've done that through the last year and a half of my career. We did a lot of rounds together. We'd go through stage where it'd be weekly.
Yeah?
Yeah. I was a little bit bigger than him. He's like a division below. I think I was middleweight and he was light middleweight at the time, so there's a bit of a size difference there, but he was a regular sparring partner, so when you've got regular sparring partners, you don't try to kill each other, you work off each other. If you've got some random guy,
you've got that camaraderie there.
Yeah, if you've got some random guy, you go a bit more, but we're like getting on.
Nice bit of action on the ropes over on the far side, and West, let's not forget about him. He's got a winning record, 4 wins, 3 defeats, 1 draw, and he's come to give it a crack tonight. He's in good shape, you can tell that, and this is turning already into an interesting fight. He was doing some good work on the ropes away to our right, but as was Day, just sinking back into the ropes. Found a bit of room for a couple of right hands.
I like how every single piece of Shaq's kit is matching, even his boxers that he's wearing are matching. It's nice to see Shaq in a fight like this. As you say, you look at his record, he's got very negative opponents on there, and now he's got a guy with more of a positive, a winning record.
Yeah, fair play to West. West is fresh, some good little combinations. Sneaky little uppercuts coming back with his left hook.
Yeah, it's a better fight for them both.
Doubling up that jab, but both of them just a little bit short there for Day, and then West just cut down his own space a bit too quickly there, but did find right hand, did find good distance with it eventually.
He's got to be very careful by doing the moves that he's doing right there, because all it takes is one well-timed shot to make a difference. I like for him to keep his hands up a little bit more, but he has got really, really good movement.
The thing is, he does practice that in sparring. That is a regular thing. He's not just doing it in a showboat. That is how he boxes. And to be fair to him, he takes a shot fairly well anyway.
Okay.
He does take a shot well. I've seen him spar boys. Some punches, he gets hit and he steps back, shakes it off and gets back on again. Not that I would be advising him to do it, but it works for him,
Fighters are often quite keen to incorporate Mexico or the Mexican into their nickname, but I'm afraid his will never rival Johnny Garton's, who's another iBox boxer, the Mexican.
Never ever.
Mexican. He comes from Peckham and he fights like a Mexican. It's my favourite nickname of all time, and I don't imagine coming across one that beats that, to be honest. Straight on the jab at the start of the second round there, Day.
I like to see stuff like that. He's come out very positive with that jab. He hasn't gone out swinging wildly. He's come out with a nice jab. We spoke about this earlier. It's a bit of experience would have took him to do that.
I'm saying Day's got really good feet. I like his balance, and he's got chunky legs as well. So for someone who's got chunky legs, he's saying he ain't knocked out guys yet. I think later on it will start to come.
No one's knocked him out either.
Yeah, exactly. But it's gonna come.
Yeah.
He's got very, very good momentum.
It's a good fight, this. West just looking to chop down with the right hand, didn't quite land it. Good right to the body there from Day. Did just chip a right hand. Wasn't full force. He was just taking his feet back as it landed from West.
I mean, well, fair play to West, you know. As soon as West is up close, he's looking to bang that right hand and go over to the top with his right hand to the head. Good, another good right hand. You know what? Fair play to West. He does fancy this. Look at that very good sneaky right uppercut there from West.
Shaq looks nice. He does them moves and then lands that clean right hand at the end. He took two before, to be fair, but then when he landed that right hand, it was clean and it was nice. Sometimes I fear that Shaq don't throw enough jabs. He could set things up a bit more, but it's his style, and if he can make it work, it works.
No, it comes with experience. So as soon as he starts going further down the line, he'll sit down more in his punches and relax more. Right, but he's got amazing hand speed. But not only that, what I'm impressed with Day, he's got a very, very good punch repertoire. Really good punch repertoire.
If he can slow this guy down and get the guy to sit down for a second, you will see he does a lot of variety. He will. Yeah. He'll throw a combination, he'll step round, change his angle, pivot round, throw body and head, and then pivot back round again. He does do that, and he does do it well.
Right. But what I like about Day is, like, as he pops his jab, right? He pops his jab, and then as soon as the jab comes back up, he puts the left hand straight up cock because he's expecting a right hand, so he's there to block it.
Just finding room for the uppercut on the inside there, Day, as well. And West is trying to put some real pressure on him in this round. Really trying to step on him and see if he can make an impact, but he's not managed to do so just yet. Good jab followed by the right hand there from Day too.
You can see with Day, like, he's chipping away with his shots. Nice right hand. He's chipping, very good. And again, beautiful. And the left hook on top of that.
Two right hands, clean, and followed by the left hook. Lovely work.
And I think they did have a little bit of an impact there.
Good shot.
Another good right hand follows it up against
West. West enjoying himself.
West is in a little bit of trouble here, I think. He's throwing back still, but he's leaving himself slightly open, looking for the uppercut. And there's the variety. He's trying to keep his head on the move there, West, which is the right thing to do. But this is difficult for him.
I really do like the look of Day. You know, I really do like the look of him.
Turned the screw nicely in that round, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And it's not that. It's like, I think, like, in the first round, he was trying, you know, just to get into it, and he's set into his groove. And now he's set into the groove, you can see how he's picking. He's got a very, very good punch selection. He's picking the shots really well. And he's found out that right hand works. And he said, okay, then I'll set it up, and then what he'll do a little feint with his shoulder, and then he throw the right hand. So you're concentrating on what's going to happen, like he's going to throw the jab. He comes over the top with the right hand, and he's done it like 3 or 4 times on the trot. So how was sparring when you used to spar with him? How was it?
Yeah, it was nice. Like I said, I'm a bit bigger than him, so, you know, I'm a bit taller than him, a bit bigger than him. I just try and keep him on the end of a jab, He does a lot of moving, a lot of turning, a lot of pivoting, so I just try and keep him on the end of a jab, let him walk into stuff and stay back on my toes. But he's a busy fighter. When he gets in close, he will work hard, pivot round, and he'll make it count when he gets inside. He will make it count. Like you see in the last round, he knows how to land a clean shot. He's not a monstrous puncher. He landed some very clean shots, and you can see he's not a monstrous puncher by the lack of response from his opponent, but Shaq does know how to land them. And I think when he's doing longer fights, that will serve him well. He's not wasting energy trying to kill anyone. So throwing them shots, he's knocking out the points, he's landing clean shots. When he gets to round 6 and 7, this opponent's thinking, I keep getting it with clean shots, the ref's seeing it, he lets combinations go, and that's when he'll start to tire his opponents and wear them down. And he's got a good engine, so he can do it for a 10-rounder.
It's the second half of this one. This is the third round now, scheduled for 4. Shaquille Day in the blue and white, Dan West in the black and grey. And West started the round aggressively again, and he's still looking for that right hand. He's not really landed it, though. It's slipped over Day's shoulder most of the time. He's happy in close, Day. That kind of close is safe adage is one that I think he certainly believes in.
Shaq got hit with a low one there by West. Sure it was accidental. Shaq doing a little dance there.
Nice jab.
Beautiful move. Beautiful move.
It's Shaq's swag. He's got a swag, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Star quality, you know. Moves his feet, looks class.
He has.
And West just doing his best to trap the left hand there of Day, but still just able to make some room for his right.
Shaq looks the classier of the two, though. West looks good. He's doing a lot of good work, but Shaq, see, caught that on the gloves, rolled off with the shoulder. Looks nice and neat.
He's in very good shape, West, which is what's allowed him to keep his upper body on the move and dip from the waist, which has meant that he's successfully slipped quite a lot of punches, but he's not really managed to land anything.
That's the thing, Shaq's hard to land on clean when he moves that way.
That was a decent uppercut there from West. I'm not sure how clean it was, but it looked good.
It was clean. It was clean enough. It was clean enough.
Body
but
shot.
I'd like to see West like press more because he's getting success when he's pressing.
A good couple of punches there as he just kept it a little bit longer. He snapped out the jab and then looked for the right hand, but for the most part, he's kind of stepped in and looked to fight at that kind of half distance almost, and I don't think that's really suited him, because one advantage he may have here is that he's a little bit taller possibly with a slightly longer reach.
The thing is with Shaq will like it in the pocket. He enjoys being there. That's when he throws combinations and he does his pivots. But West is doing a very good job of not making it messy, but stopping Shaq from getting in too much of a rhythm up close.
Yeah,
he's breaking the rhythm.
Yeah, he is breaking it. He's breaking it by, as he presses forward. As he presses forward, he throws that uppercut in, and there's a lot of power that's generated. Because look at his body. You can see like this kid trains. Don't just look at West like he's come to make up numbers. He hasn't come to make up numbers. You can see the ambition, but then sometimes the ambition gets taken away from him when your guy Shaq hits him with that right hand.
Shaq's making it awkward for him, and fair play to Shaq. That's what he's here to do, and he is. And West is here. He's trying to make a big fight out of it. I think just Shaq's just a little bit. At this stage, for me, Shaq's just a little bit too slippery for him. Not that West, because it's one of them fights where it may end where Shaq wins every round, but it's not. That's no reflection of the fight, because West has been in the fight for every round.
He's been competitive.
But I don't think he's winning. I don't think West is winning the rounds.
No, he hasn't. But he's made it competitive because he's trying to press and he's trying things. But your guy Shaq is a little bit too slick for him.
Fourth and final rounds. Of the 8 fights he's had so far, Day, 7 have been over 4 rounds. He's had just the 1 6-rounder, so I'm sure that's something he'll want to address in the near future. This is just his second outing of 2018, only boxed twice in 2017. After 5 appearances in his first calendar year as a pro, it's a problem getting out often enough, and gaining the ring experience is an issue for young fighters. West again is looking to try and get on him in this round and rip that left hand to the body.
Again, West is doing some great work getting Shaq on the ropes, but Shaq is just smart on the inside. He's smart. He's managing to avoid the bigger shots.
Yeah, he's cute. The kid's cute.
Looking for the jab again there, Day, and then just rushing in, falling in West as he just kind of walks after his hands a bit. The work rate is still high from both of these.
Nice 1-2 there from Shaq. That was clean, that right hand.
That right hand hurt him, I saw a little dip in West's legs there. Good head movement there from West, and he just tries to come back with a good right hand from West.
I think West has good head movement, but Shaq looks so class with it because he has the feet to go with it.
Yeah,
whereas
100%.
West slips and rolls shots just as well as Shaq, but his feet stay stationary, so it doesn't actually look as class as what Shaq's done. Shaq makes it look brilliant because he moves with it.
He does. His movement's effortless.
West just looking to try and wrestle with Day there and push him back onto the ropes if he can. Good jab. That's just good, sharp jab there from Day, who just turns his manner in the centre of the ring. But West again just looks to try and jab to the midriff. He's always trying. Big right hand. And then a nice left hand landed there from West. And then he got clipped himself, I think, because the knees just maybe just dipped slightly there.
The left hook's the key right now for Day. He should be throwing that left hook. The left hook hit West, and it did. It made him stand to attention a little bit there.
Yeah, he landed a shot, and he knew it'd been hit.
He's looking for it now.
Well, we expect him to get the decision here, Day, and it'll be interesting to hear what he's got to say after this, because, as I mentioned, he's not boxed a lot recently, to say the least.
I think that Shaq would love to move on to have longer fights now. I mean, it surprises me that he's got so many 4-rounders on there. He's fit. He's fit to go 8. He's fit to go 6, you know. But his team and his management will have a plan for him, and I guess they'll be working towards that. Every time he has a break, he's going to want to fill that gap again with another 6 or 4.
Good fight. Good fight between those two. West brought a lot to the party there.
It was, you know what I mean? You may see this like 40-36 throughout the way, right? But it's not. That's not the true reflection of the fight, because West come to fight, man. Fair play to him.
100%.
Some good skills on show from both of them, particularly Day, though. Picked up on that balance straight away, Spencer, and you're absolutely right. He's just got that easy kind of stance about him. Good foot movement, good variety of punch, and it'll be interesting to see what happens with him next, because he just hasn't boxed enough. This is his second fight of 2018.
He hasn't boxed enough, and I'm looking at him and like, he's a super welterweight. I reckon he could go down to welterweight, because he doesn't look big.
After 4 rounds of professional boxing, the contest has been scored 40-36 in favour of your winner, and still with a 100% record. 9 wins for 9. Shaq, the Black Mexican.
So he gets it 40 points to 36 there. Shaquille Day, so 4 rounds to 0, which is a little bit harsh possibly on West, but you wouldn't argue with it. Day did win every round, but not getting any reward there, West, for everything that he put into that.
Yeah, fair play to West. He came to fight, and I think like your mate Shaquille Day, maybe he could change his name. You know what I mean? Because he doesn't box like a Mexican, so I don't know why he's called the Black Mexican.
No, the Black Mexican's a bit of a mystery to me
as
well.
I'm a bit lost.
We've got a couple of boxers that are squaring off for the Southern Area title on Goodwin Promotions show at York Hall, December the 1st. Ladies and gentlemen, Linnea Sedofia and Tasty Taylor Jones. We're going to just have a little.
This is going to be a banger.
Yeah.
This will be a banger.
Face to face. Tasty.
Well, I saw.
I'm not making a prediction, but it will be a banger. Don't ask me to, because I'm going to tell you now. I like them both.
Southern Area title fight. Tasty Taylor Jones against Linnea Sedofia.
So this is Taylor Jones and Linus Adofi.
Congratulations, you remain unbeaten. That was your 9th pro fight. You must have been pleased with that.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm very happy. Could have done a little bit better. Could have done a little bit more to get him out of there, but it is what it is. I haven't boxed in 6 months since I boxed here in March. So I'm happy to just be back out again.
Before today, you've only fought 3 times in 18 months. So obviously you've signed with MTK. Yeah. You want him to be more active? 100%.
This is why I signed with MTK, for the security purposes. Like, they're going to have to put on 10 shows next year. I want to hopefully fight again out in November. In the new year, hopefully fight.
It got confirmed. Lee told me you are in November.
Exactly, yeah, so I'm happy. I'm happy to be fighting regularly. With my first year as a pro, done 5 fights in a year, so couldn't be any happier with that. So I want to get back to that. I don't want to be stopping, starting. I'm not Floyd Mayweather or Canelo or anyone like that, so I'm just trying to get out there, trying to get my name out there.
Well, listen, it was a very good performance. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Back to you, Andy.
Sophia there with Shaquille Day, a happy Shaquille Day. And our next fight of the night in the ring, Sam Amidi just making his way in. This is 4 rounds at super welterweight. Amidi, 27 years old from Manchester. Saw him go 4 rounds with Glenn Foote back in mid-June. Glenn Foote challenging for the vacant British super lightweight title against Robbie Davis in mid-October. He stopped by some fighters, but only good ones. Sam McNess, Joe Pigford, Mason Cartwright, Reece Cartwright. And he's up against a debutant tonight. Our 3rd debutant of the evening in Jack Eubank from Ashford in Kent. a debut for Jack Eubank from Ashford, and it's always a nervous time stepping through those ropes for the first time. We've seen a couple tonight already. An impressive one for Liam Wells, a good one for Bradley Haxall as well. And now here comes the very, very well supported Jack Eubank.
28 years old, 20 fights as an amateur with 15 wins. He was a Haringey Box Cup finalist. He got a silver medal in the Haringey Box Cup.
Well, that's a pretty good resume.
Yeah, he's had a good start and boxed a lot as a boxer in his amateur career. Boxed out of Ashford, Kent, and then moved to the Rumbles Academy.
Introducing first and boxing out of the red corner. Wearing the green and gold, weighing in at 11 stone, 4 pounds. He comes to the ring for his 24th professional fight from Manchester, Lancashire, Sam Shocks Omodi! And his opponent, boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the white and dark blue with red piping, weighing in at 10 stone, 8.5 pounds. He makes his professional debut here tonight in Bradford from Ashford, Kent, Jack Eubank! Your referee in charge of the action. Your referee in charge of the action is Mr. Jeff Hines. Your timekeeper of the bell is Mr. John Smith. We're just waiting for gun shield, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll get this contest underway. If we could just ask people around the arena, please, in the VIP seated area, please be seated through the contest. No standing, please.
Okay, gentlemen, 4 rounds or less. Protect yourselves at all times. Obey my commands at all times. That's good luck.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I remind you, please be seated at all times during the contest. Thank you.
Well, he certainly sold a lot of tickets for this Eubank. There's all his fans just over our right shoulder, and they've come in their numbers and they're making some noise, and he looks in terrific shape, I have to say, as he moves to the centre of the ring against Sam Amidi, who has been stopped by some decent fighters in his fairly brief professional career up to this point.
I'm massively impressed with his tattoos. I like them.
You want to get one? Yeah. You want to get like the one on the back?
If I had much room left, I would get some.
Have you got tattoos as well?
Got one arm, one leg, one back, one chest,
Did
my
it hurt?
other arm.
Did it hurt when you got
they
it done?
They all hurt. If someone tells you it don't hurt, it's a lie.
Okay.
Left hand there from Amidi. Big wide set of shoulders on in Eubank, and just trying to take the centre of the ring. Good left hand there from Eubank. Amidi was moving in to try and throw himself, and he was a bit open and got caught. But he's looking to make the running here, the man in the away corner, which is interesting.
We've had quite a few guys in the away corner this evening look like they want to come and make a statement. Sounds the wrong way to put it, but they look like they're here to have a go. Like
they ain't read the script that they're meant to be journeymen. But that's a good thing, to tell you the honest truth.
Yeah, I prefer it that way. I think they've all sat in the corner and said, you know what, let's all have a go tonight. Let's all have a go. And some of them really have, and it's better for the boys. It's not only,
it's refreshing.
It's not only better for the guys watching and the girls watching. It's better for their opponent. You're here to serve a purpose, to teach these boys so they can learn as their professional career goes on. If you're going to be a punch bag for them, they're not going to learn.
Looking for right hand on the inside there, Amidi, and he's certainly come to engage. Eubank looks dangerous when Amidi comes towards him. He's just waiting.
Eubank's looking to cut that left hook.
Made to miss with the right hand there, Amidi, but wasn't made to pay. He was fairly open. He bowled a big right hand over the top there, and he missed by quite some margin. The People's Gym on the front of his shorts there, Amidi, so boxing out of Kieran Farrell's gym in Manchester. That's been enormously successful since he set that up after retiring following that fight with Anthony Crolla. Good right hand there from Eubank.
I mean, Eubank is a very well-timed and patient character. You know what I mean? Seriously, his shots that he's thrown, they are very, very well-timed. He doesn't waste anything. And that's what's nice. But even though he doesn't waste anything, I'd like to see him like just pull with his jab a little bit so he can drop his right hand in.
Just as you were saying that, I was thinking, well, I understand he isn't wasting it, but I would like to see a few more jabs from him. Doesn't have to be a big jab. Just give him something to think about for a second. Touch him with a jab, touch him with a jab, touch him with a jab. When he makes a move, hit him with another shot.
Bell goes to the end of round one. Touch the gloves between the two. Good lively round.
Totally agree there, Richie.
Force him to make a move. You don't have to pepper their face off with it, but touch them with it. It can force them into... They've got two options then. Get their face jabs off all night or make a move. And when they make a move that you've been waiting for them to do, you can slam them into a right hand.
So into the second. Amidi in the gold and green. Has certainly come to mix it up tonight against Eubank, who's making his professional debut with the largely white shorts.
So how old is Eubank, Andy?
24, I think.
24.
Haringey Box Cup finalist.
Eubank is 28 years old and he was a Haringey Box Cup silver medalist with 20 amateur fights and 15 wins.
Thank you very much, Richie.
It took him 28 years to get all them tattoos. He wouldn't have got all them done at once. He's looking good tonight. He's nice and calm, nice and composed, but I'd like to see a few more jabs come from him. I think that would serve him well and he'd set up his better shots.
Eubank looking to go to the body. Amidi's not really been bothered by anything that's come at him so far, which is why he's still been happy to look to try and get onto the front foot. He has looked for that overhand right a lot. He's not really managed to land it.
I mean, fair play to Humidi, you know, he's coming to fight, he's mixing it up.
That's what we like to see, though.
Yeah, most definitely. I would be so upset if he came into survival mode.
No one gets anything out of that.
No one
We don't. Everyone here behind us wouldn't get nothing out of that, and the boy in the blue corner wouldn't get nothing out of it.
Exactly. And this is what Eubank needs. He needs what Humidi's doing right now, because Humidi's like throwing shots. He's confusing him a little bit. He's shaking the right hand, trying so he can pop his left hand jab at him. Those things make you think.
Having a debut that's too easy will give you a full sense of security of what's going to happen in your professional career. If you have a hard one straight away, you're right, I know what I've got to do. And when they go back in the gym, they want to be there the next day. Right, that was harder than I thought it was going to be. I thought journeymen were easy. They just found out journeymen ain't.
Yeah, exactly.
Better for boxing.
I remember Conor McMillan, the former WBO featherweight champion, was saying, like you enter this pro game and you think, you'll hear like the matchmaker say, he can't bang, he can't punch. So in this game, if they got gloves on, they can punch. Simple as that.
You've only got to walk into one.
Eubank's landed a couple of good right hands in this round so far. Amidi just falling in behind his own right hand, and Eubank couldn't really make him pay for that on that occasion.
Eubank going to work a little bit here. He seems to have upped his pressure, looking to really dig his heels in the ground with that hook.
Yeah, that was a sneaky left hook to the body, you know. Good pull right hand counter there. Very good.
After shaking his right hand, he deserved to get hit with the right hand.
That was a very, very good pull right counter.
So halfway through this one, this is scheduled for 4. Super welterweight Jack Eubank against Sam Amidi. Eubank on his debut. Top of the bill still to come. We've got Sam McNess after this against Innocent Anyanwu. McNess a good fighter. He suffered a setback not that long ago against Senior Byfield in a fight that many people felt he would win, but he got taken down. And he's been on the road to recovery since then, teamed up with Gary Logan. Then top of the bill, we've got Adam Harper against Billy Bird for the vacant English super welterweight title, and that should be a very interesting one.
Listen, that was the fight that I came to do the commentary for. I didn't come to see the rest. This is like added to me, and it's been great. But I'm so looking forward to the English title fight. So looking forward to it.
Well, it should be really entertaining. Harper, I remember seeing him. He was our Facebook fight on Sky when he won the Midlands area title against Ryan Kelly. 10 really
that was
good
a
grueling,
action-packed round, and they went hell for leather.
And then he took himself off to Australia to challenge for the Commonwealth. He was supposed to be with Anthony Buttigieg, and then that fell through, but he stayed in Australia. He stayed on it. He still wanted the fight. Ended up fighting Michael Zarafa. Lost quite wide on the cards, but went the distance. Billy Bird, meanwhile, won a great fight against Matt McCarthy just behind us to win the Southern Area title. And that's what got him his English title shot. So it should be an absolute cracker. That coming up the fight after next, so do stick with us. Eubank.
I like the look of Eubank, I really
debute's
do.
not look bad at all, is
he?
I
know. You would never think that this guy's a debutant.
Amidi just trying to rough it up on the inside a bit there if he can.
Yeah, man, I like the way he's got a nice high guard. I bet you this kid watches Roberto Duran. I guarantee you, like, hopefully, like, when he gets interviewed, that question could be asked if he watches Roberto Duran, because he does, like, how, even down to the shorts, the colour of the shorts, but how he's got the high guard, and he's like, the little gentle side-to-side rocking that Eubank does, and then he throws out that jab, and it's reminiscent that he watches Roberto Duran. I'm not saying he fights like Roberto Duran, I'm saying it's reminiscent that he watches Roberto Duran.
A little bit lower blow there, a touch of gloves between the two, looking to let go with the left hand there. A couple of left hand Eubank, neither one of them quite found the target, just chipping away with some uppercuts on the inside. Amidi just looking to cover up a bit, then lands the right hand to the midriff himself. Close up, the heads just rubbing together a bit.
It is, but from that range, they're going hell for liver, but anyone who throws the uppercut right now, they're going to administer that uppercut, they're going to score with it.
On the inside, if anything, Amidi looks a little bit more comfortable than Eubank. He seems a bit more at home there. Eubank's a bit too frenetic.
Amidi's well experienced, so you're gonna get somebody. Good shot from both guys there.
Jeff finds the referee just a little bit worried about the heads cracking together. Good jab there from Eubank, just caught Amidi on the way in. Amidi just banging that right hand into the body.
They did, but they've got to be very careful of the heads because of the height difference between them. Like, when Eubank comes in, he often whacks Amidi with his head. And it's not deliberate, he's not deliberately trying to do it, it's just that as they gel, they clash.
Another entertaining round, just one to go in this one, scheduled for 4. So fourth and final round here, and 3 rounds in. I'm not sure this is a done deal.
It's not a done deal, but I've been more impressed with the work of Eubank than I have with Hamidi.
That was nice. That was a nice clean shot. That stunned him for. I don't know if it stunned him to his boots, but it got his attention for a second.
Just looking to whip that right hand into the body. Good couple of punches there from Hamidi. He just got away from Eubank, who pursues him into the blue corner, but didn't really land anything.
I think he landed on him from that shot.
Hasn't really got enough room when he gets in close, Eubank. He was just leaning on the shoulder there, but there was no potential really to get the arms free at all.
He could do with tightening up his defence a little bit when he starts swinging away. I mean, he got wild there. His left went, his right was down. His right went, his left was down.
Yeah,
you can't be too critical. It's early days.
You can't. It is early days, but not only that, but it is entertaining though.
It is. It has been all the way through.
Yeah, it's been very, very entertaining.
Even when they miss like that, even just by a whisker, you know, where they're both throwing them like that, then it keeps you on the edge of your seat. It's edge of your seat. If one lands,
either man in this fight could double up on the hands. And what I've noticed, like most of the guys we've been fighting tonight, do not double up. Like they're inside. They'll throw one left hook. They'll throw one right hand to the body, where they could double up on the punches just to make the repertoire like a little bit more exciting. That was a good right hand there by Hamidi, and another one.
Eubank just answered with a left, and then just falls onto his man, bores him into the ropes, and Jeff Hines gets involved, just trying to stick with a big right hand lead there. Hamidi didn't quite manage to pull it off.
Check hook.
Good
Another
left
left
hand
hook
from Hamidi, good left hand.
2 of them in a row that was.
It's like he's listening to me. What's going on there?
You'd think Eubank would think about keeping that right hand up.
He's had a good round this final round, Hamidi. Moving his feet nicely there and just tries to usher Eubank in, and they both throw left hands, both land simultaneously. But I can see why Hamidi might just want it closer in. Looks to go for a massive right uppercut there, Hamidi, and didn't land it.
I like the way Hamidi tries to sucker him into them jabs though. Drop his hand, I dare you to punch me, I dare you to try. So it's just so he can step in and draw him in and dig him with a jab.
He's a wily old pro. Good body shot there by Eubank. Oh.
Nice left hand from Eubank as well, as Hamidi was just made to miss with the uppercut. And there goes the bell. Good fight, really good fight.
Very good fight.
Between these two, both of them.
I think they both enjoyed it. I think they both enjoyed that.
I enjoyed that fight.
Well, they both put a lot into it, and I wouldn't like to predict with any great accuracy which way this one will go.
He might have cracked his jaw at the end of that fight. He seems to be complaining about his jaw.
Yeah.
But that was certainly an interesting introduction to the professional ranks there for Jack Eubank. He'll know what this sport is about now. He's sold plenty of tickets. Okay, let's see which way it's gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause, please, for both these men inside the ring. Great contest. And after 4 rounds of professional boxing, the contest has been scored 40-37. Ladies and gentlemen, marking his professional debut with a win is Jack Eubank!
Well, Eubank gets it 40 points to 37, the same score that Bradley Haxel got his debut by, so 3 rounds to him and 1 drawn, which doesn't give Hamidi much reward for what he put into that fight. It was a really good tear-up between those two. Very much enjoyed it. And Eubank is coming over to this near side of the ring now to thank all of those supporters behind us who have taken on plenty of liquid refreshment this evening. And he's just sliding through the ropes now, where he'll be getting a quick word with Sophia shortly, while Sammy McNess and Innocent and Yan Wu make their way into the ring.
We're on to a super welterweight contest, ladies and gentlemen. Scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. Please welcome to the ring, born in Nigeria, now residing in Amsterdam, innocent little big man, Aguila.
Jack, congratulations, your pro debut. Great performance, well done.
Awesome, yeah. I loved every minute. It was very hard, you know. When you come and you've got these many people here, the adrenaline sort of takes it out of you, but sort of managed to just...
Was that everything you expected it to be?
More, yeah. It's an amazing feeling.
You had incredible support.
Yeah, I think I sold like just sort of 200 tickets, so, but there was a gym of 3 of us, so you know a lot of the support would have been for them as well. So there's probably 300 people there.
Now we've got Spencer Burren on our commentary team tonight, and this is a huge compliment. He said your style reminded of Roberto Duran. Have you been watching him?
Not at all. Well, back when I was a kid, yeah, but I never would have thought Roberto Duran. But I'm going to take that as a compliment for sure.
No, definitely. But listen, congratulations, well done.
Amazing. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Cheers.
No worries at all. Cheers,
guys.
Back to you, Andy.
Sammy McNess on his way into the ring. 9 fights, 8 wins, 1 defeat. I mentioned that defeat a few minutes ago against Senior Byfield. It was a big step up for him. He was 7-0 at the time. And Byfield last July dismantled him really. Byfield now taking on Ted Cheeseman for the vacant British title of the Copper Box. That same venue he beat McNess at. That fight happening at the end of October. He's had a couple of fights under Gary Logan since he's come back, McNess.
Contest scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. Introducing first and boxing out of the red corner. Wearing the black shorts, weighing in at 10 stone, 9.5 pounds. He comes to the ring for his 63rd professional fight. Born in Nigeria, now residing in Amsterdam. Innocent little big man, Aguila. And his opponent, boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the claret and blue, weighing in at 10 stone, 9.5 pounds. He comes to the ring with a record of 9 wins from 10 professional fights, 4 inside the distance, 1 loss, no draws. From Romford, East London, Sam McNess! Your referee in charge of this one is Mr. Chaz Coakley, your timekeeper of the bell, Mr. Bob Edgeworth.
Okay, lads, I've already spoke to you both. Keep the punches up, don't put the 80. Touch gloves, good luck.
So McNess was a good amateur. He was the #1 seed actually for the ABAs in 2014, but lost in the quarterfinals. That was the first time they'd gone to the kind of 3-day tournament format for the quarterfinals onwards up at Liverpool's Echo Arena. He was expected to win and it didn't work out for him. I remember seeing him a few weeks before that, doing some work with Tony Sims at the Gator Gym, and Tony Sims was very enthusiastic about him. And early on in his pro career, McNess, with Mark Tibbs in his corner, did look good, but then he came apart against Byfield. It was just a step too far too soon, and he's been rebuilding since then, and in the couple of outings I've seen him in,
well, right now I
looked
have to say the attack of what he's administering right now is actually looking really beautiful, and it's only like the first round, so you got a lot of steam to go blow off at yourself, but he looks way more relaxed. And since he's under the tutelage of Gary Logan, I know the kind of work that Gary will go through, because you know, me and Gary fought in 2001, but we're really close friends. It's mad, and it's like he speaks a lot about Sam McNess. And the thing with Gary Logan, working at BXR Gymnasium in the West End, that Gary is a perfectionist. So
Sam is hitting him with some big shots here, and they're
clean
hurtful
as well.
He's a class act. He was a very good amateur, That Byfield, I think, was a one-off. He was just a bit shell-shocked from the situation, and Byfield getting up in his face. Fair play to Byfield, did what he had to do.
I wouldn't say that was a one-off. I think at the time there, I think he's learning. He exceeded his learning at the time.
When I say one-off,
right.
I mean it wasn't ready for it. It was all happening very fast, and then Byfield see an opportunity and sees the opportunity. And I think next time Sam put in that situation, he would have learned from it.
Yeah, 100%. But not only that, but I think like energy goes where energy flows. And now that he's working with Gary Logan, I believe that it'll bring out the better in him, because Gary's very, very meticulous. I give Gary Logan a lot of credit, because we used to train together as well. He's very, very meticulous as a trainer.
I think what he's doing with McNess as well is he's trimming him down to welterweight gradually, because this fight was set for 10 stone 10. So he obviously feels that he can get him down to 147 rather than
he does.
154.
We've spoken about that. Good shot downstairs. We've spoken about that. And he was saying that he's going to try and bring down Sam down to 147. And if he's 10-10 in this fight, you might as well say Sam's now actually a welterweight, because nobody actually fights at your actual weight anyway. 3 pounds over, you are now a welterweight.
Exactly, with the same, with a day before weigh-in, which generally speaking, he would have had in most of his fights because they've been fairly high profile, but some of the time he won't have done.
But he's looking very relaxed in there. He's looking relaxed, he's not wasting shots. It seems like everything that he throws hits something, touches something. Nice little uppercut on the inside there as well.
And Yanwu, I saw him against Cyril School here in April. Me and Richie both saw him. He went 6 with Cyril School on that occasion, and he generally does get through the rounds.
That's the thing. Last time out when Sam boxed, I think he was trying too hard. He was trying too hard to impress. And you know when you got a new trainer or you got something new, like you want to say, like, you learn new stuff and you want to try and administer all the new stuff that you've learned. It takes time. It takes time to bond with a new trainer. It usually takes around 5 fights. But whereas he's a young professional fighter, I can see them enjoying to have a very, very good relationship. See, the difficult thing is this, is like when you have guys who come in survival mode, it's very difficult to look good against them.
Yeah, they just cover up and you can't really show your quality. And some boys with their counter abilities, they're counter boxers. And if you're predominantly a counter boxer and you've got someone inside their shell,
it's not good.
What are you going to do all night?
Right.
What are you going to do all night?
But this is beautiful shots. This is very, very good work.
This fight so far, Sam has landed so much quality shots. He doesn't give his opponent any time to do anything anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And this is good. Do you know what I mean? Because fair play, even though this guy's a journeyman, just look at his shape.
He's in terrific condition.
He's like a mini Mike Tyson in it.
Oh, he goes to the gym. He goes to the gym.
You think? You sure, Richie?
Or he eats right.
Yeah, one of the two.
What protein do you eat, bro?
Maybe does both. Maybe does both.
What protein do you eat, bro?
When he gets the chance, Anyanu, he tries to get in close and let his hands go, or
this is really,
just
really
grab
good
hold.
work here.
McNess just isn't letting him in, though. He's spearing him on the end of that jab. Big right hand, good right hand, round the back of the guard.
He jolted his legs there as well.
Right hand back from Anyanwu,
You've
though,
got to be careful, you've got to be careful. That was a sneaky right hand by Anyanwu. But he said he's creating the distance there as he throws the jab. If I'm still out there, I'll leave my left hand out there, I'll create the distance, and it will spin off over to his right. What I'd like to do as he spin off to his right is actually throw the right hand, come back with his left hook, because I know Gary Logan. So I know that's something that they've worked on in the gym, and we'll see as the rounds progress, if they progress, if Sam McNess does this.
If Sam gets him out there early, he's made a real statement, because he doesn't get stopped very often.
No, that's true. 5 stoppage defeats in 34.
I wouldn't sit here expecting Sam to stop him, and it doesn't mean anything if Sam doesn't stop him. He's not expected to, but if he did, it's a powerful statement.
Yeah, it would be a powerful statement. But
I don't think he should look for it.
Yeah, exactly. And you took the words right out of my mouth. I don't think he should look for the stoppage. He should just continue doing what he's doing, because
what he's doing is perfect. He couldn't, even if he wanted the stoppage or wanted to win on points, what he's doing right now is perfect. Every time, everything he's throwing is landing clean and crisp. He's still using jabs. He's still using his moves. He's using his slick boxing. Everything's clean. I don't see how he would change this to even if he wanted to knock him out. I don't know what you would change about what he's doing right now. All the shots are good shots.
You know what? As you can hear, as he's throwing shots, you can hear Gary saying that good. This is good work. Like it's like a glorified spar where you're trying to impress your trainer, and you're also trying to administer the work that you've been taught to do, and he's doing that.
Them body shots, he's been landing them right.
That left hand particularly just opens out to his left hand side and gets really good rotation on it. He's taken all of these, though, Anyama. We've talked about the kind of nick he's in, and that's certainly helping him in that regard, just pivoting around his front foot there.
You see that little catch spin off that McNess has done there? I never used to see him do these things before. And this is not saying that when he was training with the Tibbs that he was being trained wrong, but I just believe that the training that he's doing right now is being more suited to him.
It's working well for him. The stuff he's been practicing is working well for him. And it's not always, the thing is with fighters and trainers, trainer can be a great trainer, but sometimes it's how you gel together.
Yeah,
and if you gel well, you might be quote unquote terrible trainer, but if the right boxer comes along,
and they gel,
you fuse together very well.
There's nothing you can say.
So 2 down this schedule for 6 as super welterweight. Interesting scenario that might be emerging for McNess or other young super welters in the southern area. If Billy Bird beats Adam Harper, then he'll vacate the southern area super welterweight title. But when McNess coming down to welterweight, we think then he'll be eyeing the fighters more around that kind of division. But you just never know what decisions can get made when a title possibly, or an opportunity for one, appears in front of you.
I heard both of you guys' commentary for when Larry Kandaya won the IBF European title. I don't know how that one worked. Anyway, but I mean, won the European title, IBF European. I don't know how that one worked because the African. I don't know how that one worked. But what I am saying is, it's a title, and I know for a fact that Sam McNess will be looking at that fight.
Well, that'd be a very interesting fight if he got in with Akindeo, someone you know really well.
Yeah, I used to manage the kid here many moons ago, mate.
I've always been an Akindeo fan. He's just got those really good slick boxing skills, and the story's so interesting. He had to wait for such a long time before he could turn pro. I remember commentating on his fight against Joseph Lamptey when he won the African title at the Troxy in Limehouse. That was entertaining. The scenarios that boxing can throw up. I mean, that's a big ask of McNess, I would say, Akindeo.
It would be a big ask, but you know what? All that Sam McNess has to do is keep on improving and believing in himself and listen to his trainer, and then, you know what, anything can happen. And this game is boxing, anything's possible.
That's very true. Careers and career paths change instantly, all the time.
So if we look on like loads of things, you have to think like it's basically mental. You can train as hard as you want or do anything else, but it's usually down to the mental, your mental preparation, and also like your mental focus. And if your focus is right, everything else flows.
I've always thought that fighters, the holy trinity, if you're going to be a really successful fighter, you need guts, confidence, and ability. If you had to pick 2 of those 3, I would probably go for guts and confidence. Confidence and self-belief basically being the same thing.
Yeah.
Because without those 2, it doesn't matter how much ability you've got, there's a ceiling there, isn't there?
Most definitely. It was Marcus Garvey that quoted that you're twice defeated in a race of life, but with confidence, you've won even before you started. And confidence is a major factor for any fighter.
You see time and time again boys that are on paper way more talented than their opponent, but the opponent wants it more, he's more mentally prepared for it, and he's ready to go through more than what his opponent is. And then he puts him off, it gives 2 rounds in, and he's thinking, this guy's better than I thought he was. And then he starts to go down while he starts to go up.
100%.
Nice little bits of work from McNess there as he just used his feet to pivot around the clock face and just land some little tapping shots, nothing major, but just making contact and a left to the pit of the stomach.
And this is really good shots. You know what I mean?
They're
nice
clean.
little chip. Yeah, they are. They're clean. They're not rushed. They are well timed and they are well placed.
They're not bouncing off the elbows.
No.
They're not on the
No.
back. They're right
They're
round the
placed.
sides,
They're
right in the
placed.
money shot.
Right.
Good round from McNess, good busy round. It'll be really interesting to see what a fighter tomorrow night who I think could all agree has got guts and ability but has maybe lacked self-confidence. David Price. See what he can do tomorrow night.
Do you know what?
Yeah.
David Price is my guy. I love David Price. And it's like someone needs to drill confidence in him. He needs somebody to constantly keep on reminding him, like, if I could punch like David Price, seriously, you got to think, David Price is most probably the hardest hitting heavyweight in the world. But he needs to administer that confidence. He so needs to administer it. But you know what? he's doing little things. I know that he's doing a lot of mental preparation right now. Listening to a lot of The Power of I Am by Dave Allen. Trust me, any young kid out there, just listen to Dave Allen in the first 15 minutes that you wake up in the morning. It raises your game. Yeah, I mean, fingers crossed for David Price tomorrow, because it's not an easy fight.
It's not an easy fight. He's a big puncher as well.
Into the second half of this one, scheduled for 6. Sam McNess in the claret and blue, Innocent Anyanwu in the black.
Massive West Ham fan, Sam McNess. He was a West Ham boxer
Seriously?
as well in his amateur days.
West Ham? I would have never known that. Are you telling me the truth, Richie? You're not winding me up. You're not winding me up.
It could have been from his boxing club. He was at a West Ham amateur boxing club as well.
That's near me, actually, just out the back of Plaistow Station these days. Looking to get on that jab, not quite reaching with it, jamming to the chest, going down to the chest from the body, just feinting with that front foot, looking to try and draw something. And Yanwi's not really one to be drawn. Good right hand, that was nice, a really good shot, and another good one has left him unsteady here, got him quite high on the head. He's got him going here, McNess, and now he's looking to try and pour the pressure on.
And just before he threw those shots, I was saying, look at the focus in McNess's eyes.
I feel like the window when Anyang is hurt is very small. He was stunned for a second, but it only took 2 or 3 seconds and I felt he had his legs back. I feel like the window for finishing this guy when he's hurt is very, very small.
It is. Look at his
He's
physique.
back to normal. He's back. Exactly. He's back.
Look at his physique. That's a very, very strong kid.
That was a good jab from McNess. That just caused him to take a backward step, and you could just see from the look on his face that he's feeling some of these. Looking for the body again there with the left hand.
But Sam McNess is getting beautiful success with a left hook down to the body. What he needs to do is now trick him with a right hand and then go downstairs with that left hook, because he gets success and it's well placed. And you can see as you wait, Manyama, as he backed off, he took a big gulp. Those body shots are telling his toll on him.
I'd like to see him throw them body shots to open up for that right hand again, because that stunned him. I know he recovered from it nicely, but that will take a lot of energy out of him as well. He's been slowing him down with them body shots all night, but look at the reaction from the right hands now. Yeah.
Beautiful shot.
Just leading off with the left hook there as Anyanwu looked to try and come in himself. He just can't do anything with McNess at all. It's not that he isn't trying, he is, but McNess just dictating everything in there. Good distance, moving into range when he wants, keeping it on the outside when he wants. Nice jab there. I don't think he's really been hit clean at all in this fight.
Beautiful shot.
So 2 rounds to go in this one. Then we've got the top of the bill, Adam Harper up against Billy Bird for the English super welterweight title, a vacant title, vacated by Ted Cheeseman a little while ago now. And as we've been discussing, it's an absolutely booming division. There's another big rivalry brewing up north between Anthony Fowler and Scott Fitzgerald. They'll be getting it on before too long. Fitzgerald pulling it out in the final round against Craig Morris a couple of weeks ago to set that one up with Fowler at ringside.
I think if Billy Bird wins tonight, I think Kieran Conway is up north somewhere. This is a Southern Area title fight tonight, right?
This is an English title fight tonight.
It's an English title fight, yeah. Kieran Conway, I think, would like the winner out of this. I speak to Kieran and his dad, he's his trainer as well, and I know that Kieran would be keen to get involved in the winner of that fight, so he'll be watching this closely tonight.
Well,
he's a very good lad.
I saw Kieran Conway box in Birmingham 2 weeks ago against Gino Campers, a Dutch fighter, and they were the float fight, but they ended up in the ring at very, very short notice early on, which they absolutely weren't expecting. Same for both of them, I should point out. And Conway was caught quite cold, and I thought Canters won the first 2 rounds. Me and Matt Macklin felt that, and that Conway won the second 2, and it should have been a draw. But a little bit like a couple of fights we've seen tonight, it ended up 40-37. But
I agree.
He's a good fighter. He's a good fighter.
Him and his dad and his coach, they all agreed as well. Like, they thought, they done well to get the score they got, but they got the win, and now he wants to move forward, and And the English title fight is where he thinks he's at now. So
I had a good chat with him at the weigh-in, and yeah, he's definitely got something going for him. And I know he can box better than he did in that display.
He's better than that. He's better than what he did that night.
Actually, he did pretty well to claw it back from 2-0 down to get it back to 2-2. I know that wasn't how it was scored in the end.
It was a clash of heads there.
He had to dig in.
It weren't deliberate. They both went to throw a shot, and it was a clash of heads. But Manyamu, he should go to, don't make a meal of it now. Just toughen it out now. You're here to fight.
No damage, I don't think, for either one of them.
It's easy to say that when you've not been eating body shots for the last 5 rounds and then get headbutted.
Well, he's going to bite down and get through this, Anyan Wu. Or at least he's going to try to.
As expected, like we said earlier, he doesn't really get stopped very often, and Sam was under no pressure to get the stoppage tonight. But he has looked very good in doing what he's done.
He's looked class. He has looked class. He hasn't rushed his work. I think that was a criticism of his last fight. In his last fight, he was actually rushing his work, but that was more to try and say, like, trying to throw caution to win. But in here, he's not overexerting himself. He's placing really, really good shots on Manyamu. Look there again. He's throwing really good shots here. These are good shots.
And him and his corner probably spoke about that. They're probably sitting there and saying, Sam, stay calm, stay focused, 100%. Be relaxed. And I think sometimes, I'm not saying all corners get it wrong, sometimes they get it wrong trying to hype their boys up. Come on, move. No, sometimes they need, stay calm, breathe. Well, just breathe. And get him to breathe, don't give him all, get him to breathe. When you're dealing with somebody like a Gary Logan, especially like, he's been training for a long while now. Gary is like a perfectionist. So he'll find complaints, but he'll be happy with this here because what this is doing here for Sam McNess, it's also building confidence. It's building confidence. Especially like this was his second fight after the Byfield defeat. It's gonna build confidence in him, and not only that, but it's gonna build confidence in him because the things that he's been working on in the gym, he's administering in the fight. I think that's a big deal for a coach as well, because you can spend months on a boy trying to get him to do something, and it doesn't mean anything until you've actually seen him execute in the ring. He's doing it. That just goes to show how good their relationship is and how well they gel together as well. Good right hand there.
Really good crisp 1-2, landed the jab and then the right hand off the back of it there, McNess, and this has been a very worthwhile evening for him so far as the bell goes to the end of the 5th. Just 3 minutes to go in this one. He's getting good rounds under his belt here, able to put into practice, as you've just been saying, some of the things that they'll have been working on in the gym. So final round, these two brought to the centre of the ring by Chaz Coakley to touch gloves, and McNess, I think, will just opt for another 3 minutes of good quality work. He could put his foot down here if he really wanted to, and maybe he will to an extent, just to try and click through the gears a bit, but I don't think he's going to go out looking for anything in particular.
I don't think he should. I think he should just continue doing what he's doing, because what he's doing, he's had not relative success, he's had massive success from it. And like, are you seeing this guy's only had been stopped 5 times? He doesn't need to look for the stoppage. He's boxed beautiful. It's going to build confidence. Exactly. It maybe have got it earlier. Yeah. Right. There's no rush for it. Just continue doing what you're doing, because it's these type of fights where you go away and you wait, well, no, and you go back home and you think, you know what, it's coming together. This will be difficult for him to look back and think I could have done this better, because there's not much he could have really done better. What could he have done better? If he was going to get a stoppage, he would have got the stoppage, because I wouldn't tell him, oh, you should, if you box him again, you should have done this or you should have done that, because he's been pretty punch perfect tonight. This has been beautiful. He has been punch perfect. He's been not even punch perfect, he's been picture perfect. You got to look at him. Like, if we could take snaps of this right now, you could put it in any magazine and it look neat, because that's the work that he's doing. And this is going to so build confidence in him, and rightly so. And he is now a welterweight. You must remember, he's coming at 10-10. You are now a welterweight. I like the focus of San. He has not switched off not once right throughout the whole fight.
Easy to do as well in a fight like this where you're so in control.
Yeah.
It'd be easy to switch off.
Of course.
Landed a right hand there, Anyanwu. It's been a long time since he's done that. Looking to try and go to the body. Nice little short, sharp, probing shots there from McNess.
Do you see that catch? It's a rare thing that you see someone catch a shot, but then use the same hand as catch it with the left hook, catch it with the left hand, and go downstairs with a left hook to the body. That is very, very rare. So you can know this is something that he's been training on and working on in the gym, like on the pads.
Short left hand again, and Anyanwu still trying to come forward here in the final round, just seeing if they're going to put a bit more energy into things. Well, I'll be very curious to hear if they will divulge any plans to us after this as to what might be next for him as the bell goes at the end of 6 rounds. Good 6 rounds there for McNess. Valuable 6 rounds. And he's ready now, you would say, wouldn't you, to move on to
most definitely
bigger things.
I've heard through the grapevine that he could be fighting for one of these international titles, or a WBC international title on the next MTK Global card, and we'll see, because that was decent, and that was very, very decent, and it was very, very controlled, but he was contained with being controlled. So you know what? Why not fight for his title?
Well, he's had that experience against Byfield once, so it's not like it's heading into the complete unknown against for him, going into a big fight on a big stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause, please, for both these men inside the ring. And after 6 rounds of professional boxing, the contest has been scored 60-54 in favour of your winner from Romford,
I'd say that was fair.
Every round.
I'd say that was fair.
Yeah, of course it was.
So just the main event to come now. Vacant English super welterweight title on the line between Adam Harper and Billy Bird. Before that, we'll catch a quick word with Sam McNess, who's just making his way out of ringside. And Gary Logan will join him down there too.
Yeah, Gary's looking a bit fat, to tell you the honest truth.
And he's down ringside. They're both down ringside now. With Sophia.
From all the team here at MTK Global, MTK London, Daniela, happy birthday to you! Oh, how cute!
Happy birthday, dear.
There we go. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we come on to our main event here at Brentwood Centre, Essex. It is for the vacant British Boxing Border Control English Super Welterweight title.
Congratulations on the win. He was a tough opponent. That's now 2 back-to-back wins since your long layoff. You must be really pleased with the progress.
That's 3 back-to-back wins.
3?
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, it was very tough, very durable. I tried to hit him to the body a few times, but he's very tough and experienced, so it's good to get the rounds in.
I guess a fight like that is a great learning fight for you to take away, and also a good confidence builder as well.
Yeah, it's a big confidence builder, because I've only done the 6 rounds once as a pro. I mean, I've been scheduled to fight 6, but I normally stop them over the 6 rounds, but it's good to get the rounds in against him. It's tough and durable.
And your West Ham faithful were singing in loud voice in the crowd. Great support as always.
Yeah, brilliant support. And also they'll be there for my next fight in 5 weeks' time. I've got a title fight at the All Call on the 26th of October, so they'll all be there in full voice.
And finally, obviously, Chelsea, West Ham. Prediction for Sunday?
I can't make a prediction. We're on form at the moment, but you're on brilliant form, so.
I know, thank you. Chelsea win. Come on, the Chelsea. Well done, congratulations. Good luck for your title fight as well.
Thank you.
Back to the comms.
So Adam Harper making his way to the ring. He's a very interesting character. I had a good chat to him before that fight against Ryan Kelly about 18 months ago, and his life story is an interesting one. He was on the streets at one point and actually turned to boxing late because he needed to get fit. He was very overweight. Did have an amateur career mostly in Tewkesbury, but also elsewhere. And he is not a man who was racked by self-doubt. But he's up against a nominal home fighter here tonight in Billy Bird, who won his Southern Area title with a win against Matt McCarthy. It was a really, really good fight. McCarthy here tonight, just sitting a few rows behind us. It was close, but Bird got it. And it's a good matchup, this one. It really is.
I believe Billy Bird at one point was boxing as high as super middleweight, and he was matched against another local contender who at the time they were having a lot of trouble with each other. But he never came off, but he did box as high as super middleweight at one stage.
Well, he's got a good team over there in the corner as well. You mentioned John Thaxton earlier on, Spencer. That's him there, isn't it?
I did mention that. It's John Thaxton.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to our main event here at the Brentwood Centre, Essex, promoted by Mr. Lee Eaton for MTK London and MTK Global. We are live on IFL TV. This contest is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. It's 10 rounds of championship boxing for the vacant English Super Welterweight Championship. Our officials at ringside, ladies and gentlemen, have been appointed by the British Boxing Board of Control. Our area representative, Mr. Des Rees. Our 3 scoring judges at ringside, Mr. Terry O'Connor, Mr. Ian John Lewis, and Mr. Jeffrey Hines. When the action gets underway inside the ring, ladies and gentlemen, our referee in charge of the action is Mr. Sean Messer, and our timekeeper of the bell, Mr. Bob Edgeworth. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, that's the officials. Let's meet the boxers. First of all, introducing, boxing out of the red corner, wearing the white and claret, weighing in at 10 stone, 13 pounds. He comes to the ring with a fight record of 9 professional fights, 8 wins, 1 loss, no draws. From Tewkesbury, Gloucestershire, Adam Harper! And his opponents, boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the white and blue, weighing in at 10 stone, 13 pounds. He comes to the ring with a fight record of 19 professional fights, 18 wins, 2 inside the distance, 1 loss, no draws. From Braintree, Essex, Billy Bird! Once again, ladies and gentlemen, your referee in charge of the action is Mr. Sean Messer. 10 rounds of championship boxing. Stop pointing a step back, and I hear you at all times and protect yourself at all times. Understood? Touch gloves.
Touch of gloves between the two, quite an intense stare down in the centre of the ring, but this is a big title on the line here, the vacant English title. Fighting to be crowned the champion of your country, and both of these two want it badly. Harper, I know from having watched him a few times now, has got a serious engine on him. Bird I've seen less of, but he fought a torrid 10 rounds against Matt McCarthy, and I think we're going to be served up a pretty good fight here. Harper with Black Country Boxing Promotions behind him from Tewkesbury, but does classify himself really as being a West Midlander.
This is a nice start from Billy Bird. Harper's coming forward, but Bird's pinging him on his way in. It's a brilliant start from me for Bird. It's early days, but let's see if he can keep this up. And if Harper decides to stay in his face all night.
Well, in my experience of him, that's exactly what Harper will try and do.
So the question is, can Billy keep up this pace of holding him off all night?
You know, Billy's got to be really, really careful because he's kind of got this cross arm.
He'll do that all night.
Yeah. It makes you more susceptible to right hands, you know. I'd rather like a guy comes out from a tight guard, but you got to do what makes you comfortable. And if he's comfortable fighting this way, then so be it.
Good jab there from Harper. Looks for the overhand right. That was a decent shot too. That was a decent shot. Just ditched it over the top. Good opening round. Interesting opening round. Billy Bird was on the front foot early on, but Harper just beginning to get to him a bit towards the end of the first round.
Yeah, Billy has a weird stance. When he starts to relax, he points that elbow out forward, and like you say, Spence, he might get caught with a few right hands as he moves forward of his career.
You know,
but if you're good at it, you can get away with it. You know, I mean, if you make it your own, you can really make it happen.
I hear that, and it's not for me to be critical, but he did get caught with a hard right hand there.
Beginning to find a decent jab at times, Harper, as well. That was a little bit clumsy, just forcing Bird back into the ropes, and Bird looking to respond with a right to the body.
Good body attack from Billy Bird here. This is going to be a good fight, you know. Trust me on already. This is going to be a good fight.
Good right hand there from Bird, slung from low. Harper trying to keep that guard tight, and Bird finishing the round strongly. And it's not an easy one to score. This is kind of toed and froed. At least for me, it has anyway.
No, this is a difficult first round to score.
At this stage, I like Billy's work. I think it's just been a bit more cleaner, a bit smarter. But I think Harper has a game plan, and I think it may grind Billy down as the rounds go.
You know, it's amazing that you're using that word there, Richie, on grinding down, because I think that is what Harper's game plan is. Is like to march forward, high guard, and try and. Ooh.
Harper knows he can do this all night. Does Billy know he can do this all night? Harper's here to find out.
Well, how hard is he going to have to work to keep him off him? That's the question. How much will it take out of the tank?
And I think when you're not choosing to make that pace, if you're the one choosing to make the pace,
then you could do it all night.
Yeah, if you're being forced to do it, it feels so much worse.
Exactly, and you'll feel that. You'll feel it on you as the rounds keep on ticking by. That's a very, very good round. Very good round. Me personally, I got this round even that first round.
I think we're going to try and not do even rounds as much as possible, but I understand it's an even round for me. Billy Bird with his cleaner shots.
I've gone Bird that first round too. I had Bird winning the first minute, Harper winning the second minute, and then Bird finishing stronger. But I do think, as we've been saying, the theme of the fight will be that Harper will come forward. That is what he does, and he will take shots on the way, and he will look to try and take most of them on the gloves and the forearm. And he does have a serious engine, so it's going to be difficult for Bird to keep this up.
What I think we're going to see tonight is Harper's going to stay on his case. Every now and then, Billy Bird's going to want to nick a rest, and then Harper's going to smash the life out of him for that round. But then Billy Bird's going to come alive again. What I think we'll find is that the breaks that Billy Bird takes will get longer and longer.
We shall see. I think it's going to be entertaining, though. Harper staying on his feet in between rounds there. Into the second. Adam Harper in the claret blue and white, Billy Bird in the blue and silver. Good right hand there from Bird to start the round. Harper's looked aggressive at the beginning of the round here too, but so has Bird, and they're both getting very much stuck into each other here.
Good shots there by Bird there, you know, really, really good shots.
Nice
like he went around, yeah. He throws kind of really awkward kind of looking punches as well, you know.
It's because he dips low, he dips, swings to the side, swings them hooks back in again.
Yeah, but the hooks are really like arcadly angled shots, which are neat because they're effective and they score.
It's very strange. How can he throw a jab from that position is beyond me. It's easy to sit here and say you'd never land that on me, you would never land it, but he clearly does at some stage.
Decent uppercut from Bird on the inside there as well, looking to whip to the body with the right hand. He's made things awkward for Harper in this round so far by continually throwing. Basically, he's not given Harper any time to get any punches off as he's tried to come forward.
Billy's good, but them slips and rolls.
Yeah, this is a really good round for Billy Bird, you know.
putting a lot into it, though.
He is putting a lot into it.
This is what Harper wants, though. It doesn't matter that he's losing the round. All he's doing is draining Billy. Is Billy falling into a trap here? Is Billy thinking, this is easier than I thought it was going to be? So he's going to get carried away, do this, throw more swingers, and think he's having a good time. When it comes to round 4 and 5, think, Corey's still in my face. Round 6, Harper starts coming. He might be behind a few rounds, but he's only got to drop him once and he nicks a couple of rounds back.
Harper's doing the thing that Billy Bird should be doing. Billy should be double jabbing. He's not double jabbing. He's throwing. It's like they're like semi haymakers because he's not swinging the arms. Right,
Well,
but
Billy's
there's a lot
not a big
of power.
puncher anyway.
Right, but he's gritting his teeth to put in hard shots in there. And when you see with Harper's just methodically moving forward and just picking away, double jabbing, coming out with his right hand.
Decent 1-2 there from Bird. Good bit of snap on that one. Just stops Harper in his tracks.
The supporters here loving this fight. A lot of noise around us here. I like fights like this, though. Everyone's coming to watch their boy. There's two geezers in here. They both want to win this fight. They both seriously want it. And it'll put them in a good position in their career as well.
It will do.
And I think everyone in the room here knows how much it means to these two.
They absolutely do. That's why they're backing their fighters in the way that they are.
Harper doesn't have much support here tonight, but that won't bother him one bit. He went all the way to Australia to take on Michael Zarafa in the end for the Commonwealth title and went the distance but lost it on the cards. He's very much the kind of person who looks to drive his own destiny. Just falling short with the right hand there, Bird. Bangs to the body with a good right hand. Harper again just staying on his feet between rounds.
Here, listen, you can't do two cards all night and then say which one you want best.
You know why? Because I'm the wrong way round.
You're using a cheat sheet. I see you trying to copy our scores.
Well, we've got scoring judges at ringside for this one. Jeff Hines on the other side of the ring. Ian John Lewis just sat next to me. Terry O'Connor away to our right. Three very experienced officials who may well get the casting vote.
We're scoring ourselves here ringside, and we'll keep everyone up to date with what we're scoring it, but everyone needs to remember what we put on here means absolutely nothing at all and has no bearing on the result of the fight.
Correct, quite right.
I felt the recent fight between Canelo and Golovkin, what people thought they were seeing was very much swayed by what they were hearing, though.
Good left hand there from Harper to kick things off in this third round. Looking to dig to the body with the left hand as well, and he's looked to be aggressive here at the beginning of the third, and Bird just looking to trade back with him.
I mean, you've seen quite a lot of Harper, haven't you, Andy? I mean, you mentioned earlier you've seen him, so you know he could do this pace all night, right?
He can, yeah. Against Ryan Kelly, this is exactly what happened. He set a high pace. Kelly stayed with him. It was a really good fight, really close fight. I think Kelly thought before that fight that he would have a bit too much quality for Harper and maybe didn't quite reckon with the work rate. They felt they could walk through him, I think, and it didn't work out that way. There's a bit more on these shots from Harper than you think.
Listen, Harper's very, very clever. Right, you see that simple thing? So sometimes to keep it simple. Tight guard and march forward and don't waste the shots. And he's not wasting shots. And he's doing this.
He's doing a lot less work than Billy Bird at this point.
Yeah.
And Billy Bird is having to... He's going the long way around the ring. Billy Bird is going to the whole perimeter of the ring. He's going the long way around the ring. Whereas Harper is taking the short route around the ring because he's in the centre. So he's doing a lot more miles.
So a little very sneaky trick there is like Harper just dipped down to his right, came over and popped his jab. And you're thinking like, you're looking at someone dipping down, you think he's going to jab to my body, he was going to throw a right hand to my body, and he comes straight back up and he pops that. Like, I think now things could get a little bit uncomfortable for Billy Bird, you know?
Good left hand there from Harper, but Bird just fires back with a right to the body, sticks out that left hand just to try and measure the distance almost, leads with the left hook. They both trade jabs and it's a good contest,
Good
this.
shots.
Billy's doing a good job of getting out of the way of these shots, but I do wonder, is that burning a lot of energy?
Harper just tucking up, then tries to let his hands go on the inside. Right uppercut missed. Bird just plants his feet and throws the right hand back.
This is a better round for Harper this time. Billy's trying to fight him off, but I feel like Harper's put the pressure on and getting a good round in here. Bit of a sloppy right hand there. They both acknowledge that shot. It can happen though, when there's a lot going on in there, you kind of just swing and see what happens.
Very good answering back. Do you see that? Really hard body shots going in there from Harper, which will tell its toll later on.
I think that's the game plan, and I think Harper can march him down into the body.
Billy's trying a bit too hard with the shots, you know?
I agree.
Because he's got good movement and stuff like that. I think like Billy should have been keep on popping and moving.
Harper
And
just leaning on the shoulder there and working the hands again. Shoulders burn off into the ropes.
Harper's mindset is to try and beat him up.
Bird trying to stick
Harper's
with the 1-2.
taken a lot on the gloves this time as well. Like on this round, Billy hasn't got through the gloves.
There's a good right hand in there from Harper. He's throwing plenty there, Bird, and Harper feels that he's got a foothold back in the fight after that third round, and I'd probably go his way with that one. Bird threw plenty back. He found some good body shots himself, but Harper on the front foot. A lot of the time his punches don't look like much, but they're getting through, they're landing. So 3 rounds down, is scheduled for 10. The vacant English super welterweight title on the line here.
Really warming up to be a good fight this as well. We're 3 rounds in, and I don't know how people are seeing this at home, but I'm enjoying it from ringside myself.
No, this is a great fight.
And both of them just getting straight to work at the start of the 4th round here. Harper again with that tight guard, that peekaboo guard, just trying to keep his head on the move. Nice double jab there from Harper.
I think they're lucky. All these people in here have paid to come and see one of their friends or someone local, and they get to see a fight like this on a card. This is great for small hall boxing.
It's excellent.
Getting fights like this on, because it can really attract more people to come and watch it.
Good right to the body from Bird, but Harper came back. His defence is fairly effective, Adam Harper. He keeps those gloves up, but he keeps those elbows dropped in as well. Left to the body was a good shot there from Harper.
I'm finding it hard to split him in this round at the moment. It's kind of a...
That was a little bit low, maybe. It was seems to be pretty much bang on the belt, maybe a little bit south.
low. It could have been on his knee.
I think that's a slight exaggeration. From where I was sitting, it didn't seem too bad. I'm not going to argue.
You ain't got good eyes, man, seriously.
I'm not going to argue about
I need my glasses, I swear down.
About the verdict of the referee to stop it. And give
I
him
don't
some
believe
time
it
to
was a
recover.
deliberately low blow, but it was low.
How are you seeing this round so far, Andy?
It's a difficult one, this one so far. I think Harper started it well. He landed a couple of good double jabs, but since then, Bird has come back with some good work of his own. It's
still open then to both of them.
It's still open, and it's important for us as well that we don't get sucked into some kind of narrative here whereby Bird starts well, but we expect Harper to come into the fight as it goes on, and so we kind of have that in our mind.
Nice hook there from Bird. Punch of the fight so far for me, that.
Harper looking for the left of the body.
Very clever work from Harper, though. Harper is a very clever fighter.
I like that he did the triple uppercut and then Billy responded with a triple right hook.
Nice little jab again there from Harper. Those are the kinds of punches that you don't, well, from certain aspects, certain angles outside the ring, you wouldn't even really see, but they just land as...
Billy Bird's anticipating him running in like a ball in a china shop now.
There's another jab there from Harper that just bounces off the forehead. He lands more of them than you think.
At this stage for me now, Billy's turned it a little bit. He's put a lot of work into this round, but I do think he's just sort of nosed ahead in this round for me at the moment.
I slightly disagree. I think it's Harper that's trying to... As I talk, Billy starts. As I just open my mouth, he starts.
Bird there just digging to the body.
Just only by a fraction for me. Harper's still pushing the fight, but Bill's landing the quality of shots for me so far. There's still a few seconds left in the round, we'll see.
Nice right to the body there from Bird, followed by the left.
I think Billy's caught on to the body shots here because perhaps he's eaten a few himself and thought maybe I should fire some back.
Do you know what? I'll give that round to Billy.
Just about.
He just nicked that round.
Well, the finish for me just took it for him.
Yeah.
The finish just took it for him. I do wonder, though, when you see him planting his feet like that and really sinking those body shots in, he's working hard to keep Harper off him here. I know we've been talking about that right from the start, but it is happening. It's just a question of can Harper up it in the second half of the fight. We think he can, but that doesn't mean he can.
I'm not jumping saying that we think he can, because this is the first time I've actually seen Harper fight. So I don't know if he can or not. So this is no disrespect to him, but how it's looking like Billy's, the pace is getting to Billy.
This is a question that
he's going to have to bite down his gumption with it.
This is a question that I feel we need to find an answer to, because Billy's putting a lot into these shots. Are they taking more out of Billy throwing them, or are they taking more out of Harper who's taking them? Because Billy's not a big puncher, so maybe they're not even affecting Harper as much as we think. And Billy's gritting his teeth with all these, so it will take out of Bill, but is it taking much from Harper?
Harper again just comes marauding forward. He's very, very awkward. He's all kind of elbows and forearms as he closes in on you. Falls short with the right hand there.
He didn't fall short with that right uppercut, though.
There's that jab again, that short jab. It
nice
travels
hook
virtually
See, look
nowhere.
at that. As he gets hit, he always fires back.
I like Harper's style. I like that he comes forward.
Beautiful. He's got a really.
I like it. It's nice.
It's an authentic British style of boxing.
But Bill's doing some clean work, and for me at the minute, he's
really good hooks downstairs by Bill.
Bill could do defending a bit more with his hands. He's good with the slips and the rolls, but he doesn't block much of his hands. And
this is the thing about this. See these guys who've got the hands down low. You reach like round 7, round 8, and it's pressing. Your hands ain't going to automatically move up now because you're tired.
Well, they're both guilty there, really, because Bird was dipping too low at the waist. Harper did catch him on the back of the head, but there wasn't too much he could do about it. Just backs Bird up into the corner and tries to let his hands go there, Harper.
I think at some point in this fight, we're going to see Bill not move his head, go back in the ropes like he just did then, and that's when it's all going to change. For me, that will be it. Bill won't do this all night. He may be able to, but I don't think he will. I think in a few rounds' time, we'll see Bill decide to trade, and that's when Harper's going to come on.
There's a little dabbing jab again from Harper, who just falls in behind a right hand, but follows in with it.
You see, the thing with Harper is like there is nothing flash about him, but he's very authentic to the noble art. He's like he's pressing and he thinks to throw the shots. With Bill, he throws the more eye-catching shots, but whereas like he's not a concussive puncher, he really has to plant his feet and grit out to throw like these hard shots. And later down the line, it can take its toll on him, but if he's fit enough, he can pull through.
Well, we'll be halfway through when we get to the end of this round. Harper again just looking to jab there.
How about Shaq Day, who we see earlier, who's a super welterweight against Billy Bird? Who's going to get hit the least?
Yeah, there wouldn't be.
No one's going to get punched.
Yeah, the referee.
Bird just trying to shovel that right hand over the top. Harper with a jab to the body. And both of them just swapping jabs. Bird looking for the 1-2, but the gloves are up there from Harper, who tries to just chop down with his own right hand.
I find myself...
There's Harper's round.
I go Harper with that round, I think.
Yep.
I find it was a very close round.
It was another close round.
I find it really hard to split. And I find myself trying to find reasons to give Harper rounds at this stage, because I don't want to give Billy too many for the same reason. I'd like to find new reasons, you know what I mean? It's working, but I feel like maybe I'm too invested in what Bill's done now. Does that make sense? I like what Bill does.
Scoring fights is not an easy thing to do. That's why we have the debate about them every week. The debate last week about Canelo against Golovkin. The debate about all sorts of decisions.
Huh? My one. We got.
Corners, 10 seconds.
So into the second half of the fight we go. And both of these two have been here before. Billy Bird going a full 10 against Matt McCarthy when he won the Southern Area title. Harper has gone 10 against Ryan Kelly when he won the Midlands Area title last May, and he's done 12 against Michael Zarafa. That was in March. Who's got more in the gas tank down the stretch? Good one, two there from Harper.
I've got the fight even so far because I gave the first round 10-10. So I've got it even. But now it's going to start changing because we're in round 6 now. Now the fight's going to start changing.
Billy Bird is cut on his back.
Is he?
It's cut. It's a rope. It's a rope burn that's opened, I think.
Good left hand there from Harper. And clubbing away with that left hand as well in close. He's just making enough room for himself. A good strong start to the round here from Harper. Not a great deal of snap on that left from Bird, and a good jab there from Harper. Bird just trying to drive that right hand into the midriff there of Harper, but Bird's having to work really hard here.
Yeah, none of that seemed to have much of an effect on Harper, that shot from Bill. It was kind of, didn't barely bounce off the gloves. Is that the first signs of Bird starting to fade?
Harper just coming forward again, just sticks out that left hand. He constantly just sticks out that left hand.
And it's ramroddy as well. It's not just like he's flicking it. There's power behind it.
There it goes again. He catches Bird almost every single time he throws it, then dips at the waist there, Harper, to slide underneath the left hand. He's having a good round here.
See, Harper's really trying to beat him up. He's methodically moving forward, and he's just trying to beat him up.
I feel like there's a little bit of strength gone out of Bill's shots now. I know he's still trying to punch hard, but before there was not like hurting him, but you could hear it, and it looked like you could see his body moving now. It doesn't really do much to Harper at this stage. That was a bit better from Bird.
Left to the body was a better delivered punch, better timed punch. Harper again though just drops the elbows, gets that guard in place.
Lovely uppercut. Lovely
really
uppercut.
good shot on the inside.
That could sway the round, that punch. Bill seems to have enjoyed it. One serving of uppercut for Billy Bird.
Harper again just swarming forward. Bird just holds his feet and then looks to try and bang with the right hand to the body, bang on the belt line.
I'd love for Billy Bird, as he's creating distance, as he's moving, to throw a double jab.
How many times tonight have we been asking people to throw jabs?
Yeah, it's crazy.
We should be undefeated world champions.
Good left hand there from Harper. Bird looking for the 1-2, taken mainly on the gloves there by Harper.
Good work there from Billy there.
Bill's done a great round at the end of this round. He ended this round very well.
He did.
I do think he's taken a lot out of him. I'm giving Bill the round for that, but it's taken a lot out of him. It really is.
I've gone the other way with that one. I've gone Harper.
I've gone Harper in that round.
I only give it to Bill because he ended the round strong. I think he didn't start strong, but he ended strong. It was very 50-50, a minute and a half each.
He did finish the round strong, but it was Harper that was one that was pressing continuously throughout, and he was trying the better shots. And
I felt like he was pressing, but it wasn't all effective. I admit, Billy wasn't effective at the start, and I felt, like I said earlier, he was very weak with his shots. He ended strong.
So after 6, Spencer, you've got it by 1 to Harper, I think. Yep. You've got it by 2 for Bird. I've got it even. So a good spread,
It just goes to show, though, for people listening at home, and when they watch scores and they complain about scores, we're sitting in exactly the same position, watching the same fight, and we've all scored it differently. We've all got different scores.
That's what it's all about.
But the thing is, my scorecard is unbiased because I'm not too familiar with either of these guys.
So into the 7th we go. Bird looking to try and start strong, but Harper again just onto the front foot quickly.
Very clever. Harper's the one that's saying, listen, let me just administer the jab because this is a shot that neither of us are throwing continuously. He's throwing double jabs, triple jabs, and it makes a difference, and it will leave a lasting impression on the judge. Wee. Sprayed us now, mate. God blimey. I showered before I come in here.
Again, just sticking out that left hand as he moves forward there, Harper. He very rarely, if ever, moves forward without just working that left hand.
Finally, see, like, Bill's now pushing out his jab. Finally, he should have been doing this from earlier because he's got a well-timed jab.
Ooh, good right hand there from Harper. Nice left on the inside, followed by the right. Then there's the jab again, just to follow it up. He lands regularly. It just chips away at the opponent, sends him off balance, makes it difficult for him to do his own work.
I don't care who wins. This is a great fight.
It's an excellent fight.
I don't care who wins. They both win. He can have the belt on weekends and he can have it during weekdays.
Harper again just looking to put the pressure on Leeds with the left hand there and landed it as Bird was maybe looking to try and nick a bit of a rest, and Harper wouldn't let him, but Bird comes back with a right to the body, then backs Harper back up onto the ropes.
He's not touching anything with these shots though. Good head movement there by Harper.
I'm enjoying Harper in this round. I think he's doing some good work and he's landing a lot of shots.
Chopping down with that right hand again there. Looking for the left to the body there.
The thing is, when you see boys like this, they're both not big punchers, and you always get excited about big punchers, but when you get two boys that are not massive punchers, they can punch each other all night long. And the fight's not likely to end because they're not big punchers. So you're going to get a full capacity of entertainment for the whole fight.
You're 100% right.
But sometimes it's a blessing that they're both not big punchers. Some of the shots they've landed, if they were big punchers, would have ended the fight.
Left
beautiful
Bird.
left hook downstairs by Bird.
Taken well though, taken well by Harper, covered up nicely. And then just trying to push off with the heel of his glove. He's a little bit rough at times. Not a pleasant fighter to fight, Harper. He's got that kind of octopus-like style. He just seems to be all over you from all angles. But as you've been saying, Spencer, it's based on good fundamentals.
Very, very good fundamentals.
So 3 to go. Harper, as he has done all the way through so far, stays on his feet in the corner. Bird just sucking the air in.
At this point, I've got Bird up by 1 round. Have you got it, Andy?
I've got Harper by 1 now.
I've got Harper up by 2.
It's a very good fight, and it's a very close fight. I can imagine these judges around here are not going to be far different from us. They could all have different scorecards.
Well, they are. That's why we've got 3 of them.
It could still be the same score.
So into the 8th, as mentioned previously, both of these two have been here before. They've both done the 10-round distance before. The difference between them in terms of the gas tank maybe being that Harper has done 12 in that Commonwealth title fight. He took some stick in that fight too, but he got through to the final belt. Lands a couple of good ones on the inside there, Harper. Bit clumsy with the overhand right there. Adam Harper didn't quite manage to land it, but some good work on the inside, and Bird's kind of complaining to the referee a little bit there, but he was the one trying to trap Harper's right arm, and Harper continued to work with the left, and the referee let him.
Good right hand there.
That was clean. Oh, and the left.
And the left hand.
I think one of them jolted Billy's legs as well.
Yeah, it did, but fair play to Billy Bird because he's come firing right back.
He's come firing back.
Another good right there though from Harper.
I just feel there's a little bit more in Harper's shots at this point.
The cleaner shots are coming from Harper, but there's a good right hand there from Bird.
Billy comes back well.
This is an excellent fight. An excellent, excellent fight.
Everyone here is getting their money's worth tonight.
I'm telling you, whatever these two are getting paid,
ain't enough.
It's not. I'm going to have a word with Lee and to tip him more because they've come to fight, man.
Well, I think me and everyone else in here agree that you should chip in yourself and give them both an extra 100 quid.
Yeah.
And Bird is coming forward here. Bird trying to plant his feet and let his hands go, and he's really putting Harper under some pressure here. Harper made a good start to this round, and It did look like it might go on to dominate, but Bird has really come back into it.
Look
Harper,
at
though,
this.
lands a right hand over the top. Unbelievable stuff, this. It really is. Both of these two almost swinging themselves off their feet, landing pretty much equally. And again, this is a very tough round to score. They both had really good passages within it, but nobody has really dominated it. And the crowd behind us and around ringside on their feet.
I'm watching this with a big smile on my face as well. This is a great fight. This is a great fight. I'm glad I'm not a judge.
Oh, good right hand there from Harper. Billy should have his hands up right now, or even hold.
Just got pushed back into the red corner a little bit there. Burden caught with a couple of shots, but again he comes straight down of the corner, trying to fire back. Harper moving in, just a little bit more hesitant now, left to the body there from Bird.
That was a hard left hook downstairs from Bird. Listen, Bird is a warrior through and through. They both are, but because Bird has got this. Oh man, this is a fight,
Good
man.
right hand there from Harper.
You got to say something, and then something changes.
Forget this. Listen to me.
Everything we've said is wrong, and then right.
Harper just aiming a massive right hand there, didn't land it, and Bird has really worked his hands this last minute or so.
Listen, I don't care who won this round, right? I don't care. The boxers won this round.
This has been the closest round.
Yeah.
But then Bill keeps getting caught with them clean shots.
Right hand there again from Harper at the end of the round, and then touching close between the two.
Harper might have nicked that round just because of them clean shots.
Absolutely terrific stuff. And it went one way, then the other, then back the other way. And just when you thought the one was getting on top, the other one would dig in. Harper's a constant. He's always coming forward. He's always throwing. Bird backing off a little bit more at times, seemed to be on the back foot, but then he'd be right back in there again. And
I gave that round to Harper. Bird did a lot of work in there, but Harper landed a section of about 4 or 5 shots. There was a section in the middle, and just at the end he landed some very clean, crisp shots. Just for that reason, that's why I've split it.
I went Bird that round. Very difficult to call.
I went Harper for that one.
Very difficult to call.
It's such a... You could have gone 10-10. You could have gone 10-10.
I'm trying, after the first round, I said, listen, I'm not going to do no more 10-10 rounds. But listen, it don't matter who won that round. That round was a fantastic round.
Listen, there's so many rounds I would have liked to have scored a 10-10. So
yeah.
I'm finding reasons to separate
into the final 2 rounds. We've got it very, very close. Harper starting off with a big right hand there. The men at ringside, Ian John Lewis, Jeff Hines and Terry O'Connor are the ones that matter. Harper looking to reach a bit with a right hand there, fell short. Sweat just flying all over ringside. The work rate, the tempo of this fight has been hot right from the very start.
Oi, oi, oi.
Perspiration cascading all over the commentary table.
My blazer cost $1,000. I'm going to be charging Lee, and this is not on. You get my dry cleaning bill,
Good
Lee.
left hand there from Harper. Bird looking to try and come back. Nice 1-2 from Harper. Just snap back the head of Bird.
Beautiful left hook downstairs from Harper.
Again, just replies with that left to the body.
I don't know who's who anymore.
Imagine having the follow after this fight.
Yeah, I know.
There's that 1-2 again. He just doesn't move his head at times. Bird just dips away to his right hand on that occasion. Left hand again from Harper. Just falls into Bird, and I don't think that was the deliberate use of the shoulder there, but Sean Messer just has a quick word with Harper anyway. Chops down with the right hand again. As soon as Bird hits a spell where he doesn't really do a lot, where he's not throwing, Harper is all over you. He makes you work for every second of every round, and that has really brought the best out of Bird too.
Yeah, he makes you earn your keep.
I think whatever happens tonight, after you saying what you've seen of Harper and now what we've seen of Bill, Bill's really done a good job of himself. Even if he doesn't win tonight, you'll know that you know where Bill is now. You know more about Bill than what you knew at the start of this fight, which
absolutely.
I think they both walk away from this proud of themselves, both warriors, and they both deserve to be at this level. Whoever loses can come back from this.
Harper again just looking to throw that left, always looking to throw the left. Bird trying to pop out the jab, didn't really land it. There's that 1-2 again from Harper. He scored with that regularly in this round. They're easy shots to see as well, and that's something that can make a difference in a close fight. Inside work sometimes can be a bit harder to pick up. Punches that land at the end of their journey easier to see, just like that one there, right hand over the top. Right to the body there from Bird was a good shot.
This is good boxing here from Bill. This is really, really good boxing from Billy.
Do you not think he's getting caught with too many of them 1-2s in a round?
Nice 1-2 again
just
there from Harper.
For me, a Harper round.
Me too.
So at this stage in the fight, I've got Billy Bird needing the last round to get a draw.
So have I. I've got Harper 5 rounds to 4. So 1 round remaining. It's been a terrific fight. We suspected that it would be, given the manner of their wins for their area titles. These two. Bird won his, the Southern Area, in a thrilling bout against Matt McCarthy, and Adam Harper won his in an equally good fight against Ryan Kelly. So they did seem very evenly matched, and as far as we can see in this fight so far, they have been.
Matt McCarthy behind us over here just tapped me on the shoulder and said, make sure everyone listening knows that I want the winner.
I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does. Well, I mean, I couldn't see that being anything other than a really good fight as well.
Whoever wins this, why
so
not?
touch of gloves between the two. It may all come down to this final round, and he wasn't really ready there, Bird, and that was his own fault. And Harper just got stuck into him immediately. And they're both going to have to pour it out here. There's no way that either corner is going to be in any way confident that their man has got enough in the locker heading into this 10th and final round. And they're just trading centering. 1-2s from Bird and back from Harper.
I've been impressed with Bill's engine. I'll be honest, at the start, I questioned his tank, and he's proved me wrong.
Well,
he's had a good tank.
He's got an excellent engine.
No, he's got a good engine, and I questioned it at the start.
And the reason why, because Harper has been touching that body quite regularly, and he's still come out round 10 very, very spirited. All the credit in the world should be given to Bill, because I didn't think Billy Bird had that inside of him. Like, I thought, right, you're gonna be where at, you're gonna be in trouble, come round, and he's not. He's still fighting.
Harper still with that guard. He's still kept that in place all the way through the fight. He's got that discipline. He's got that durability and fitness and technique just to keep that in place.
That was a nice right hand.
Pushing out that jab again there, Harper. Just missing with the right hand, though. After a quick start to the round, the pace has just dipped a little bit.
He so badly wanted to throw that punch at the back of the head. It would have done some damage as well. At this stage in the round, I like Bill's work. He's managed to land shots on his way in and then get on his bike a little bit.
If anything in this round at the minute, he looks slightly the stronger of the two.
Which has not been a case for a long time.
Right hand, good right hand there from Harper. Those hands down, though, as you said before, if he could just get those hands up a bit, Billy Bird, because every now and again he just stands in range, he's not protecting himself. Harper just pops up a couple of shots, nothing massive, and just catches him.
You don't get to watch too many fights like this where you get ran away with a fight and you're not really thinking about what you're saying, you just go.
I've been quiet. Me being quiet, I've been quiet because it's such a good fight, man.
Nice 1-2 there from Harper. The Bird again just launches in, sets that left foot and wades in with a right to the body. Good combination on the inside, and then catches a left as he just tries to dip and slip and move away from that left hand of Harper's. And they're both just pouring everything out here. You can see they're dog-tired, both of these two now.
They both want it so bad as well. They both want it so bad. You can see it. Harper's
both
pushing
just
forward,
sucking the air in.
He's gritting his teeth and swinging them shots in. I can imagine they're both enjoying this right now as well. What a fun fight to be in for both of them.
Good left hook downstairs by Billy.
Was a good shot. You just saw him wilt a little bit there, Harper.
Look, you can feel it. Harper's feeling the toe, but look at that. He swings the overhand right hand.
That's the message.
Listen,
that's a bad round.
A brilliant fight. A brilliant fight.
I've got a draw.
I've got a 95-95 as well. We've arrived there by different routes. We've scored some rounds differently. But I've got it a draw, 95-95. Brilliant fight. Brilliant fight. We see these area title fights. We see these English title fights. They sometimes don't get the kind of profile they deserve. They don't always get TV. They don't always feature on big shows. but they are great contests. They deliver every single time. Every time I see an area title fight or an English title fight, it's the absolute business. Well, I'll be fascinated to see what Terry O'Connor, Ian John Lewis and Jeff Hines have made of this one, but whatever they've made of it, I wouldn't mind seeing a rematch. I certainly wouldn't mind seeing that again. Spencer's got it by a point to Adam Harper.
Yep.
Me and Richard both got it 95 apiece, scoring rounds differently at times. Tremendous fight. Great desire and effort and energy from both of them.
But whatever way it goes, I cannot complain.
Well, bit of a nervous wait for both of these two. John Thaxton
Draw.
just
Everyone's got a draw.
reaching through and seeing how we've got it. Well, on the commentary table, it's a majority draw, isn't it? We've got a majority draw on the commentary table.
Oh, yeah, no. You see, whatever comes out of this, I don't think you can really go far wrong with the result, because
it's got. Yeah, you can't argue the result. I would prefer to see it go a draw and we see this fight again, because it was such a good fight. I've got it.
Adam Harper just coming over and asking us all how we got it. He knows it's close. He knows it's really, really close. I scored his military title fight against Ryan Kelly in Adam Harper's favour, so I don't know what he's talking about, but anyway, we'll see.
I mean, it was a beautiful fight, and something like I was complaining when I was driving down there. I mean, it was well worth the drive, and I mean, it was well worth the drive.
Well, they've been called to centre ring. Let's see which way it's gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, what can I say? After 10 rounds of championship boxing, can I please ask everybody in the building to give these two guys a round of applause? We had absolutely everything in that contest over 10 rounds. Super stuff. And after 10 rounds, ladies and gentlemen of professional boxing, championship boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Terry O'Connor has scored the contest 95-95. Judge Ian John Lewis has scored the contest 93-97 in favour of Adam Harper. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeffrey Hines has scored the contest 95-96. Your new English Super Welterweight Champion by majority decision, ladies and gentlemen, Adam Harper!
Adam Harper gets it and goes absolutely berserk in the ring above us. Terry O'Connor had it a draw, 95-95. Ian John Lewis 97-93 Harper. Then it came down to Jeff Hines and he had it by a single point. He had it like Spencer Fearon had it, 96-95 to give Harper the win by majority decision. Brilliant fight, fantastic fight. I wouldn't have argued either way. I'd just like to see it again.
Well, I would to see that fight again. I really want to see that fight again. That was such a fantastic fight.
And the English title belt in the ring being presented to Adam Harper. Well, huge night for him. A Midlands area title to his name previously. Boxed for the Commonwealth. That didn't go his way, but now he's got the English title. And I can tell you his life story, Adam Harper, is an interesting one.
Thank you to everyone who made the trip down to me. It was supporting me. Even Billy's match has been a great fight. It takes two to tango in the kids' class. I want to encourage Michael out and the team, the sponsors. I'm back in the
If you can remember the sponsors.
St. John's Construction, Smith West Management, Harry Safety, the big bad gentleman came down. Everybody, I told you I was going to win this English title. I've done the dream. Thank you, everyone.
Well, he wants Ted Cheeseman next.
That's
that
a
was
big shout.
classic. That was classic Adam Harper. He just grabbed the microphone off our MC and just said what he wanted to say. It was great stuff. Pictures being taken in the ring there. He wants Ted Cheeseman. Ted Cheeseman's got a senior Byfield for the vacant British on October the 27th. And Adam Harper in the middle of the ring there with Sophia. She'll be getting a word with him. If she manages to get a word in interviewing Adam Harper, that will be some achievement by her. And we're just waiting to get the nod to see if we're ready to go over to a ringside. Let's go over to her now.
We've got Nikki Cook behind me right now.
English super welterweight champion. How does that feel?
Look, this feels amazing. Yeah, some people, you get the superstars, the Olympians. This is a stepping stone for them. I'm not dissing them for it. I set out 4 years ago. I turned pro. I told my manager, Harold Johnson, my brother, I was going to retire if I won the English title. It's a massive title. But am I going to retire? That was the best part of my life.
You can't retire after that. You two were absolute warriors in the ring tonight. Credit to both of you, by the way.
No, listen, there's no bad blood with Billy Bird. I know it got a bit tasty in there, but you know, it's a fight. We're gonna be like that. Billy's a class kid. I know he trains with some class operators. He's got 2 great coaches. But listen, I've got the best coach in the world, Malcolm Malvin. He drags 500 million% out of me every time. Every time I'm in the gym, I want to impress him. I want to do something, mainly so he doesn't swear at me and call me a fat bastard. But look, I want to be the best I can be, and I trash talked at the start of my career to get big fights, but I've got something now. I've got my eye on Byfield Cheeseman. Cheeseman is top class, but I want to fight him after when he beats Byfield. You know, I want big fights, I want big money. I'm already ugly enough, so I need to get out quick and win some money. Do you know what I mean?
You're off the back of a loss, so there's no better way, obviously, to kind of come back with a win like this. You've called out some big names. You're ready for them by the looks of it.
Look, I'm not saying, I think I'm ready for Ted. I know he's probably at home now, or he might be here. I heard he's here earlier. He's probably laughing, saying that fat little git ain't going to beat me, but I've got massive respect for Ted. But I'll fight anyone if the money's right. At welterweight, I can tell you now, my check weigh-in on Wednesday, I was 10 stone 10, which is £3 off the welterweight limit. If I've got to do it, I'll do it. I'll fight anyone between welter and middle if the money's good. I generally mean that. I'm not calling anyone out. I want to make some dosh, buy a house, get fat and watch TV. Do you know what I mean? But massive respect to
listen, you've got no time to get fat, because we want to see fights like that again. That was absolutely epic. Thank you.
All I want to say to Andy Clark as well. Andy Clark had this a draw. He's a great man normally, but he got that wrong tonight. I know you did, but I'm only joking, Andy. I hope people at Eddie Earn will get catch wind of this. I've got his number anyway. We've exchanged a few WhatsApp. I'm on to him straight away with a picture of me in the bout. I want big fights. Well, if Warren's got anyone or another big shot at this, if the money's good and I can get a title, I will fight anybody. It's not trash talk. I want to be in good fights. It gets the best out of me in training. And I'd like to think everybody enjoyed my style tonight. I'm a come-forward action fighter, and I'll have a go with anyone. Do you know what I mean?
Well, after that performance, I'm sure many people want to see you in the ring. But before it now starts getting deconstructed,
I just want to say one more thing. I lost in Australia. A lot of people lost some faith in me. I've got some good sponsors, Smith's Waste Management, Harris Safety Training, but a big thanks to Carr, Chris Jones and Kevin Jones. I called them about 12 weeks ago. I was in desperate need for this fight, for a lot of help financially. They've come out and helped me with and there's people like that who get no coverage. You know, they're great people. I owe them a massive thanks. And all these.
And listen, let me go and let you enjoy with the rest of the fans. Well done.
Sorry
again.
to bother you. Thank you.
Well done. Well, that is all from us tonight. I hope you enjoyed. What an absolute epic fight to end on. Till next time. Good night.